Hello and welcome to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is.
It's amazing. It's all the noise. I've had nothing but noise all day today. And
Mm.
chatty has been not helpful at all.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm totally frustrated.
Are you on the page?
No, what I'm doing is trying to get I got a JavaScript, you know, script that performs particular function, and I'm trying to get it converted to Python because because I'm building I need it in there, okay? And I swear I have asked it 6,900 different ways. I have I have done it. And what's really sad is I show it the errors and tell it this is
Mm-hmm.
the errors you get. And
You're just being
yeah,
obtuse.
it just goes off and starts doing something that doesn't even look like the original function. And it's like, oh, come on. How many times then I finally said, just forget everything. Pretend like this is brand new. And it goes, okay, I'm ready for a new question. Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
don't, I'm just, so I'm gonna have to chisel the function like I didn't want to, but I'm gonna have to chisel it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's nature of the beast. It's just frustrating. And then listening to all this spaces jumping in and out, oh my
I
gosh,
tried.
I can.
I went to a few, and I was like, "Oh, this is just the pregame show of real life." Where we're like, "All right, we have AI versus Google on Sunday. Let's check out what the players are like." And now we're talking to the parents of the employees and what happened to them when they were a child that convinced them to go into software engineering. And it's a whole futuristic fan fiction,
It just,
right?
yeah. I just left.
And nobody has any chance of being right. Not even the people doing the work know what's going to happen tomorrow,
Yep, that's exactly
right?
exactly right. That's the way I look at
So
it.
it's like okay, so let's outline all the things that we can see with our faces with which is actually just text,
Yeah.
right? And now when you read articles, it's like, do you get the sixth sense when you're reading something written by ChatGPT?
Yes. Yes.
There's something about it I'm starting to see on websites like news websites,
Hmm.
right?
Yep.
And it's
It just.
yeah,
Well, they got a
it,
tool now too. You can check to see if it is written.
I
But
saw that.
I'm not
No,
gonna take time to do it.
I don't need that.
Uh.
That's too much thinking. It just you can. I think I don't know. I'd like to think I could tell. If you gave me like 100 responses, just because of the way like it writes intermediary paragraphs sometimes,
Yeah.
and it's good. It's a clarity function, but like you can see it sometimes doing that.
Hmm. Oh, I had it written. Uh, I have it write, little love notes to my wife, and
Mhm.
I go in and I have to modify it. I mean, because it just like it's close, but she'll know this is from it. She'll know it's
Mhm.
not from me. So I have to modify it.
Always. I mean, you're the human in the loop so
Yep.
far.
Yep.
You
So
know,
anyway,
Jeff showed me something crazy.
who did?
Uh, he Hey Paul, what's going on? I want to show you guys this. So he used this website to recreate his voice.
Uh-huh.
I think it's 11 Labs, and it's fucking remarkable.
Yeah, one of the rooms I was in was talking about security and trying to filch to get your voice to get enough samples so that they could emulate your voice, and now I'll start using it to try to, you know, retrieve information on you or convince people that you're who you say you are and that kind of thing. So
So listen to that audio. This is 11labs.io.
yeah, I was going to listen to that last night and I went to bed early. Okay,
It's
I'll do
scary.
that. All right, I'll be right back.
Let me go listen also.
Okay, I'm back. That's interesting.
I haven't heard anything nowhere close to that. Or I have not heard anything that's been anywhere close to that expressive.
I guess I'll have to try it.
What is
Yeah.
going on, ladies and gents? What's happening?
We're listening to Jeff use 11 Labs to clone his voice. Check it out at the top.
Oh, very
It's
cool.
pretty scary. It's the most accurate. It's the most expressive I've ever come across.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play with this.
Mm.
I'll take a break from my headache.
I put the Jeff link to the website at the top.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. You can tell it's sort of being pausy a little bit and breathy, but yeah, kind of interesting. Makes you want to do fun voices on it, though. That would be the fun thing to do. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then it would go and do, yeah. That's what I would probably want to do is make up a funny voice and see.
That's the reason why I'm gonna do it.
Was it 11 Labs IO today on cool things to play with? My every fucking day is like that.
$5 a month to get started.
Yeah, everything's like, you know what's funny is it's like this new company I'm working on. We just set aside a freaking AI budget. It's like 10 grand in services, whatever it takes. Understand all of them. That's the mission.
Oh, Dan. Whenever it's good for MG is good for me. I just finished the stuff with the school until the 15th.
Okay.
So now I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I wanted to set up a time for you and me and Mark to get
Yeah.
together. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you're
So
flexible in the evenings? Can I just find something in the evening?
yeah,
Like,
just pick something.
okay, cool.
I'll make myself available.
Awesome.
That's what I usually say.
Yeah.
Right. I'll just
Yeah.
I'll make myself available. You know, I'll hang up on someone. Right. That's right.
Yeah,
Like
man.
that's what I told the school board that. They're like, hey, when are you available? I will cancel things because this is too important.
Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah, man. It's my partner Mark is kind of on this new thing I'm working on. He's like, Dan, you know,
Mm,
you like I got an exit from the current business, a good deal.
mhm.
And it's funny, it's like I'm on day 3 of that, and he's like, Dan, you realize I just landed 2 more healthcare gigs. So it's like I don't know, it's weird. It's like you're like, okay, you're finally taking a risk and you jumped off the cliff. And he was laughing at me. He's like, why did you even think you would have an issue? I'm like, I always feel like there's gonna be an issue, you know? But it's good, man. Some good momentum happening. I'm excited for it. So, but lots to do, man. Lots and lots and lots to do.
The, the way I look at like any project that comes to me is I know how to do I know how to slap things together and make things look
Mhm.
cool with new stuff.
Mhm.
But if and when we need to go from,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
code
Yeah.
list functionality, the very code full functionality, that's when
Yeah.
would get other people involved.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. And it might be that. I mean, and that's another thing where,
that's my approach.
yeah, no, that totally makes
Okay, if
sense.
you just want something simple, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I did with Web3, it was like,
Yep.
will spatial work? No, I need something real. Okay, if you
Yeah.
need something real, that's Unity. That's not me. That's this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's part of it too, Mike. It's just sort of like connect because you're a super connector in your own right. So
You understand? Yeah,
yeah, part of this
I'm a better
too.
recruiter than I am web developer. Let's
Oh
say.
yeah, totally. Part of this really is also I just want Mark to kind of meet you because you know I told him that
Okay.
you and I have been sort of working on
Yeah.
you know inadvertently
Madness.
working on this syndicate thing for the last year, and it's really
Yeah.
had a lot of momentum to it, and he likes hearing about it. The other thing too is that I want to give, like I know the normal route to get that site made. Like I can probably use Michelle or I could probably use Xfirm, but part of me is like
Hmm.
I want to start testing the waters on the
Right.
capabilities of the syndicate, not only between
Hmm.
you know members that we know, but even members that we you know that we could take chances on. You know, just like I took a
Hmm.
chance on Anthony, and now he's like working for the competition now here in my own town. I didn't give you an update
That's
on
part
that.
of the
Yeah,
messiness. Yeah.
he kind of had a falling
Yeah.
out with my partner. He didn't. Part of the thing with he's a good guy, but he wasn't necessarily closing like my partner wanted. My partner wanted him to really, you know, start closing 10, 20, 15, 25, whatever deals you get, you know. Um, and Anthony just got sights on he's got sights on a diversity inclusion incubator VC fund, and he's making pretty good traction on it. So I get it. But finally going to try to meet him next week. You know, he's been here like a year and I haven't met him yet. That's classic
Yeah.
me, I think.
So you become a recruiter too, just for the competition,
I
inadvertently.
do in a
Okay.
lot of ways, yeah. It's funny. And
That's hilarious.
opportunities abound. You know,
But
it's
I mean,
funny, and I already know
it's a
that
good
I can
thing.
totally sell Christian. Like I've probably met maybe 20 people that would do Christian in a heartbeat in terms of the school. So I've been thinking about, you know, that's another thing to sort of talk about more. But yeah, man, just like, and what happened to Zach? Has he been out deployed or what?
Is Zach is committed to being off social media for the first 3 months of the year.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I've talked to him in the background. You know, he's still plugging forward with
Yeah.
Manish on whatchamacallit, Captain's Log.
Yeah. Oh wow.
All right, so I get updates here and there on it.
Cool.
But
That's good.
yeah, for me, yesterday was the big performance. So now it's like, okay, let's come. My friends call it coming up for air,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Like I was basically, compared to the previous months, I disappeared in January.
Yeah.
But in a lot of ways, everything I was doing last year created the opportunity that we're
Yeah.
experiencing now.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's good, man. No, I think everyone's been busy. I know I've been It's weird working at the office. Trying to make, I got to fix some. I don't know. Every time you get another piece of technology, it's like another scenario of breakage. Like, oh shit, here's another thing that can break. But one step at a time. But yeah, man, getting some cool momentum. I like it.
I'm just recovering. So I was up all night to prepare for the presentation, which was in the morning, and I slept in the afternoon, and then I slept again at night. So I woke up like about an hour ago. Have you cloned your voice yet, Web3?
No, not yet. I went back to beat my head up against the computer screen and
Oh, for the
chatty.
function.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't tried to use it in a long time. I wonder if it still works. Your previously unavailable conversation history has been restored. Well, thank you. Let's see. Does it still work? Here's what's new. Oh, they updated its math.
I wish that they would I wish they would list the computer language and scripts that it knows. That would be a nice resource.
Did you have anything in mind, or just in general?
I mean, I've been
I find it
experimenting
difficult.
with like Pine script is the trading algorithm script that TradingView uses. I think that ChatGTP will do a Pine script code. I'm not sure. The other one is I'm curious if it knows like just like 3JS is a pretty interesting 3D framework for Java. Um, uh, just thinking about I don't know. It extends my capability notions if it can do the language that I'm trying to look at. You know what I mean? Not all languages are obviously the same. Some languages are easier to play with than others. Processing is a really sort of fun image rendering kind of language. And the reason why I'm looking for this stuff is I'm looking to try to do two things. One is I'm trying to build animation tools in the animation workflow from AI. There's a lot of little things we kind of need, everything from export this video out frame by frame, or just all kinds of stuff, or assemble, two clips, custom scene detection for movies, so you can actually find, for example, I want to find semblance of action from Michael Bay, and for example, it would show me what action means by Michael Bay or others. Yeah, just because I'm trying to. Well, of course, here's the thing. Image to video stuff, I've been looking, or text to video stuff, I've been looking at more of those. And man, the animation capabilities are coming right around the corner. Probably be here in 90 days or less. And that literally, and then like everybody in America becomes an animation studio overnight, So, or at least the
Because I
people who are
told you
totally
that's
committed to it. And I've been working on making my own animation art styles in Runway ML and really loving the results.
basically CGI as a service at this point, right?
Yeah, no, it's totally gonna go. I mean, the crazy thing too is it's I don't know if it'll necessarily be CGI for a service for folks, but in terms of just expansive creativity by the general population, it's just everyone's gonna be able to do a Charlie Brown show at home. It's just gonna change things.
Mm,
I'm excited as
I
hell, man. I'm gonna like look out, man. I'm gonna do my Japanese animation films, and I had the team to dub them as well, so I'm feeling excited about being
mhm.
unstoppable. So I'm sort of getting excited about making more solutions for that space. I kind of came up with an animation technique that I want to try too, where you first build a tool that recognizes the action or recognizes what's happening in the context of the shot, and then you can pick an origin point for how the shot will change from one shot to another. Like, is there what's the focal dynamic that you're sort of working on here? Is this an explosion, like a nuke? A lot of the stuff I'm working on is basically Godzilla attacks the city. I'm trying to focus on a real simple narrative. Monster walks through the city, kills everybody, people survive, and loneliness, and blah blah blah. So when I stay like that, I'm like sort of building the end-to-end universe around it, and it's just it's dude, man. I mean, like it's funny, like December, I thought I was doing some cool stuff. Stuff I'm doing now is like 100 times better than what I was doing before. um, and it's more custom to me. That's the other thing too, is I'm making art styles that don't exist anywhere. They only exist in my head. And now you're seeing like, and it's not to say that, people can replicate it. Sure they can, but it's like you're not getting the same result everyone else is getting. You're getting the result that you've been really crafting and going for. So that's been really cool. Yeah. It's just game changer, man. Every freaking day it's like game changer, game changer. And
I asked ChatGPT to write Pine scripts to
yep,
compare the ROI of the fangs, and it started doing it.
yeah.
I've just never used TradingView that in depth.
Yeah,
I
I
wonder
haven't
how.
really either. It's funny, I've been in their beta, and then as they matured, it just kind of, you forget about startups, and then you come back 4 years later. Oh, wow. Huh. You guys are big. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious about other small, I don't know. I mean, like that, like the scripts like that. Pine script would be cool, and I'm sure there's other scripts to sort of build
Well,
screeners for it. And that'd be a
you
cool
know,
thing for Meta Baby too, because she's doing that paper trading.
you were talking about Google Earth. Earth has its own programming language too.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
see,
was
I
this
think
video.
I think I think finding out the
Mhm.
programming languages that JetGTP knows is cool because you don't have to think like a coder. You can think like a product person. So you can just sit
I,
down with your
I haven't
Jarvis and
seen.
say,
I
okay,
haven't seen anything. I haven't seen a language it doesn't know though. That's the thing.
yeah. I mean,
Like, is name a language, name something, and
well, I
I
mean,
can test it.
yeah. Well, 3JS is another one. 3JS. Um, But part of it, and processing is another one. Can you write a processing script that could show, a cube hovering or something like that? But still, knowing the list, like I'd love to say, hey, what languages can you script in? And of course, it's like, I can't program anything. Yeah, motherfucker, I know that, but you do. You know what I mean? It's being that kind of annoying robot. I can't save lives. But didn't you just save everyone in that burning building? Well, I moved him out. Okay, that's saving him. Oh, I didn't know that was saving. It's like it's being stupid on purpose to sort of limit my understanding of its capability a little bit.
You mean it's
Typical
not
God.
allowing you to create chaos?
Exactly. I don't want it to generate chaos and embrace me in it because I
But
think
your job is the chaos. Its job is the logic, right?
you
You're
know
the chaos.
I feel like it's a lot like your relationship with God. You would like to understand why this works and why that works. And a classic God won't tell you. You have to go and do it. So AI is modeled not around humanity, but around an all omnipotent God. Thank you, Skynet. No, I'm just kidding. Deep thoughts.
I found it able to code pretty good. If you have like a scenario, I know even like Web3 is trying to get the code, and it's giving him errors right now. A lot of the times, I think it's a better teacher or like exposer of code than anything. And be like, oh, I have to use that API? Huh, cool. I didn't even know that API existed. That kind of thing. And now I'm looking at the API docs.
I am curious, did they actually name it Skynet, or because I've heard that a couple of times, but I haven't actually seen it anywhere where it's actually named Skynet. I saw Sky something, Skybox or something. Is that what it was?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, names stand in for things, they don't stand for things.
This is true. But I mean, if they did. You'd think that that would be really kind of silly. What are they trying to do to start the next apocalypse?
No, that started 3 years ago.
This is true. Yeah. Yeah. Can't argue with that logic at all.
The apocalypse occurred when the machines took on a reasoning of their own.
When they became aware of self and enlightened.
Or maybe when they started influencing our conception of ourselves.
I just lost sound. Did something happen?
He backs away from his mic.
Oh, okay.
Like if AI convinced us that we weren't divine and we believed that to be true, maybe it's just another serpent. Da-na. Dan, you have to do the Terminators. Da-na.
Your mic went silent on us.
Remember
Sounds
that,
like you're
Dan
way away.
Right, it's a
There you
cool
go.
moment. Yeah, I hit the note.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cue the Terminator 2 music. Da-da, jump, bum, bum, jump.
What happened?
Everybody's focusing on something.
Oh.
I think we're having a moment of silence for our divinity.
I'm
I'm
fixing
sorry.
to quit
I
for the day. I'm
don't
tired.
mind.
I'm tired of this guy giving me the same answer. I vary the question, and it gives me. I've already gotten four variations of the function, and every one of them has issues with it. And it's like, can you not convert a simple Java function, which is 10, 15 lines, to Python? Yeah, so I'm gonna do it. I'll just recreate it.
I have a
I'll just recreate it.
I have a question for you guys
Mm.
because
Mhm.
I want to know it's an am I the asshole kind of a question.
What do you mean?
So the other day I was over at my mailbox getting mail, and I got there a tiny bit early. So I was just sitting in the parking lot, and I noticed that there were other customers coming up before the place opened. Well, the guy finally got there, and one of the women who was waiting, this is a little bit off color. Is that okay, Mike?
I enjoy it.
Okay. So
I'll tell you if I blush.
so there's this lady, and she's standing out in front next to her little Scion, and she sticks both hands down the front of her pants and starts digging for gold. And then proceeds to take her hands out of her pants. She does not use a wet wipe or anything, just walks casually into the store. Now, I have a particularly friendly relationship with my store owners. And so I texted one of the girls, and I was like, "Can you call him? Because if I go in there and I say something to him, she's going to hear me." And so she never responded back. So I finally went in there after the lady left, and I was like, "Dude, go wash your hands." But apparently that makes me the asshole. Am I really the asshole for doing that?
Is it okay to be an asshole sometimes, though?
Yes. I'm
You
perfectly
kind of
okay
like a,
with being
you
the
kind of like
asshole in that
a
situation, but am I the asshole?
I mean, it doesn't matter in the end, right? You just have you're a live action journalist,
I get,
right?
yeah.
When you blow the whistle, people are going to be upset.
I would want somebody to tell me. Like, I would want somebody to tell me. That's just what I'm saying. But okay.
No, it's you on point. You should have.
Okay.
And the thing is you could do it really in a polite way to embarrass the dickens out of them, which would be a more painful experience than doing an end run. But you can do an end run, go to the management, and let them do it, and see how it plays out. Normally I like to be a essay and say something about it.
Mm-hmm.
You noticed that when I hit you on your response when you hated on poor Elon and Twitter, and I had to get you to give me more detail. It wasn't enough. So that's
Oh,
my
well, no, absolutely.
that's
Because
my nice essay. So
I really feel like when it comes to stuff like that, people underestimate, they get mad because you said something like that. But the truth is that you're a developer. So you're knowing what the developers are wanting to know. And you were basically letting me know that what I gave was not enough. I wasn't offended at all because developers speak a different language from users. And, sometimes we need a little bit of help. People get pissed off when you try to help them, you know? And it's like, we're
yeah.
trying to help you get to the stuff that you want, you know?
And the other one I did today was a guy. He said breaking news. Hunter Biden biolab, blah, 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 but no URL and no discussion of a URL below. And all I did was say back to him, hey, breaking news, no proof attached to this. And it's like, that's simple way of saying, I should have been specific and said, do you have a URL that I can look at? Something I can chase the rabbit hole myself.
Mm-hmm.
And, so next thing I know, I'm getting responses from people that I didn't even know. And one lady took it the COVID route. One guy took it to the Epstein route. And I kept telling them, all I wanted was a URL. And finally one guy sent me a URL that I already had run across. So I said, we good. Thank you. That's all I wanted. I didn't want to get into this discussion about all these other things. I mean, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I'm gonna do it two more times. I'm gonna stop. Einstein would said you crazy, you know, keep doing something, get the same result. Two more times. I'm not crazy.
What are you talking about? Because you sound a little bit
I'm
crazy.
well, I am. I'm mad. Well, Chatty's been good on the Python, doing certain things and, giving some good feedback. Well, I got an existing app that I did and and I can't find an equal function that equals what the JavaScript does. So I'm trying to get the Java. I don't want to have to go through and break the JavaScript down and then port it over and do the functionality, the same thing and construct it myself. I'm trying to just get it to convert it. And I have done it in multitude of different ways. And I've gotten about four different answers, and each answer has problems with it. So I tell it the problem, and then it gives me it'll even rewrite the original to display something else, and it definitely don't work. So every time I've done that, it's like, okay, have I confused you forget everything I've told you. Here, let me refresh, let me relog in again, and start over. And it's like, I'm getting consistent results. And, so it's repeatable because it's giving me repeat code. And when I see it, I go, stop generation. Let's reword this and let's try another shot, so that's what I'm doing.
Hmm.
And yes, I can get a little crazy when I'm doing this stuff because I'm not able to drink any alcohol on the job. So
So what is the purpose of performing that experiment?
I'm I've got a bunch of different engineering uh, stuff that's in HTML
Mm-hmm.
and JavaScript, and I'm porting it over to make it an executable in Windows instead of using a Windows because it's proprietary and they don't want, it on a web browser out somewhere outside. So I'm trying to do it and, make it where it's a tool, a utility that you can use and you have just a little executable that you can run it. I've already done other things where, you you take a drawing number and you break it down, tells you
Mm-hmm.
plant, tells you unit, tells you type of drawing, gives you some feedback about the control systems and that kind of thing. So, and these are some others things that they do that, and it's just, I'm just trying to make it happen and I'm not being successful today. So,
Mm. Okay.
but that's okay. I'm gonna go home and I'll have a good dinner and a glass of wine and I'll chill and I'll play with it tomorrow. Just put it on the table and say, no more, can't take it.
Damn, they're gonna exchange organs for prison time? That's crazy.
Yeah, did you see that? Yeah, my
Wow.
response
Wait, what?
in
I guess they need,
Massachusetts. Yeah,
well, they need the organs for John Hopkins, right? How else are you gonna get it?
it's sick. I mean, it's
Watch out for Boston Tea Party, guys.
hey,
You
how
don't know
much do
what's
I get?
you don't know what's
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
appetizer.
yeah. How much do I get for a kidney? I get 3 years off my sentence.
Well, I mean, they talk about societal restitution being a part of the, you know, constraints for.
How many? And see, the thing is I'm thinking, how many parts of your body can you really give away and live without? So you can do a kidney, okay, maybe a lung.
Yeah,
Well, if you can't do well, you could do your heart if you get an artificial one. So it's like, that's a trade-off. So I mean, you go through the list. I mean, it's not like there's a whole lot that you can do without it affecting
What
your
part of
life.
the I saw something the other day, and I'm not sure if it was satire or not, but it was talking about the transmutation of humanity and transforming like half machine, half um human. So wouldn't that be part of it? And suddenly you have to get all these artificial organs installed.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, okay, I read this article, albeit it was on Twitter, so it very well could have been satirical, but it had a video attached and it was a very lengthy educational piece by somebody claiming to be a professor talking about the transmutation of humanity, changing into being able to, or being part machine, part human. So we're kind.
Oh yeah, no, that's real.
Oh, that's real.
If you look at, yeah, I mean, if you look at just the advent of artificial hearts and what they're able to do nowadays, if you have $1 billion, like you're gonna have certain, that 1%, if they want to, they're gonna be living to 150.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be able to grow you a liver. They just, sample your DNA. They'll grow you organs. They'll replace them too with artificial ones, and they'll be. It's crazy. It's incredible what humans are capable of, especially when you throw enough money at a problem. But I mean, it's certainly better. I'd prefer an artificial heart rather than the organ harvesting they do over in China. I don't know if you've seen anything on that. That's wild. They just abduct people over there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and a lot of the people that disappear in the United States are organ harvested too. So
See, and a lot of
Yeah,
people,
I don't know how much has I don't know how many investigations have shown that, but it's certainly a really strong theory. There's a lot of missing persons cases that are suspected to be just they happen to have a certain blood type and a healthy enough liver.
yeah, so I saw a guy who was discussing the data characteristics, and if you look at the missing persons and it's usually in a range where it's healthy individuals, and they don't they just disappear. So
Those people are pretty heartless to do that.
I mean, it was pretty funny. I kind of chuckled, but
y'all are just sunshine and roses today, aren't you?
yeah, I'm sorry for bringing it down. It's real. We'll be robots someday.
yeah,
Your
it's
grandkids
it's
will be running around
Well,
with
did you,
cybernetic
it's
I mean,
it's
implants.
it's Friday for me, so I'm ready to start.
but you shared the story
Doing
about
other
someone
things.
digging for gold.
I did.
Where's the
My
sunshine?
fault. I sent it on the downslide to hell.
Uh-huh.
It's my fault.
We are because you are, and vice versa. Ubuntu,
Exactly.
the source of your best source of Linux.
Okay, well, you guys, I am about to go and make something to eat. I will chat with you soon, hopefully.
You'll be safe.
Right. Bye.
We've got a hand up. Clown.com.
Hi. Yeah, that's me. Wait, I'm really struggling with my device. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say hi. I was just listening on the conversation.
Hey, how's it going?
I am exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm trying to finish writing my manuscript, but it's a very slow pace.
I sympathize with you.
Yeah. I'm never mixing biology with computer science.
I think the correct term these days is not manuscript, but person script. Just to clarify that.
It's a Pearson script.
It's a person script, yeah.
My mom. Like, is it like a... This is new for me. I thought it was just a dissertation.
Well, I don't know if you've been living under a rock, but it's 2023 now, so we don't say like manuscript or mankind, or it's either going to be humankind, personkind.
Oh,
You
wow.
got it? Try to keep up.
Thank you for making me laugh. I literally live under the rock next to my computer. I think I'm still stuck in 2022, probably. But yeah, that was a good one, Dan. Was it Dan? I can barely see it also. Very
So
interesting.
what are you writing about?
I'm writing on like identification of genes using computational methods. So I found like specific set of genes in like random genomes, well, not random, but selected genomes from a database. And then I use like computational tools or bioinformatics tools to like identify them and how they are distributed. And so I'm writing about that. But I have to write the biology part first and then explain their function and previous work that's been done about it, and then write about how I did it. And yeah, and also do other visuals like how they evolve, all those things.
Sounds very interesting. So are you, if just to recap, you're like querying a database that has all this genetic information in?
So I downloaded the genomes into a specific cluster, and then I analyze them. There's like specific methods that you follow to like analyze sequences, and then after that, then you can analyze that in like specific ways. And then once you've done that, then you can like extract specific genes that encode for specific products, and then analyze those using other computational methods. And then you can infer like evolution, yeah, from that.
And is it like human genomes? Is it, and there's some, I've just got some stupid questions here. Is it kind of like you've got multiple genomes that you're analyzing, or is it just one genome?
Multiple, from like different species of fungi.
Oh, fungi. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And the tool, you're using tools that are predefined, right? Like collabs or something along that lines.
It's just bioinformatics tools. Like, not sure which ones you're familiar with. So there's like the ones for quality checking the sequences, and then those ones give you like orthologous groups as well, which you can use to like create phylogenetic trees using single copy orthologs. Then you have the other tools like InterProScan, which you can use to like annotate protein sequences, and then also create a gene tree from there. What else? Oh, I also used OrthoFinder, which is also like a very intricate program, but it's quite interesting for sure. So yeah, but I use like, I think Ubuntu, is that what people call it, or Linux platform to do my analysis from a virtual server or cluster, whichever it is people call it nowadays, because I'm still living under a rock, according to Dan. Good job.
Sounds like fun.
I don't think so. It's been hectic.
So, what have you found so far in terms of the research?
So I found I found them in all my samples or data, whichever people know it as. But in all my samples, they all had the genes, and it's interesting how they grouped as well, because literature says that they group according to how they are chemically synthesized, which is hard to prove when you're working with just sequences and you don't have like the actual protein structures of what the gene forms or synthesizes. But at least there's literature that hints that they will probably evolve according to this. So if you find them and you try analyze them using phylogenetics, they will most likely form relationships with those that are chemically synthesized in a particular way. So that was pretty interesting because initially I was just like, why are they all grouping in random places? And then after some time, after reading literature, probably like 2 sentences mention that when you analyze them using phylogenomics, they'll just cluster according to how they're chemically synthesized, not necessarily how they are phylogenetically related, which is according to the sequences. But yeah, that's the fun part. So everything makes those genes, even humans actually. Can I say goodbye because it is way past my bedtime. It's actually Friday now in South Africa.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, and feel free to join in anytime.
Yep. Definitely interesting.
Yeah. It's very like weird when people like listen to me and I'm like, it's about this. And they're like, that's why you're always behind a computer.
Chiseling away, going, why is this doing this? Why is it saying that? Something's not right. So, yep, been there.
Yeah, but yeah.
Right. Have some good rest.
Thank you. I need it. Electricity is gonna go in like an hour and 20 minutes. Good night, guys.
I hope Venus wasn't upset when I told her. Sometimes I don't realize what I'm saying, or like,
Oh, you do. It just flows. It's just.
yeah, it's a bit. I'm like, how come this is happening to me all the time? I don't know. Maybe you're putting out that energy. Is that possible? Is that possible that you're not Jesus? Just throwing that out there.
That's the reason why I responded to what I had to. I mean, it's like, and and she came back with an eloquent, yeah, you're a developer, you probably won't know our information and all that. Well, I do. Whenever,
Oh, that's all right.
whenever you do, it's like, but just don't say you hate something. I mean, you holler at somebody and say you hate it. I'd prefer saying, here's a list of things. Yet, go through the list. And then when you get done, then people appreciate why you hate it. I mean, it's a mystery when you just say, I hate it, so
It
fill in the blank.
it reminded me of the because I saw that Twitter exchange with you and Venus. It reminded me of the Flight of the Conchords. I don't know if you've watched that TV show.
No.
There's like it's like these 2 Kiwis who try to make it in America, but it's kind of like as a sitcom type, but they have some songs because they're trying to be musicians, trying to make it.
Uh-huh.
And then they did like a rap one where one of them's like, "Be more constructive with your feedback." And it's like, I'll send it to you. I'll put it on the thing.
Okay.
But
I
it's
mean,
the same.
she's always been expressive in every space, but when I see, and it's like Michael, he puts cryptic ones out there sometimes, but there a lot of times I have to I refrain from saying anything because I don't know what rabbit hole I'm gonna get drug into if I answered or respond to this, you know. So anyway, yeah, I'll look at it. I quit for the day. I'm done. It's time to start drinking wine. So you enjoy that sitcom? Is it an Aussie sitcom or is it
Oh, it was like I think it was on HBO or something many years ago, and
no.
yeah, but it was a couple of Kiwis who they're in a band called Flight of the Concords. I don't think it's going anymore, but they kind of did like comedy songs. But I'll put I just sent out a tweet. I'll just share it to the top.
Okay. Yeah, it says 22 episodes, season 2. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Have a listen to that when you. It's pretty funny.
I may have come across them once. Look familiar. Okay. Yeah, I'll go back. I know where to find it now.
Sort of similar to how how Jack Black had that band and or whatever and did the comedy
Yeah.
sort of stuff. Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
similar to that sort of humor.
Similar to that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm done for the day. So what is it? Close all this stuff. It's gotta be late, early Saturday morning for you. or is it Saturday evening? I mean, Friday evening. Yeah, Friday evening for you. Dan.
No, it's about almost 12 o'clock on a what day is it? I think it's Friday. Friday,
Okay.
yep. When I work from home, I kind of lose track of time.
Yeah, that's what I do.
All the days sort of merge into one, you know?
Yeah, it's not the normal, when we worked from home for a while, it was just wake up and go, take a shower, put some home clothes on and go chill out and log in and do your thing. I wonder why it takes so long for iCloud to update on all your devices. There's something. Because I uploaded 2 today at 1 o'clock and they're still not showing up on my phone.
I've got an iPhone, but I've never really used iCloud, and I really need to watch a video on how to use it or something, because every now and then it's like I've just got this perpetual message on my settings saying your iCloud is almost full, and I don't know, I've just really got to sort it out.
Yeah, I get the service. I got the 2 terabytes and I've dumped
Is it
since
iCloud or they cloud?
oh
Like their cloud? I think
it's
might be.
yeah, it's on somebody else's server. Let's get fundamental.
Hmm.
Actually, it's on their NAS drives somewhere
Right.
in a big virtual server that has a multitude beyond my comprehension. So
I thought we were serverless. Or is that server full?
that when they say that, that's a different thing, but it's kind of like when I tell Crow, if they turn the electricity off, what are you going to do?
Is is serverless Airbnb for data? It's over here. Now they're over here
That
again. Now it's over
that's
here. We still have it,
yeah, it's just
right?
all over. It's all over the place. Yeah,
Nope. No, we have to quarantine this data. What?
it's like a blob. It's flowing in between. In and
Yeah.
out.
Is it a particle or a wave?
Oh no,
Is it on?
let's
Hold
not go
on.
that way.
So we have Schrodinger's data, like Schrodinger's server. Is the data on the server? I don't know. You have to look inside, and sometimes
Michael,
it
I let
isn't.
go of the rope. The anchor went down. Okay.
Yeah, Schrodinger's server, which oddly enough is holding what? Pictures of cats.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, that's could you imagine what is the really true percentage of critical, valuable data compared to what's all out there? You know what I mean?
Well, compared to what's being scrubbed,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
We're in the air. It's crazy. And you never thought with the advent of the printing press, you'd have the deletion of knowledge eventually.
Well, look at the Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, right. That got burned down. I did a presentation this week where I asked the class where Euclid did all his math, the Greek father of geometry. And
Yeah, that's a good question.
it's Alexandria in Egypt.
Yeah.
It's the geography. I remember learning about like the geography of religion, like you see with conquerings, people like change their religion, and now it's like we have this historical geography of ideas.
Mm-hmm. That's honestly maybe the best argument against religion is just looking at the history and the geography of it. And I don't
It's
know. For a
illuminating,
long
that's for
time,
sure. It puts things into perspective.
and so many people, like deeply religious people, don't know their own history of the religion that they hold so dearly. And it's like, if you did, would you feel the same way about
Yeah, I've been. I should have never read Zechariah Sitchin.
it?
And now it just like you just stare. You know, Whitehead said that philosophy begins and ends in wonder, and that's how I feel with all of the information I've gotten. I thought I would get to the point where I read enough to be like, okay, this is what my conception is, and now it's just I can't possibly know.
Yeah, that's really the first step is the acceptance of you can't possibly know.
Unless you go on Twitter Spaces, in which case you'll find people very certain of the past, present, and future.
And that's why I'm in this specific space. I seriously, I
Futuristic
can't
fan
stand it.
fiction. Yeah, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I tried to join some other spaces, and every time I kept joining, it was just about like it was just futuristic fan fiction, and I couldn't shake it. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, this is kind of like the pregame show for real life. Like it's
Yeah,
this
basically.
Sunday, Amazon versus Google. Let's check in with fucking whoever's in charge of those companies, and now we're gonna do stories about how the developer grew up as a child and he worked on his first Commodore 64, and now you know what I mean? Like it's just like a football game.
And yeah, and the leaderboard is your bank account. Who's the
Or
billionaire of the week this time? And oh, who got fined for what? And yeah, they're keeping score.
but like I mean, a lot of people watch the pregame show, right? It humanizes the players. It gives you a narrative. You know, Norm Macdonald had that joke about like, Janice. This woman
Yeah,
is
yeah.
killed, right? Janice, who the hell is Janice? Now I care about Janice, and I want to know what's going on with her, and what's the latest with Janice, you know?
And I've never been able to get into the pregame show. If I want to get invested, I have two teams I follow, and
Yeah.
it's purely from growing up there. If I want to get into a game and those two teams aren't playing, it's money. There's got to be money on the line. $5
Yeah.
minimum bet.
Well,
Then I'm
that's
invested. Holy.
well, it's a community of gamblers looking at the race, like a very elaborate horse race. And I was like, oh, I wonder what's happening with this jockey. Well, this jockey, oh no, he's cheating on his wife. Huh? Does that make him a better jockey or worse one? Well, let's look at the statistics. Of all the divorcee jockeys out there, they've been winning about 30% of the time. Well, what about if they're in, you know, cold weather? It's like creating narratives about how the roulette wheel is going to spin.
I was watching Seinfeld the other night, and it was an episode where Kramer was betting on horses, and the big line they kept coming back to was his mother was a mutter and his father was a mutter. That horse can run and flop, and that's exactly what it is. It's everyone down having everything down to a certainty. They know the outcome before it happens, or at least they feel like they do. And it's just
Not far from where I live, like within walking distance, there's some shops, and they have a place where people can go and bet on the horses. And usually the people in there kind of look a bit older, you know, um, potentially down on their luck. And then another place, like a town not far from where I am, that was where they basically raise all the horses, and they have like these really flash looking like farms and horse stables. It's like, it kind of reminds me of like, I don't know, the whole NFT scene, really. Or, almost like there's people at the bottom of the heap buying the NFTs, and then I guess there's people creating them, milking the system really from these gullible people.
Do they sell beer there?
No, they don't. But the funny thing is, there's got like on one side, the shop is partitioned into two. So there's two doors. And on one door, you can bet on the horses. And if you go through the other door, you can buy alcohol to take away, basically. So it's kind of like the vice area where you've got your drinking and your gambling.
Yeah, because I know some of the Louisiana places, you go in and you got the horse racing on one side and all the, once they added that, you could bet on sports and all those different things. And then on the other side, they usually have the slot machines, and the big casinos have all the table games and that kind of stuff. And usually there's always alcohol involved. So
Oh shit! Because there's alcohol involved on Twitter Spaces too. Wait a minute. Oh shit! You're not hearing opinions. You're hearing fucking barley as an opinion. What are you?
Well, and everyone's bragging about being high, and I think they're smoking meth, not weed.
So that makes sense then, because what we're doing is you're listening to high talk combined with technology. Yo, bro, imagine if they fucking combined this API with this API. Yo,
Yep.
bro, that'd be sick. That'd be so sick.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me get it out.
Fuck you guys, it's medicinal.
Yo, this is the sativa, bro.
Yeah, those the only people I have respect for are the ones who actually have the medical cards and have had it for 20 years.
Yeah, the only thing with the wife has chronic pain, and that was one thing that we looked into here in Arkansas because they have medical. And the only thing she told them pretty much when they said they have to give up her guns, she looked at him and said, I'll just suffer. Y'all kiss my butt." And so it's
Yeah, that's criminal.
yeah.
That's incredible. You can be blackout drunk and have your guns in a safe. That's
Yeah.
fine, but you take one toke and all of a sudden the state wants them.
You're evil. That's right. You're evil. And all she wanted was gummy CBDs that takes the edge off of her joint pain and the stuff. So
Yeah, you can do that now without a license, thankfully. 2018 Farm Bill. So just go to a head shop and they got CBD, but make sure it's lab tested and you can read the results.
Yeah.
See, CBD is something else.
Yeah.
CBD is I always cry when I have CBD. Anyone else? I don't know
You
what
cry.
it is.
It makes you sentimental and like
Yeah.
Cry.
oh wow.
Like weepy eyed or just like bawling like
In between. Right? It makes me value humans very like the people in my life. It makes me hyper value them. Let's put it that way.
wait, are you talking about DMT or CBD?
CBD.
I think you're getting Delta 8 confused with CBD. If you're doing a bunch of Delta 8 edibles, you're gonna have an ego death experience.
Like I've
like
had
really high dose though.
Yeah, we're in Canada, right? So they legalized a bunch of the stuff. Like they have delivery service that will drive mushrooms to your doorstep.
Oh shit! Good for you guys.
Yeah. I'm not
Oh
lying.
my gosh.
Yeah, just right to your doorstep. You don't have to get up.
Yeah.
It's like Uber Eats.
Oh, life
I
is gone.
remember hearing on the radio a while ago they were interviewing some researcher from a local university, and then she'd been looking to basically like marijuana and the research into pain relief. And because I always thought, oh yeah, I've heard so many stories that takes away people's pain, but then apparently the research on it isn't very solid.
Well, I mean, the research not being solid is a theme of the fourth industrial revolution.
Correct.
Look behind who funded the research and see if it's a pharmaceutical. Yeah.
How dare you?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Look, pharmaceutical companies have replaced our religion. Okay, that's the new religion, and you will bow down.
That's the reason why I moved to the woods.
But like on an evolutionary scale, doesn't that kind of make sense? Maybe we should be hypervaluing the pharmaceutical integration of our environment to our biomechanical operation. Something.
You're saying that
God, what was?
That
Oh,
was a
sorry, God.
mouthful there.
Yeah, English, please.
So we have to evolve, and part of that evolution is incorporating our environment. The drugs that we make from our environment that we ingest and evolve with, kind of natural.
Have you ever looked at all the stuff that the Chinese have and all the little home remedies and
Oh, yeah.
and then you look at the old school stuff that the Europeans brought to the U.S. and that kind of thing.
But I
There's
think
all kinds of good useful things in the environment, but
well,
you use them.
Casey's more of a fan of a more directed evolution. You know,
Okay.
like if he knows the
So, who can
future,
write
then
me
he
a
can
script for a
prepare the
fentanyl
human.
patch?
Is that the study of eugenics? I think that's what it's called.
It's not eugenics if we have the right God.
It's not eugenics as long as we don't all turn into Nazis.
Heaven forbid.
I'm just saying, a guy I know told me the thing about going into a fight with a knife when the other person's got a gun because you refuse to use guns. I'm just saying.
You talk about mutually assured vaccination.
Oh fuck! How many jabs did you get?
Sorry, what was that? HP?
Oh, I was just asking how many jabs did you guys get? I ended up getting 2 and then skipped out on the boosters.
One. They didn't go back.
None. None.
Three.
Come on, Ruckus.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Ruckus.
center left now? You left all of a
No,
sudden?
I was reading. What was the question?
How
We
many
were just
shots to
I
the
was
face
just
did you take?
Shots to the face.
Or to the arm, sorry, my
I
bad.
mean, the vaccine. Oh, I had 2. 1. Well, the initial one, right?
1?
No, you 2.
You didn't get
2.
boosted? Oh, you got
You
2,
get
okay.
the 1, and then you have to go back and get the other one. But I'm going to tell you, I hate needles, so I wasn't very all in with the vaccine because I can't stand needles.
When is your third one scheduled?
I'm not getting No, that's it. I'm done.
What?
No, I did.
What
I
did
took
you
a hit for the team. I got the first one. The the first round, the first 2.
I still got my friggin' vaccination card in a safe deposit box, just in case if I ever need a job and they're gonna ask me about that.
We only need the 1, right?
Why did you say take a hit for the team?
Oh, I didn't because I mean I felt like I had to come off the bench. So I hate needles, right?
Sorry to interrupt, but Raucus, you're rugging for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I can hear him actually.
Yeah,
I
it
can hear
must
him
be you,
really
Dan.
well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's you, Dan. Sorry.
Sorry, Dan.
I think they're blocking the
All right.
vaccine misinformation
Phone sucks.
Yeah, that's the
from reaching it.
That's the Kiwi connection. Yep.
No,
It's all
I
green.
mean I just
Oh, that's another. Hold on. A kiwi is brown on the outside and green on the inside?
it is.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey,
Interesting.
you know
And
what? There's a guy, Mike, that you're gonna like. His name is PK,
Hmm.
and he trades, right? And he sounds. Everyone thinks he's black, but he's white. You'd never know unless he told you that.
Oh, kind of like Hall and Oates?
Yeah, I get, I guess,
Uh,
but
I thought Hall and Oates was black when I first heard
you
that.
did?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
No, 100%.
You,
When you hear that bass line, you don't think of a white guy, do you?
well, I don't.
you got
You
a
think
point
that?
there.
I'm just saying.
Well, who's like a celebrity that sounds black but it's white? Or
I mean, AOC is Latin and she sounds black the last time I saw her. You saw her do her Martin Luther King
love
speech?
her,
Huh.
love her.
Um,
She's hot.
KC had fit in a lot of bars in the
Mm-hmm.
Delta.
Mm-hmm. Casey has a good trick.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't you decide to take the boosters though?
I
That
don't.
is that not also taking it for the team,
No,
or is that less
I
for the
took it
team?
for the team. I
No.
didn't want the boosters. I hate needles, man. That's the honest truth. I have needle anxiety, so
Funny
just
thing
weird.
is, I
Okay.
didn't have any side effects from the vaccine, so that's why I sort of kept taking it because I said, well, I seem to be okay, and I still haven't had COVID, so it's kind of worked out.
You haven't?
No, and everyone else in my family has had COVID, and some of them have been vaccinated, and some people had it pretty bad.
Or you
But
could have
yeah,
had it and not been not known, right? Like,
true. Yeah,
yeah, unless you test it like every day for it, just silly. But
yeah.
because some people are just like asymptomatic.
I'm of two.
I swear, like exactly a month before it hit the news in the U.S. and people actually talked about it, it wiped out our entire office. Like it was the worst flu any of us ever had. People were out for like 10 days. It was ridiculous. And then like 3 weeks later, it's all over the news. Oh, COVID this, COVID that. And we're like, we just had that shit.
Dude, I 100% agree. I had same with our office, and I had to go to the doctor, my hospital, like the hospital, the doctor. I was, and I hate the hospital and the doctor, and I had to go, and I was like, I can't breathe, and they were just basically like, walk it off. This is like in November of 19, and just wiped the entire office out. We just thought it could have been because no one they weren't testing for it then, but dude, same.
Well, and that's the thing that killed me. I don't know how much attention. I'm sure you guys pay a lot of attention to, but there was all the news reports in China for like 2.5 months before it hit the U.S. Like everyone knew it was coming. I don't know why our response was so slow, and I kind of assume it's because they want to manipulate the situation to the greatest extent possible. But like, there were warning signs. It was pretty obvious that shit was going down.
Yeah, I don't think we could. I don't think I personally didn't wrap my brain around it. Um, to your point, we had the hand sanitizer stations everywhere, and it was kind of annoying. But I don't think, as a society, or I'll say personally, I couldn't wrap my brain around a pandemic. Like it's unfathomable to think that something was going to shut the world down, and I think we just took it very lightly. I did.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Do you think, Raucus, you'll get the updated booster?
Hell no. I don't want to. I'll just say that.
Why
I
not?
don't.
What do you mean? Hell no.
Okay, hold on. I'll take that back. If it came in a pill form, sure. But I don't.
Oh, okay,
I hate
okay.
needles. I just can't. I don't like anything in my body being injected into my body. So that's that.
But if you get COVID, you
I
might
just,
have to have lots of needles, like you end up in hospital, they'll have to take the blood and test you for this and that.
That and so a little personal. I was 2021. I was like in my yard digging up a tree, and I collapsed. I like fell and I couldn't breathe. So I went to the hospital, went to the doctor, and of course, when I was like, I can't breathe, it just like went into ER mode. Gave me the real test up my nose and all that crap, and they were like, "We're gonna have to admit you." I was like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, we don't know what's wrong with you." Um, so I spent the night in the hospital. I had IVs, to your point. I mean, I had like 2 IVs and shit, and they were like, um, you don't have COVID, but do you want it? Do you want the shot? And that's how I got the shot, because I'm like, well, fuck, I got all these, this shit in my arm. So, but I had complications to COVID. So the complications that are running around that are associated with COVID, that's what I had. But I didn't have the virus at the time in my body. So I could have had it like in the fall or been asymptomatic or whatever. They don't know. But I did develop a symptom that is associated with having COVID, the virus. And that was that. Sorry to get personal.
Was it no? Was it glossal taste and smell or erectile dysfunction?
No, it was blood clots.
Oh man, that's rough. I'm
No,
sorry,
it's
man.
cool. I mean, it was cool. It's treatable. So it was, um, like I said, they didn't. It's fine. I'm fine now. I can breathe, and if I was in my lungs. But yeah, they were like, this. We can't say it's from, like you can get it from having the virus, not just the vaccine. So they, yeah, they
Yep.
couldn't tell me, and I was like, fine, but because I didn't test positive. But there was a spike in relation, and I was like, okay, whatever, and very respectful. I mean, I'm very happy that I made it. It could have been different.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, yeah, man, digging up a tree in my yard, and I was like, and I was like whacking and whacking, and it's like that was it, and I was like, told my wife,
Really?
yeah, man, I was like, I'm in good shape, and I was just like, I'm just gonna go to eat.
How how long? So, what was the sequence of events? How long? Like, did you get vaccinated, or like, how did it
Oh,
work?
so I was in the hospital, and he was like, "You don't have, COVID. We tested you. Do you want to get the vaccine?" And I was like, "Yeah, might as well," because I got all these needles in my arm, all these IVs, rather. I had an IV, and I was like, "Yeah, go ahead, I'll take it," because my wife got it, and I was like, and then at the time, people weren't getting it, and it was like pissing me off because I was believing in the herd, and the herd. What is that? The herd.
Herd
Yeah, herd
immunity.
immunity. So I was like, I was waiting for everyone else to get it. That way I wouldn't have to get it. And people weren't getting it. And I was like, fart, just, he's like, you want it? I was like, yep, just go ahead. And, um,
So,
go ahead.
hold on, just to get your timeline correct. So you collapsed in the backyard, and that was when you went to the hospital. That was because of the blood
It
clot,
was because,
and then
yeah, go ahead.
when you're at the hospital, then they offered you a vaccine, and you took the vaccine at that time.
Correct. Yeah, I couldn't breathe. And I was just like, and I was whacking at this root, getting this tree up. And it was hot. It was like 80 degrees, and it was like August. And, I was like, man, I need to go. I thought I was dehydrated. And because I still go to the gym, so I just went to the hospital, and they were like, jumped into saving mode. I really appreciate them, and they was like, you're gonna spend the night in the hospital, and I was like, I hate the hospital. So the next morning, he was like, you want to get the vaccine? And I was like, yeah, might as well.
It's a tough one because there's no way to prove whether it was
Yeah.
what caused that blood
Yep.
clot but there has definitely been an increase in people getting blood clots. And then, of course, a lot of people saying it's from the vaccine. Some people saying it's more likely from COVID because we're still having COVID waves.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
So in your
and
case, it wasn't a vaccine, right? Because you hadn't been vaccinated before the collapse, right?
I wasn't vaccinated before the collapse, but again, I'll be careful. It's just an unknown, but there was a spike in blood clots. Like blood clots was the number one. It just spiked. Like, people getting blood clots, even that weren't vaccinated. So,
look, my father, who's elderly, this was all before COVID was even a pandemic, and he got they call it like a mini stroke. It's like a TIA. Luckily, within like 24 hours, he was back to normal and he could speak normally and all his functions were back. But he put it down to that he wasn't drinking much water towards the end of the day. Like he would stop drinking water at like 3 o'clock. I'm like, well, why were you doing that? He's like, oh, because I didn't want to. I was getting up to go to the toilet in the night like a couple of times. It's like, well, don't worry about that. Just like drink more water. Um, so definitely like if you get dehydrated, your blood gets thicker and that puts you at more risk of a blood
it
clot.
does.
So if you're doing lots of heavy physical work in the backyard, that alone could be the reason.
I didn't know that. And I'm not a water drinker. Like I'm a juice drinker. Like I hate water.
No, you should drink water.
Yeah, I do now. Like last year, I started drinking water, but I wasn't a water drinker. I just drink a lot of juice, which is not as healthy, I guess. But I didn't know that about the water.
You mean like what's your juice of choice? Like the purple stuff? Like what do you
Like I drink a lot of Crystal Light, like flavor, and I'll drink cranberry juice. I'll drink like natural juice, like
Right.
Snapple.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I drink that, but I really like my wife and daughter drink bottled water like it's like Pepsi. Like they drink. We go through 24 cases of water a week.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice that we do that
Do
too.
you?
Yeah, the wifey likes the carbonated bubblies,
Yeah.
right? As in like a substitute to Coke.
Yes. Do you drink a lot of water?
I should drink more, but we have the bottles of water that I kind of just have all around the house now. I just have a bunch of like unfinished bottles around the house. And wherever I am in the house, I'll be like, oh, okay, we're drinking from this one today.
It's funny because like we can always
I'm
tell.
not the only one.
You can always tell who's been drinking water because mine's is like there's like 2 inches of water in the bottle. My daughter's like there's a half, so we always know who's been drinking the water.
See, the problem is I like had to do without a laptop because I spilled a bottle of water on the Mac laptop. So trying to learn my lesson.
No water zone.
Yeah, no water zone. The health and safety guy over here.
Web, you drink water?
Oh yeah, and I also do colorization analysis of my pee. So
That's a bit much. I'm not there yet, but not to say that I won't.
I mean, it's
Well, they do it in Brazil.
They do. I mean, it's normal. I've done it with my boys because they all were in sports, and we'd sit there and argue who was dehydrated or not, and then sometimes we'd bet and have to go pee, and we go look and you
Hold on,
flush. Okay,
you had a pissing contest with your sons?
literal pissing contest.
I mean, I look at the stream when I'm peeing, just to get an idea, but I don't. It's too dark. Then But how much water do you drink a day, Webb?
Do we have to use the word dark?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. It's
What
Black
about
History Month.
colorful? Yeah, sorry. Like, come on, you get 1 month, guys.
three to 4.
Sorry, you get 1 month.
Yeah.
They don't have Brown History Month yet. What do you think? Think it'd be a good idea? We can celebrate all the Indian CEOs.
You got freckles. Get in here. Come on, bring it in.
There we go. Irish History Month.
Yeah. I drink normally, at least four 16-ounce bottles, 5 sometimes.
That's about what I drink in the morning.
I drink 6 to 8 liters of water a day, and I piss clear constantly. And it scares me, but I feel like I'm underhydrated if I'm not drinking water all day.
You drink coffee?
I drink, yeah.
Okay.
So I drink water, tea, and coffee, but like the majority of it's water.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't overdo it. That's a combination of, coffee and other juices and a little bit of wine, that kind
What
of
juice
thing.
do you drink? Well, if you drink juice.
Orange juice, cranberry, grapefruit every once in a
Yeah,
while.
that 3 a.m. juice is delicious. It's just
Dude, that cold cranberry juice in the middle of the night? Come on, who's better than you? Yeah, cranberry juice gets another deviation of cold that you can't get with water.
See, I'll only drink cranberry juice if there's vodka in it.
I had to give up the white liquors. They affected me in the wrong way. So,
Do we have to say the white liquors? What about clear? Thanks.
okay, I'm sorry. The clear liquors, okay.
I'm working on being more Gen Z. How's it going, guys?
You're doing really good.
they're so annoying.
What can
We
you?
don't have we don't have Gen Z in here, do we? We talk.
I'm trying to be the
Oh,
new Gen
they're
Z
so
voice for the
They're so
group.
annoying.
I'm 29. Does that make me Gen Z? Because I don't even
No,
fucking
you're
know.
young millennial. You're younger. 25 is a cutoff. I think 26 is the youngest millennial. Then 25 down is Gen Z. Dan, what were you going to say?
Oh, I've forgotten. Oh, that's right. You know how we can use, instead of saying white, we can say clear, but what do we use instead of saying dark? I'm just trying to think of a substitute for dark.
Without
Colorful?
color. Without color.
Saturated?
Saturated. Okay, yep. Cool. Got it.
Yes. See, we can all do our little parts to conform your language towards mine. I'm Gen Z, everyone.
Someone who's very progressive, who I know, and then he was telling me about his friend had been doing like some research at the university, like a sociology, I don't know, study or something. And it was like there's certain terms that become stigmatized, and then they're like, oh, well, we need to think of a new term now. So, like, they gave an example of, they used to use the word retarded, and then that became stigmatized. And then you had new terms that got used, like special needs. And now we're reaching a point where special needs becomes stigmatized in everyday language. So they have to think of something new. So it's like, does this just keep going on like this? Do we run out of words, or what happens in the very end?
Well, we can always find more words. That's a beauty.
That's the old George Carlin bit about shell shock and PTSD, and yeah, it's nothing new. It's pretty wild. It's just constantly evolving language, and it feels, the older you get, it feels like there's less room to wiggle in, but they keep coming up with new terms. Never gonna run out.
My wife, whenever someone older says Oriental, just
Yeah, that's a wild one to run across in the wild.
Yeah.
Like it'll happen.
Well, I mean, Oriental at one point in time would be like a respectful thing to say, but now it's become there. Maybe it's become. I don't even know. I always thought it was, but has it become a stigmatized term now?
I think in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, it was commonly like a common parlance for a racist term. Like the Oriental bastards across the street, living across the street. It'd be like that.
So you reckon it's always been stigmatized? I always heard of
No, I
people
think
sort
I
of
think
use
there
it
was
in
an
a.
era. I think there was an era in which it was used in pejoratively, but I don't think throughout the entirety of history it's been a pejorative term.
Okay. So it might sort of swing from one to the other, like.
And I'm sure
maybe-
it's definitely geographical. Like it just in certain parts of the United States, it was a pejorative. Other parts, it was common parlance. You go over to Australia, I don't know how they would have used it there.
In Australia, everyone's just referred to as a cunt.
Yeah, and that's perfect. That's the way I like it. It's nice and clear cut. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. Your mother's a cunt. Your father's a cunt.
Nice.
With new words, we can pretend that we're having new conversations.
Exactly. Pretend.
Well, it's hard to encapsulate all ideas in words anymore. So what you have to do is just explain things further, or just intuitively know what another person's saying.
Words don't stand for things, they stand in for things. Like we used to think that adopting the ITIL nomenclature for IT service management would finally solve all IT debates. Turns out, no, we just would disagree over what something should be called, even though we had the same nomenclature. And now we're on ITIL version 4. And one might argue that 2 was enough.
I have 2 cell phones. I have an Android and an iPhone, and then like they do weird things. And then I have a PC. It's like good to branch out because you get like different catered services, and then you get like a really giant team behind you, and you can just kind of like rule the world.
The future is interoperable.
If we're lucky.
For a small pittance. Yeah, that'd be copyright.
Yeah, pound of flesh.
Yes. I think they took more than a pound, actually, in exchange.
I think they still have their meat hooks in us.
Yeah, I think it's they have like distributed IV at this point.
This is all a dream, and you're talking to yourself, and you're actually in a coma. You got in a car wreck, and I don't know how to tell you this. Does that mess with your head at all? That never happened, but it makes you think.
It would be messed up if I woke up. You know what I mean? That'd be messed.
Mr. Beast made 1,000 people see, so maybe Jesus could make people see, so maybe you can make people see. Make people see again.
Or maybe Mr. Beast is Jesus reincarnate doing capitalism miracles.
No, he's more. Nah, he's somebody. He's big. I hear. He's like what, 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah. If anyone were in a position to potentially like recreate YouTube, that guy is it. With that guy's following.
How many freaking subscribers does he have? Is he like 100 million now or something?
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know that he would work with companies to help fund the experiments. So 100 people made to see by insert company. It's interesting because like there's all these viral videos of like people giving money to the homeless, and I think everyone's noticed it and be like, look, if we can, it's like the ultimate form of content marketing is to make the blind see, as far as we know. Maybe on the next episode of Mr. Beast, where he converts water to wine.
It would be soda. I don't think he doesn't drink, does he? I've never seen him do like a adult
Yeah.
video.
He's sponsored by SodaStream.
We need David Blaine for that one.
David Blaine sticking needles through his hands since 1998.
They should have just tested the vaccine on David Blaine, because if he survived, well, no, that wouldn't tell us much, right? Because he survived most things.
Yeah, that
I
would
haven't
just
seen it in a
mean it
while.
doesn't kill David Blaine.
Yeah. David Blaine is like the modern Chuck Norris in a way.
No, but he Chuck Norris, he has a reputation, and he got forgotten for a while though, because Bruce Lee got forgotten. So like, there's no good fighters anymore. We had like Jet Li and Jackie Chan. Who else was pretty cool?
We lost JCVD, but I always liked him. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Right. He was pretty good too.
Yeah, I grew up watching Bloodsport. That was the craziest shit ever.
I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with Blade, or like video games. I'm sorry, but they just got squashed, and there's things to talk about that. But like, I like entertainment. I need entertainment to keep busy, and I need work. I have a job, so I mean, I'm a affluent person kind of. So not affluent, but what's the word?
You're above most of the heathens, I think.
Comfortable.
Yeah, you have money
Comfortable.
left over at the end of the month.
I do not have money left over. I'm flat broke right now. I just asked the government for $20 million, and I'm worried about it because I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I literally asked. I was saying that like people were taking from me, and I was like, dude, I need to recoup some of this, and I want to start a business or do something, and I need help, and none of that happened. So here I am talking to you on Twitter.
Oh yeah, we're the guys with $20 million. Just send your application our way.
All right, what's the syndicate? That sounds promising.
Yeah, that could
Yeah.
work. You gotta
Yeah,
talk to those folks.
Yeah, send it to KC. That's
So
his department.
we are the
Secretary of State.
gatekeepers. We're the
We do need-
gatekeepers.
We do need a secretary, right? Keep everything straight.
I need a friendly AI robot phone thing, kind of like they have in Destiny 2, which is a pretty dope game. I'm not gonna lie. It was thought provoking and everything. If you haven't played it, check it out. It's pretty much free on Steam or Epic Games if you have a PC.
I need Nurse Place Pizza. You guys have fun.
Be safe.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up?
What else is there?
That's a known.
Go outside.
I was outside. It's freaking cold.
What's cold? Do you guys
Be
have
outside.
50, 60? Like, what's the
It's
temperature?
relative.
It's 30, 32 right now.
Ooh, that's cold. That's cold.
What is that
It
in
is,
Canadian?
but it's above freezing, so the roads don't ice, which is kind of suspect of the Matrix kind of having favor in humans. So, you got to point out that sometimes.
It just worries me when I drive down the road and I see, 20 utility trucks staged. So they usually hang around somewhere close to where there's going to be problems. And also this morning when I woke up, I had a notification that the electricity was off. And I woke up and looked at it and we had electricity. It's like, this notification didn't work right. And I drove by the trucks coming in. It was dark and it was just one leg. It wasn't the whole leg. We're on a tail end into the, out into the county. So
I'm still not sure where you are, but you don't need to put it in a recorded Twitter space.
I'm in Arkansas
Well,
and
I'm
on
that part I
planet
got.
Earth.
You
Okay,
decide if
I'm in my
are
car
you
right
to the
now.
left or the right if I'm
Yeah.
looking at a picture of the state, the east or the west.
I'm on the I'm on the Mississippi River side,
So I had you on the west side in my head.
east.
My bad. I think you've told me before,
Arkansas
but like I forgot.
Mississippi side. What are you talking about? That's Mississippi and Alabama, right?
It's a
No,
long
it's
river.
it's a river. It's a
It's
river.
pretty
It divides. Yeah, that's the continent. It's kind of like, to me, it's the divide of the U.S. So,
that and the Mason-Dixon line cut it in half. Half.
ooh, we won't go there.
And then there's California and Texas. Those are kind of standalone anymore.
I would agree with that ish. Hey Mike, but what else is there?
That's a known unknown.
Stop saying that.
Michael's under the health light and taking it easy because his pressure's off of him, and he's just reeking and basking in his glow. So
Yeah, I woke up a few hours ago.
he's back on his own train. So,
Do they have a chat GPT for invoicing? That'd be great.
oh, that would be great.
Man, I have to do like 4 invoices right now, and it's like I'm babying myself into it by writing down the things. So this is invoice number this, and this is who I'm going to do it to. And sometimes the simplest procedural things take me the longest to do. I don't know why.
Yeah, I hate paperwork, taxes, and supplying stuff to the accountant, and he asks more questions, and it's like, why? Why do I have to go dig that out? So
Yes.
I just what I do is I've made a habit over the years. When he starts asking for a lot of detail, I take him the bag or the box. Everything's just thrown in there. You know. I recorded.
You sound like a robot.
Sorry, Whippy, you're cutting out there for a bit.
Yeah, it was cutting out for me too. Sorry, I was just trying to give feedback.
I thought it was my phone actually.
No,
I always assume it's mine.
Yeah, I'm on the road. It's going through a light zone.
We can do it again.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't knock that. I've driven and been on Twitter Spaces before, but be safe, buddy. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Normally, if I've talked on it going east about 2 hours, and there's a couple of places, and it's best to listen and not try to talk. So,
I'm sitting in my car with a vape pen, and I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm listening to music and talking to nice people. That's not much. That's a pretty interesting start for what I wanted compared to what I get. Because like what my phone feeds me for my notifications and all that is completely whack. Like I just promoted a tweet for $10. My last $10, I got 10,000 views for one tweet, and it was like a sketchy one. So I don't know what to do about that. Wish me luck.
I'm resisting co-host. I just want to let everyone know that I've been resisting it for a while here.
How dare you?
oh please,
I'm not.
Dan, you
I'm
got to
not
do
prepared.
it.
The
It's
minute
not
I
the
accepted,
same.
that
You got to
motherfucker just
go.
leaves. He's like, "God, I'm going to the mall," and then he'll leave, and then I got to support y'all. And to be honest, this conversation is making me think Titanic needs to be on the bottom of the fucking ocean. This is boring as fuck. What else are we going to talk about? Let's talk about the Chinese balloon that's hanging out over Montana. Should we just shoot that motherfucker down? No. You should keep it there and use it as fucking leverage. But no, the Republican deep state wants us to go to war with China. At least, I don't know. Maybe.
No, it's China. It's not
China.
China.
Problem with
Hey,
China.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, China's like an old country. America's like 200 years old, 300 years old. I don't know. What do you want? They've had
Yeah,
Silk
no, I get
Roads
it.
for like 2,000 years. They're productive people, but they do fuck with people. So I don't know what you want. I'm not gonna
No, I
like
mean, I think it's
swear allegiance to them, but I'm not gonna knock them too much.
yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I don't know. I mean, it's there's three things that can be happening. Either A, the balloon and the navigation system is not working, right? Number one. Number two is that it's a legit thing, in which case it probably needs to be legit concern. Three, it's a false flag maneuver. Oh yeah. Why? You know what? Let's take your mind off of this story and put it on the balloon. Could be.
Dang, I don't have my
And then the
tinfoil on,
last
Dan.
one is that's where Hillary's laptop is actually hovering over Montana. And that's because Montana has the most blue sky and they're studying blue sky. I don't know.
And that's where the dinosaurs are.
Could be. Could be where the dinosaurs are. I mean, there's all kinds of bad things going on in this world. It could be there.
Dude, there's bad everywhere in this world. I live in a small city, and there's like I fear there's like torture chambers somewhere. I'm like, what do you know? What
Well,
do you
you
want?
know there is. Well, here's a great thing about every city in America. Number one, you got probably what 20 or 30 safe houses, right? Which means you've got probably convicted people in your area and they're in a safe house. Movies teach us that. Second, we got so much human trafficking going on. I heard a terrible story this morning about a gal that got trafficked when she was 7 and basically lived a life of trafficked. In other words, she got trafficked from like state to state and different capacities of jobs and things and was sort of kind of Stockholm syndrome at the end almost. Like she tried to get help. Like people tried to help her, but they didn't realize that the human trafficking network is actually more advanced than like the network came after her after she got settled in. It was like a cult. It came back for her. You know what I mean? It's just a crazy shit going on out there. Gotta watch each other, you know. I have
There's
a
also
niece. I have a
there's
niece that's been picked off 3 times now at the mall in Dayton. Guys come up to her and she's a tiny girl. She's like, I don't know, 4'11" and 25 years old. You know what I mean? And anyway, but it's kind of scary. People,
what's her number?
huh?
What's her
What's her
number?
phone number? I could give it to you, but I
No,
probably
I'm
won't.
joking.
Yeah, that should be a joke, man. It's my fucking niece, dude. What the hell? But I
I'm
understand.
25. I'm like
No,
30.
I get it. I know. Actually, her husband's 45. He's actually pretty close to 50. I don't know. This is the rural part of Ohio, kind of like Paul's area town. You know, like everyone around Paul is like 50 and married to 18-year-olds and stuff. It's just the way they live.
There's Amish country down there, so it's kind of like Mennonite people, right? It's kind of there's some
Yeah.
I worked in Columbus for a while. That was a fun job.
Good stuff.
It's a good city. Busy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm resisting co-host. Mostly, again, this is sort of a thankless ask that So You does. He's really just trying to bait me. You know what I mean? I'm not falling
How are
for
we
it. I'm
going to
not falling for
solve
the
the
bait.
world's problems if you're not co-hosting?
I think that I just think other people. I think like Ruckus is. It's a long time. Has he even ever hosted a space? I mean, this lazy ass motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Not
I'll
doing it.
second that nomination.
It's
Not
like
doing it.
plausible deniability as a service.
Not doing it.
You're afraid? Oh, normally it's 40 to 22 in this area. So. Did everybody leave?
No one ever talks anymore in these rooms. Everyone waits for the one-liner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Rich right now, she's just hanging out and waiting for that right window to basically ask us all for investment. And I'm telling you right now, I'm still kind of on the fence. But when now she's gone, so she just got bored of this place, returned into Paul. She may be Paul. I don't know.
I don't know what happened there. Rich just decided to gender swap on us.
To be honest with you, though, Dan, I don't think you and Ewich would be a good fit.
No, I know we wouldn't. That's the thing. We would totally not be a good fit. But it's still like. But here's the thing. There's a part of me that's like, okay, you're right. We're probably not a good fit. However, time is important. So I'd want to know where she is now and then check again in 6 months because I'm still not feeling the momentum. But then again, maybe it's happening.
What is a good fit for Dan? Like 1950s housewife, or what are you looking for?
I love that. I mean, actually, a 50s housewife is perfect for me. A little mid-century modern action.
Sounds like a new prompt.
It does. It's
It's funny. I was in a meeting today, and one of the gals on the team, she was like, "I don't know if I really want to take this job with this, this person coming in." I was like, "Well, what's the deal? What's going on? Job's a job, check is a check, let's take a check." I'm like, "Why not?" And she's like, "Because her husband um, is like abusive, and she doesn't like that guy, so she doesn't want to almost be close to that scene at all." And I kind of get that. It was interesting but she's like, but since you're involved in, that's good. He can like send his like rage toward you. And I was like, yeah, that's great. Take me to a party and like throw me in a room with a ruckus. Like, what the fuck am I going to do there? You know what I mean? That's some messy stuff. I'm not saying that ruckus is sort of the model person for someone that might not get along with everybody else. Although I think he can play the part. I think he can play the part of sort of the informed mentor who's sort of here to help. Yet at the same time says things like, your name over and over and over. Like, Dan, I couldn't help us. Dan, did you notice this, Dan? Dan, did you think about this? Because like Ruckus does that in a really good condescending way. Have you ever noticed that, Mike? Like how condescending like Ruckus can be?
Yeah, he answers the phone with just saying your name.
I don't. I'm not
I
trying.
don't really get that, but I like it.
Like, when you call somebody and they go, Dan, that's it. That's the whole hello. There's no hi or hello. There's just your name.
I can see that. That's part of that. I mean, remember, he's a pacifist, right? He's a Cincinnati pacifist, and we're not talking about some of the preferences on coupling and everything. It's just different down there. I don't know how it works. It's a Cincinnati thing where it's like reach arounds. Well, it's like a Brazilian reach around. Have you ever had a Brazilian reach around? Oh my god, it's amazing. And they do that in Cincinnati. It's different.
How dare you?
It's SIN. Yeah.
I'm supposed to lean into this. I know what you're doing. We just talked about this. I'm supposed to lean into this, right? But I'm
Are you
not.
leaning into the gaslighting? Is that what
I'm trying, but
Your
it's not
Honor, you
working.
don't understand. I was leaning in. That'll be 10 years, Ruckus. What? I was leaning in. And they
That's
take
really
you,
funny
right?
you say that because that was like one of the first lines in the meeting this morning. Someone was like, "Let me lean into this." So it's so hilarious to hear you say, "I need to lean into this." I kind of want to say, "Guys, let me stumble into this." Uh,
Easy there, Cheryl Sand.
And
Let me
I
be
gotta go to.
slightly adjacent here.
I gotta go to Target. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
But I thought you were going to be co-host with Dan
No,
in Deserters.
no.
That's what it is.
no,
You're
Ruckus.
hosting Deserters.
You know what Ruckus is gonna do? He's got to go to the gym, guys. I love to hang out with you and all, but I need to go burn some calories at the gym and look at myself in the mirror and go, "Yeah."
Tonight is Target. Target run.
It's a Target, right?
Target run. Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
Target tonight.
I'm done.
This is going to Target to buy free weights.
I think you should pick up some Starburst when you're there or something yummy. Get some candy and take a picture of it. Put it on Twitter. You know what I mean? Good for you.
Hey, how many people does it say are in this space right now?
I don't know. It's like what 8? But there could be
Yeah.
people listening in the background. See, like Alaskoshi, he's definitely listening in the background on the browser, curious about it, ready to come in and pounce at any moment. Mike, I know you're curious, and everybody I'm sure wants to know as well. The DoorDash of the day
Yes.
is we're getting tacos. So we're getting Mexican style tacos.
So, sorry, who were the finalists
Who
before
the
you
final? Yeah,
selected?
who were the final? The finalists were Potbelly, Five Guys, and I don't know El Taco A. And I kind of wanted something green on the plate. I wanted some colors on the plate, so I kind of opted out of the burger and fries, although the chocolate malt would be great. And then I opted out of the sub sandwich and yummy oatmeal cookie because, again, I don't know. I just want to add more color in my life, you know.
Oh, invoices. Okay. Slowly.
Hey, that's
but
the greatest time of the day when you can invoice. Jesus, man. I mean,
Hate it.
that's pre-champagne celebration. That's good stuff, man.
I gotta do them more. I'm doing like invoices fucking weeks late.
Dan,
Yeah,
is your middle name billable hours?
yeah.
Interesting. Could I create my own Google form that I could put things
Yep.
into,
Yep.
right? And
Yeah.
then if I just put it into it, it creates the
Yep.
whatever Google Doc of the invoice.
Yeah.
Because what I'm doing is like the invoice is like, okay, so who am I? I'm this person. All right, that's good. Yeah, you saw that person? Okay, great. Okay, who's the client? Okay, they're this person. Is that all the information you need for them? Yeah, they only want the one line. Okay, what invoice number is this? Ah, fuck. You know what I mean? That's like the first,
Mm-hmm.
right?
You know,
Like,
and then you want like an option like, do you want ChatGPT to add a whimsical limerick at the end?
yeah, yeah. ChatGPT says that you should start adding terms of payment and interest charges. You know what I mean? Shit like that. You
Yeah,
know?
it's sort of
Have you,
like
have
you
you
want
thought about a
ChatGPT.
late charge for this invoice? Oh, good idea, ChatGPT.
Yeah, and you want ChatGPT to only bring that on when the client's ready to pay for it. Like you don't do it to a new client, but after a client has been with you for a while, it starts inching them up, because you're doing more. We always deliver more with clients. We don't get paid for all of it. I'm actually funny this time around. This is the newest thing for me. Is like I'm not being the CEO. No, I mean I'm gonna have creative control and I'm gonna get the stuff I want in terms of like how the company goes. And yeah, I'm a principal founder, all that kind of stuff. However, I'm not going to be the CEO. And my partner Mark, who's more of the, he's kind of the neutral guy. He's not the Captain Energy like me, right? So he's going to be the bad cop. He's actually much better at it than I am in terms of being totally bad. I'm always like, oh, we'll just figure out something. You know what I mean? And then I'm starving, right? So it's kind of nice. But this Chinese balloon over Montana, what could
What's
that
that about?
I don't know. It's a Chinese balloon over Montana, and the current debate is to shoot it down or find out things. I don't know. It's kind of has a lot of false flag notions to it, but I mean, it could be a legit thing. So, false flag, for those of you who don't know, although I'm sure most people do here, is sort of a distraction game. You do a distraction event or an event that seems like a
Is that when a flag falls down?
no,
Oh no,
it's kind
that's
of like
false flag.
you blow up
Yeah.
a building or you sort of execute a certain amount of strategy in order to either deflect media or shift media or direct attention or
Like the Bachelor season finale or every episode of American Idol ever.
right. Mm-hmm. Oh, I like the one too. There's another term out there called the fire sale. That's kind of interesting. Where like something happens and basically you're divvying up across multiple folks and stuff. I love the fact that I'm on two speakers. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's like a stereo effect. You know what I mean? Like God gives America. Did I hear that? No, it stops. Dang. But God can give you America if only you want God.
So what was a fire sale?
A fire sale is like a term, and it's kind of when you are doing a false flag maneuver, and at the same time, you're sort of like you're and you're communicating that all hell's breaking loose, and it's like come and I don't know. They did it in the movie once. I forget what movie it was.
Just manipulating markets essentially to push the narrative.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but
Creating a false impetus.
right.
It sounded cooler to tell the echo.
Here's a guy saying something kind of profound on Twitter. He's saying, "I'm a firm believer that Twitter needs more female voices on the platform." I mean, that's an obvious thing, right? I don't know. It's weird to call it out. I think it's because it's coming out from a guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
How many likes does that have? 1 billion?
I used to have friends that used to take women's studies course because they said, "Damn, there's no guys here. I can go here to pick up women." And that was 20 years ago, so I can't imagine how it is now.
Right.
Hey, have you seen the chicks in women's studies? Fucking hot, dude. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, man. I'm gonna get a specialist in this. I'm like, get out. I'm like, what do you do? I just sit and listen and agree. Really? Yeah.
How are those invoices coming along?
I have 4 invoices to make, and I realized after the first one I needed clarification on all 4. So I'm now sending a message to the person, being like, "Hey, I think I just need to clarify because you don't want to make 4 invoices and then have to make 4 changes, right? Because then, oh man, then it's gonna scar me for invoice life, right?"
I think you just earned the master procrastinator badge.
That's what it is. So I'm just getting clarification on that so I can make all of them at the same time. But most of all, after this, it's time to start publishing. Have you guys ever released something on Amazon or Audible?
I have not. I've looked into it a little bit just out of curiosity, but I have not.
Because I figure, having the ISBN number is the closest you can get to copywriting what you've written. Is that true? Right? More or less. ISBN is the ISRC of text.
I mean, I would consider that to be so. I don't know enough though, to be honest. I feel like if you have an ISBN number though, you went legit.
You're right. It feels, that's the closest you're going to get to the U.S. Patent Office of text. Not to say that it's worth prosecuting any infringement,
Yeah, you're not the next Harry Potter.
Because even now, everyone copies Stephen Covey's 7 Habits and calls it their own book, right? Even notice that in the past 15 years, everybody's rewriting Covey.
Yeah, it's just it comes down to whoever has the best cover.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I've been seeing the effect that Amazon highlighting has on a book. Have you seen that? It's a really interesting system.
I use Amazon maybe once a year. I don't have Prime. I've had 5 Amazon orders in the last 4 years.
I use Audible more than anything else.
I drove semi truck for a bit, and I was spending like $120 a month on Audible.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what I used to do too.
I discovered podcasts, and I was like, "Fuck, it's the same thing but free."
I have a habit of buying audiobooks and then I run out of time. Like it's funny, last month I went on a spree and bought like 12, and I'm like,
Well,
shit, I gotta like catch up and listen to these. Uh, yeah, but you're right. There's so much stuff to listen to these days, content. And I just realized it today. I was driving home from the office, and I was listening to this guy make it. It was good. He was making a case for journaling. He was talking to people about trading stocks and stuff. And he basically learned trading and journaled all his trades for 6 months and kind of refined his learnings around it, which I thought was really awesome. And then he come up with the system. And so, the talk wasn't necessarily about stock trading. It was about him using this journaling technique, which is just simple. Just journal, talk about it, do your research about what you've done. And I realized driving home, because I've been recording audio journals since 2006. And there's like just a ton of them, and I've been wondering, like, what do I do with all that stuff? And then I just realized, wait a minute, I can summarize those to text and then put all that into almost like a chat GTP learn model and ask my former self, like, what are some lessons learned or whatever, and it would pull out
What am I
all.
doing for dinner tonight?
No, I
Basically.
mean, it's not so much that. It's more,
No, I know. I'm
yeah,
fucking
based
around.
on
I
based on
agree,
your
though.
past how would you handle some of these things or whatnot. I just think it's fascinating, and I've been faced with sort of like, a ton of these files. I'm like, how do I, go through them all? So I just realized that today, and I was like, well, damn, that's smart. I can help them. So it's cool.
Good for you, though.
Yeah.
Did that stem from your work, or was it just like one day you woke up and you decided you're going to be disciplined enough going forward to record a daily
No,
journal, or?
it was just my commute at the time. I had like this 45-minute commute that I was doing every day. And I just started, you know, journaling, so almost like a podcast to myself. And then I was doing a lot of startup events or pitching events where I'd go in and basically I would, that you would see 20, or 10 pitch up startups pitch, and I would do my own analysis on each one, just as two things I would do at events that no one did. And it drove me crazy. Is one, no one would tweet about these things, so I would go in there and I would basically tweet about it just so you could, one, get the event out, and plus people could, download the distilled thoughts better. But the audio is it's a lot more entertaining. And of course, there's a lot. The other thing that's in all that audio is my journey through complete and total burnout. Right. So I went from, a payroll of 10K to a payroll of, probably 350 a month. And that was stressful to meet every month. That's what got me out of the business. A lot of things got me out of it. That got me out of it, and just,
350 a month?
yeah, 350 grand a month.
That's not easy.
No, no, it's extremely stressful. I mean, it's down now. I mean, it kind of ebbs and flows, but at the time, that was a big chunk of cash, and like, it's stupidly stressful. And what sucks is that you can't even get into a creative space to think about how to address it because you're on fire. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like
Yeah.
a person's on fire and you're like, okay, now let's just sit down and try to talk about this. But at the end of the conversation, your partner's Ash, right? He can't let me. So it's like, just so the audio journals they catch all that, right? They catch me all the conversations I had when we would go to the strip club and we would talk to founders. All those conversations are like in there, which is hilarious. Because you go to the bar, you go to the strip club, and you see half of the company there. And everyone was just kind of like, we close the deal, we celebrate, and then next day, everyone's heads down, coding and stressful, and I don't know. It's just, I think I didn't want to grow so fast. I didn't want to grow beyond what we could actually handle, and my partner was kind of obsessed with growth. So,
Have you seen those videos from the Twitch founder I've been posting from his TikTok, where he talks about this is how I blew through $75 million after founding Twitch? I'm like, yo.
That's that
He's
Jason.
very honest about it.
Probably Jason Lee. I mean, he's the one that came up with a bunch of stuff before Twitch. He was doing a bunch of video platforms, and then he was kind of notorious because he came out of Y Combinator, and he was one of the first
Mhm.
guys to sort of play around with. He's just doing vlogging before it really ever took off. Really, yeah, man. We were talking today with some friends about doing an event where everyone just comes in, and instead your name tag, you have to just list how you got fucked over. So it's like fucked over basically like fucked over happy hour. And the idea is just get everyone sort of, this. It's not your name that matters. It's sort of like how you got fucked over. So like, yeah, I got fucked over in a startup. Oh yeah, let's talk about it. Or, my owner
Yeah, you're
fucked
just
me
cutting
over.
to the chase, skipping the introductions, and
Yeah,
here's what happened. I like it.
exactly. We're all laughing about it. It's funny when you get started people around like, yeah, that's cool. Or like, I wanted to do like fail fest, where it's like the only way to get into the event is you have to like list your failure. You're like, I failed at this. Okay, yeah, come on in. Stupid things like that.
No, that's not stupid at all. You gotta give yourself some credit on that one. Mm. What's the what's a good movie I haven't seen? And I assumed I've seen a few of them.
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Or is it? Or is it not? Or is it? Probably not. We can only keep, what, 5 to 7 objects in working memory? Oh man, I'm going to look forward to completing this course. So even if it's $20 a month, verify that you are human, okay? It's still working, at least for me. Or maybe it wants me to start making some prompts before it throws up the paywall to get me invested. How many prompts before I start having to use the paid version of ChatGPT? There's no set number of prompts that requires a paid version of ChatGPT. Are you sure? I heard there's a 20-month plan. Yes, you are correct. Hmm. All right.
Where'd Dan fuck off to? That guy can talk for hours.
And I was having a discussion with someone on Twitter, and he was talking about how the quality of everything we have is directly attributable to the quality of leaders we have. And I asked him, that assumes that there's like zero connection between the chosen leader and the population itself that makes the choosing.
Yeah.
And you can't separate one from the other. And we also can't say through historical fan fiction that if only we had Trotsky instead of Stalin, that everything would have been fine in Russia. Like, I find that that's kind of the feel that,
Okay.
right? That, okay, bad things happen because bad leader. That's why we need good leader. But how do we know that leadership choices aren't made by a population that's experiencing something?
Yeah, I'm just pushing for the leaderless society at the end of the day. I think the leader thing's kind of a little played out. I mean, it's fucking current year. Let's try something new.
Well, because I would assume that we're always going to have leaders. And so the only quote unquote leaderless system is a system where we have multiple leaders that are in a frictional relationship with each other that sometimes cooperate and sometimes compete.
Yeah, but is the assumption that we're always going to have leaders a bad assumption?
Because everything gets broken down by responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed, right? The idea is that at the end of the day, you want someone to be the decision maker, someone to be accountable. Because if you have distributed accountability, then nobody feels ownership.
It's easier if there's someone to be responsible. You know what I mean? If you have the responsible leader, it makes things easier on everybody. It defers that burden of responsibility. But if we could live in a perfect world where everyone takes accountability and responsibility for their own actions, isn't that what we should shoot for? I understand it's real idealistic. It's real utopian because you're talking about a world where everyone's perfectly informed, and that's a different conversation. But
Yeah, I've been reading. I was reading Zechariah Sitchin, and he said that there was a distinction drawn in ancient times of individual fates and the overall destinies of a civilization. That the destiny of a civilization might be what it is, but that individuals could live out lives within that movement that involved personal choice.
yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I mean, historically, that appears to be the case, right?
It's funny, I read this guy Compton, first year sociology, and I think I only took like a handful of sociology courses, but he said that there was this idea that civilizations go from worshiping everything in nature to going to having a pantheon of gods to moving to monotheism. So you have nature worship, polytheism, monotheism, and then he saw, the advent of science being something else, because you replace God as a reason for things for science to explain the reason of things. And so the overall idea was that society is perhaps inexorably moving towards a certain state. And if it wasn't Elon Musk, it would have been Delon Dusk or Celon Susk.
Okay, yeah, I'm following.
Right. So, for example, like you can look at the trend towards electrification. And so if that's how the civilization is evolving, then if it wasn't for Elon Musk, it would have been someone else, because that's where things are moving.
But do you think we're going to reach a point? I mean, I'm not saying this is idealistic, right? So let's say over the next 20, 30 years, changes in attitude really shift. People learn to put down their phones. People learn to, pick up books. People learn to start taking charge of their own self and their own circumstance, and you know what I mean, personal responsibility really starts to factor in. Do you think we could have a society that didn't predicate so much on leadership, on following the leader,
It's tough because our interactions are occurring in a environment where we're physically apart. And so I'm wondering if the lack of togetherness makes us more likely to vote for a single individual.
Okay. No, I appreciate that perspective.
The idea that the technology is changing the way that we interact with each other more than we realize.
The individual's a unifying point.
It's like, is it free choice if you're picking off a McDonald's menu?
That's what I'm saying though, is fuck the menu. Go grow your own fucking vegetables. Cook dinner for yourself. Don't get a job to earn the money to go buy McDonald's for dinner. It's a wide world out there with a lot of options. I could hang this phone up right now and do a million different things.
I remember Ruben said, "Welcome to the internet. Dozens of websites await you."
I like that.
Best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, things are definitely simpler at a point in time.
I saw a manager saying that because his new employees were so used to apps, they were having trouble finding the downloads on their desktop. Like the move to mobile has been like, I think, right? So people aren't interacting with the internet, they're interacting with applications.
And my biggest, not a concern, but my biggest curiosity is what that's going to look like for industrialization in third world countries that all they have is phones. So, India, for example.
I was looking at that today because of IPv6.
Yeah. I saw that article you posted.
Yeah.
Or that video.
So, dude, I'm like, okay, so you're saying that the 32-bit IP numbers are about to run out? And hold on, India is a big proponent of IPv6 because they believe it gives them more internet sovereignty? I don't know enough about technology to comment, but I was just watching the lecture between the folks. They seem pretty convinced.
Well, just look at their freaking population, and I think it's upwards of 50% now of them have phones. So there's definitely a wave coming from their direction. It's just a matter of how much of it's going to be caught up by the English speaking world.
Well, the way that they were talking, they believe that moving to IPv6 would give them more sovereignty over their information infrastructure. So I was like,
They're probably not wrong. And that's what I hope for them, is sovereignty. I hope they don't get, because they've been caught up and bogged down in the old world for forever.
I think they learned their lesson from the 50s.
I hope they did.
I hope they did.
I trust they did, and I hope they did, and I think it's going to show. Dan's back. Dan, come talk our ears off.
It's. I was watching Craig Wright do a talk, and he was talking about Bitcoin and IPv6 world, and he was doing it to at a university in India, and he was saying, like, you guys are like perfect for this. I'm like, hmm. And then I saw that lecture, and I'm like, okay, I don't understand enough about it, but on the base case that there aren't enough IP addresses uh, provided by 32 float numbers, I can see the argument that that space might run out.
Well, it is a finite number,
Mm-hmm.
and we are an exponentially growing population, especially when it comes to devices.
Quantum IP addresses.
Yeah, correct. Sorry.
It's coming.
But it's like Schrodinger's IP address. You don't know if the data is there. You don't know if the cat picture is at that location at any one time.
Well, where are they on the front of recycling IP addresses? I mean,
I wonder.
you can spoof an IP address. Can you recycle them?
Nope, they're assigned.
Well, that's the IMIE. That's like device specific, but IP addresses aren't. Are they completely just device specific?
I guess there's a. Can you add ports to IP addresses such that, like, depending on who comes in, they experience a different version?
Say
How
that
there's
again,
like,
Michael.
is it possible to create different ports using the same? You know what I mean? So an IP
Yeah, on the
address
PC,
represents.
you got 65,000,
Mm-hmm.
a little minus that 64,000 some change, and then there are a certain number that are allocated for standard functionality that within the thousand range and below, and then above that there are groups that are allocated for corporate use, and
But
then there, it, and that's just based on the PC, on a device, be it a cloud device, be it a virtual instance in Azure running services. It'll have ports and accessibility and that kind of thing. So I'll shut up.
No, that's good. Thank you.
And it's like with the IP addresses, because they're assigned to the providers of the service, which is just a server that has been allotted a certain number of IP addresses. And then all these other DNS servers, they populate based on that. And then within that ecosystem, they're allocated to users. And with the IP6, it goes well beyond that. It goes into every device in your house that's
yeah, because
touching the
we have the
internet.
sensor economy, right? That's the
Yes.
demand,
And that's
right?
the
You don't have
next.
people, you have sensors.
Yep, and that's the reason why they had to transition to be able to do the Internet of Things. And like with India, it's with them being able to control all the devices, all the things, it'll be no different than what China's doing now, and what the US does covertly, you know. And it's just securing all those devices because it's like software. If you can test it, and all of a sudden some 0 day comes through because of the operating system and your software, and then you got an exposure, and it's a quagmire soup, and it's going to be interesting 10, 20 years. It's going to be so much different, it's not going to be recognizable, I think. So it's like, Michael, I use Little Snitch, and Little Snitch tells me, you think your computer, "Oh, I'm not touching too many things," but if you realized, um, so I loaded a little program on my Mac called Little Stitches, and it tells me I had to teach it what I allowed so that I could see new things when they pop up and temporarily allow it to have access. And it's amazing how many connections you have going depending on how many browser tabs you have open, how many applications you got running. You know, you're looking at Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, you know, you got all connections on those. It adds up pretty quick. It's a lot. Dang, I do it every time. I put everybody to sleep. Even Dan, that's bad.
No, you had me Googling. I used to torrent a lot of shit when I was a kid, and I had all this software. I was fucking around on the dark web too, and I lost so much of that just knowledge base, but it was a lot of fun.
Oh, it's
I
like
used to,
searching for a needle in a haystack, and you know, the dark web. I run sessions to go search for things, you know, that are in sketchy places, so that I could get software, and I have to make sure it's not, you know, infected. So I run virtual sessions, sandboxed, and
yeah,
if I do something, it blows it up. I just close it, open up another one, and start over. You know, that kind
I
of
was
thing.
just on iBlocklist's old website, if you know that one. And I was trying to figure out what piece of software ran the lists against because it's similar to you said Stitches. Is that what you use on Mac?
Yeah, that's what I'm using on Mac. And they're
Pure
supposed to be
Block. I
coming.
think I think I was using Pure Block, and then for the dark web stuff, I was using I put Tails OS on a USB stick and threw that in a laptop that I bought from a garage sale.
Yeah,
Dude, I was getting into all kinds of trouble. I definitely ran across some stuff I did not want to see a couple of times,
yeah,
but
and
that was
it's
fun.
crazy. It's a crazy world, and I don't, you know, I don't wander that way, but I've got like some of the hackers that I've listened to. You know, I have systems that I maintain, and I want to make sure they're okay, and I've set it up good enough that the normal guy can't chisel in, and you know, that kind of thing. So I have tools that I'll I'll tell the people at the company is, you know, hey, I'm fixing to start doing some penetration testing. And, you know, so if your internet runs slow, don't be calling me, okay? And, you know, I sit there and bomb the router, bomb the open ports on the server, you know, and try to, you know, and then I go back and I look on the server side what kind of feedback I'm getting and that kind of thing. So it's like, you know, it's a pain in the butt, but it'd be nice to have an AI tool that would, and I know Ahmed, his system operates based on file application changes and manipulation and that kind of thing, and it develops a pattern. He uses AI to develop a pattern of usage, and that's, you know, that's one of the identifiers of uncharacteristic file activity and user and location of the device and all that stuff. And you start looking at those, and he's got, you know, he's got his stuff. It's really good listening to him talk about it. And, but that's one direction to go because it's the least overhead. You know, like most of these tools look at every file that's a executable or a system file. It can get fooled, and
Yeah,
then, you know, and then you got your other stuff that, you know, that do like runs below level in a sandbox that kind of like little stitches, you know, and they run in the background and they have white lists, and you
yep,
know, but none of them
You
really
have to call it
use.
whitelist.
I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Okay.
they do.
And because it just doesn't sound right, the clear list. I mean, it just doesn't sound right. But
Like
anyway,
clear Pepsi.
yeah, that's exactly. That's good
Fucking
drink that.
Pepsi Crystal.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, it just those are the things, you know, you just it's a rabbit hole getting into that world, and you know, they
The
just
guy said that IP whatever we had now, IPv4,
Yeah.
had
Yeah,
inherent
IPv4.
security flaws.
IPv4 is what essentially everything you use is based on.
Hmm.
IPv6 is the next generation that never got implemented. If I'm not talking out of my ass here.
No, it runs parallel on a lot of stuff because you don't see it, you don't know what's going on because the operating system still primarily use the
Oh,
IPv4.
it's an OS thing
And if
too.
you, yeah, and if you run like an IP config slash all,
Hmm.
you'll see if your machine's been allocated a IPv6
Interesting.
number. So,
So I remember when I was torrenting back in the day, I used to block that all IPv6 stuff so
yep,
that I didn't have any IP leaks,
yep,
and
that's
and
what,
it worked fine.
yeah, that's what I do on some of this stuff. I close the door and then I limit the IP addresses of the users like remoting in. If they remote in, they have to use a VPN. If it's local access, like within the surrounding area, I can get the IP subsets for the major providers in the area, like
And then those
AT&T.
just get thrown on a clear
Yeah.
list.
Yep. Allow the access based on those because the likelihood of them VPN in or tunneling in from that subset, you know, because like the one company, everybody uses the same ISP. So I could
So
limit it to within that ISP because
here's
that's
one
how they'll
for you.
connect. Yeah.
Not that there's any VPNs worth trusting nowadays, but you gotta throw your money at one and you don't want logs. Who are you going with?
Yeah. Right now I've used Tiger Shark and ExpressVPN, and those are the two. And then company wise, I use Forte.
Oh, okay. And is Forte just a commercial VPN?
Yeah. Yeah. As for I can log into the company, and that's what they use. So.
Huh. I've always felt, well, not that I've wanted to, but I've always felt I should have went to school for that stuff.
Yeah.
I
Well,
probably could have picked it up.
yeah, it's not, I mean, they make it convoluted, but it's really not that convoluted. Yeah. And thing is most of, I asked Chatty, uh, to give me to explain several things on the configuring of a server in certain areas. And it was like, oh, this is refreshing. It knows what it's talking about. You know, so, but today it didn't know how to convert that damn JavaScript function to a Python function. I gave up on it. So, and I won't complain anymore. I'll stop.
What?
So,
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask you, everyone's talking about ChatGPT and how they use it
yeah.
and stuff. I don't even know where to start. Is it a web app?
No, it's you just if you go on your browser, go to chat.openai.com and
Yeah, I remember I was drunk and I was sitting on their website one night. And I was
yeah.
gonna figure it out and I didn't.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. And I have an API with OpenAI, so I have a paid account. So I use that side sometimes, depending on how that the chat the chatty is because its access will fluctuate because of the demand on it. Not that it can't handle it; it's the web service side can't handle it, and you get so much usage that there's times you get blocked out. So you know,
Even with the paid account.
on the pay account, no, I just go inside. If I can't get into it on the regular, excuse me, on the chat, OpenAI, I go into the OpenAI, I log into it, and then I work on some of the inside stuff that they've got. They got playgrounds that you can go
Hmm,
in and play on. So,
that's so cool.
oh, I'm not. I'm the low end guy on this whole totem pole. These guys are
No, I
doing.
know,
They're
but
doing. They're doing. They're doing all this. Creative artwork, AI generated
yeah,
audio. Create. I mean, it's like there's just a litany. and it's like I don't have enough time in the day.
Have you seen those AI generated infinite zoom portraits yet?
Yeah. Do what? Hold on just a second. Do what? 7 eggs. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. My wife was reporting on our egg production for today.
That's what I like to hear. I was asking if you've seen those AI generated infinite zoom portraits yet.
Probably I've seen a lot. I took that picture I have right here is a picture of me at a younger age, and it went through an AI. So
Oh, nice.
that's what I did on my real account. This is my alt account. On my real account, I have a AI generated picture that's similar. So
I was gonna say your profile picture is definitely a little uncanny valley.
oh, did oh, excuse me.
You're rugging a bit.
Yeah, I was just telling the wife about the outage notification we got this morning. I was getting up before I got up. It was about 5:30, and I was looking at the phone about 5-10 minutes to 6, and I see there's a text. And I said, "Where's this text from?" And I go, oh, "Dang, the power's out!" And I look up, and the fans are going, the clock's on. I mean, power's not out. So I checked the outage map. Outage map showed the whole area out because we're on the tail end of the leg, and a limb will fall across something, and the whole daggum limb, leg goes out. And
Yeah.
about 260 of us, 270, I forget what the number is. Was it the trees in town look icy? Yeah. And we so going to work this morning, the power trucks were working on the one leg that goes to a major area that supplies stuff south of us. So it's I said, well, we're not out. I'm happy, because we've been having ice issues fighting with the you know rain and the icing, and I don't want to see that happen.
Where are you at that you're getting rain?
South Arkansas.
Oh, okay. I'm up in Wisconsin. It's just bitter cold up here. Friggin'
Oh,
negative
y'all,
35 wind chill.
yeah, y'all froze. Go outside for 10 minutes and it's like endurance test.
Yeah.
I watched some
I
farmers South Minnesota, and they're pulled all their docks in on their houses on the lake, and everything froze real quick. It's crazy.
hmm It was a weird one too because it didn't get cold until it did this year. There was people with their boats out on the lake in September, and there's one guy on Twitter. Everyone was laughing at his post. I think he was pulling his boat out on the lake in late October, the first day of the snow, because the day before it was 75, and then the next day it was like 32 in snow. So it was warm up until it wasn't this year, and that's just not usually how it is.
Yes. Yeah, that's where here it's going to be in the, it's been close hovering around freezing, and tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and Sunday we get rain.
Is that typical
Tuesday,
for you guys during the winter?
yeah, that's usually typical. If we get below, if we get snow 2 times, 3 times a year, that's a surprise. Normally, it's reasonable temperatures, freezing to 40s, 50s, maybe. And,
Okay.
because we get a lot of stuff off the Gulf because we're so close to the Gulf,
Oh,
like
sure.
Christmas time, New Year's, we were 70 degrees. So, it can be crazy temperatures depending on where the jet stream, how far it dips. And like right now, it's dipping far enough south, it's dragging a lot of cold air.
Yeah.
West of us got more snow and ice than what we've gotten. We're kind of in between, which I'm happy with. Ice storms are not fun. Yeah.
And you guys aren't prepared for it.
Yeah, we're prepared for it. We just don't have gear. We just don't.
No, I mean, like, do they salt the roads down there when there's a
Uh,
snowstorm?
used on certain bridges, they may, or they'll put gravel out.
Okay. Gravel's better than nothing.
Yeah. And when it comes, if we really, like, we had a hard snow, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, we had about 12 inches of snow, and we were like that for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. You're
that was
not prepared
unusual.
for it
Yeah.
because your city doesn't have trucks contracted to clear snow, right?
Yeah, no, there's clearing snow, but luckily the roads, uh, after the first sunny day, the roads, started clearing because they heated up. The temperatures
Okay.
kept the snow and that kind of stuff. Like in my yard, I had 12 inches of well, my area that I have, we had 12 inches of snow, and I stayed home and worked a couple of days, and I would drive down to the road and then drive back up the road to pack in everything and to do a few donuts and that kind of stuff. And you know, my wife kept telling me that I'm gonna get stuck. She said that light ass Ford 4-wheel drive won't be able to pull you out of anything. So.
Yeah. Yeah, weight down the bed of the truck.
Yeah. 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 She throws bags of sand in the back when she
Yeah,
wants to get traction. So she throws cinder blocks in the other truck we got. It's an old truck. It's a 96. Yeah.
beautiful. Man, if you're ever looking to sell it, list it in Wisconsin and
Yeah.
you'll get about 200% markup on whatever you're looking to sell it for.
Oh, really?
I don't know what's up with Wisconsin. When I was 16 and I wanted to get my first vehicle, I wanted a truck really bad. There was one in my neighborhood that was up on blocks, rusted out piece of shit, going for
Oh.
$4,000, and it sold too.
Wow. Yeah, well,
It's
that's
just
what
you can't get them up here.
yeah, we've been looking. What we're looking for is one that's pre 76, and that way we've got full carburation. Everything's
Oh, there you go.
mechanical. No mechanic. Everything's mechanical. There's no electronics. There's points. Mechanical points. And we've discussed it, and it's like it's something. It's just something to have as a extra, but we got enough as it is right now.
Yeah. How's that search going? Because I mean, people know to
Oh,
look
it's
for that.
the thing is there's premiums on that kind of vehicle.
Yeah.
Unless you want to get it at bare bones
Yeah, and you
and
got to rebuild
build
it
it from ground,
yourself.
yeah, build it from the ground up. So, and we've got one a 2001 Ford that is a solid truck. We've maintained it and got 240,000 on it. So.
That's awesome. When you got a car that's got 200,000 plus miles and you feel confident getting in it, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, well, we maintained everything on it. It still has the last original coil on the eighth cylinder, and because I didn't want to. The first time we had trouble with them, the guy that worked on our vehicles, he said, "Well, that's we need to replace all of them. It's going to be, $1,100-$1,200, something like that." And I go, "What?" And they go, "Yeah, these things are expensive." And I said, "Okay, no, fix the one that's broke." And that's what I did. And we kept doing that, but we did suspension, everything except the transmission and the motor, and that's when it breaks, we'll get it reworked. We won't let that one go. So
Yeah, it's a keeper.
yeah, the funds are allocated for the rework, so I don't have to worry about that.
That's my
Hey,
next vehicle I'm shooting for is a Subaru.
yeah,
I just want an Outback that I can put 300 or 400,000 miles on, and that's it.
yeah, and you take care of those and keep them. Don't let them. It's like any mechanical piece of equipment. You take care of it, and it'll last you. Yeah, that's what I've found, and not letting my teenage sons play with any of it. I get them their own stuff, and they break it. So I don't let them play with my stuff.
I mean, you didn't install Discord?
Oh my, no.
You haven't let their webhooks into you?
No, I avoided getting into their worlds. I
Yeah,
tried to.
Discord is yeah, I can't do it.
A Discord, I've gotten, there's uh it gets really crazy, and it's really convoluted on setting up. You have to do it multiple times to get it right, in my book. And it just no, it just gets too, I don't know, too muddy, I think. So I like keeping things simple.
For me, Discord's a functional version of Microsoft Teams.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I use Teams at work. They use it for everything.
I was working at a bank for a couple of years, and I was like the only person that knew how to use Teams. And they basically turned me. They were convinced I was the super user, and I'm like, no, I'm just technologically literate.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. They I just, and they've got an IT department, and it's like I had issues with my Mac and the Forte. And when I went out to the 40 site, oh yeah, go out and just get the latest version downloaded, it'll work. And I go, okay. And this was before they did two-factor authentication through Microsoft, which they
Yeah,
did that last year, I think. And so I'm sitting there, and I write a dissertation on what it took in the testing, because the Mac software at that time, I don't know if it is now, the latest version, you could download a file, but it wasn't an installable file. It was just a file. And then I found some boards that they were talking about it, and that they had issues with it based on the version at the time. And so you had to revert to older versions and where you could locate those. And I ended up getting an older version that relicense every time I log in and use it to access the company. And the last time I'd used it, I had to call them and say, "What did y'all change? Did y'all go to the Microsoft authentication and all that?" Yeah. I said, "Well, what are the settings?" And they told me the settings, and then everything worked. I'd worked through it on the old version. And he kept telling me, "Oh, you need to go get the new version download." I told him, "No, I like the way it is. It works." Yeah.
yeah. I'm sticking with the last stable build. Thank you very much.
That's the reason why, like on all the updates that the Macs do, and all, the ecosystem. I like the ecosystem, except something's going on, because I'm not getting, and I've got to troubleshoot it. Is I upload stuff to my cloud, and it takes really long to show up on my phone. And it takes not as long on my iPad, but on my Mac, I can go to iCloud, I can open it up, and let me look and see. I can tell you right now, because I was looking for something today. I updated a drawing for a guy, and let's see. Yeah. And I could never see it on my phone to be able to email it to him. And then finally I said, I just have to do it a different way, which I did. But it's like delayed. There's like a setting or something. Yep, there it is. So it's on my Mac, and that's what I'm finding. I'm finding it on my Mac. You can upload it from any device. The Mac will see it quicker, or the quickest. On the phone and on the iPad, it does. It takes a differential time, and it's got to be with some setting or updating, functionality, the way they've got it to sync up, because everything's set up to sync up. It's just,
So it's just how often it's pinging the server to
yeah,
get the update.
yep. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what that time frame is, and if it is it based on, like, if it's coming from the phone, iPad. So it's kind of like one of these, oh, I need to toy with these, so I can understand it better. Yeah. And I
Looks
don't
like Dan's got something to say here.
really. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Yeah, just before the conversation moves on from Microsoft Teams, I actually quite like Microsoft Teams because I use it for work. But I know there's lots of problems with it. But one thing that they've really good with Microsoft Teams is you've got the option to transfer or add a device. So let's say you're using Microsoft Teams on your computer, you've got it on your phone, you want to go for a walk while you're listening to the meeting, you can just go add device or transfer, and then you've got it on both devices. So then you can go for your walk and listen to some boring meeting, at the same time. So that'd be quite good if we had that on Twitter. I don't know if I actually haven't
Yeah.
used the Twitter desktop, but imagine if you're in a space on Twitter desktop and then you transferred to your phone, or vice versa.
Well, that's
You
the
you
whole
can run
thing, though. Is
you run 2 sessions when you do that. You can
is
actually go ahead.
sorry, the whole thing. I mean, Microsoft Teams is like a 32-bit application. It's a full fat desktop application. Twitter Spaces, this is all WebEx, and so they can implement and they can add feature sets and things like that. But it's always going to be broken. It's never going to be the full fat feature set. It's never going to work properly, as far as that's just my opinion on things.
I like Teams. Teams works out pretty good. And then Dan, you're right, because that's what I do. Because I normally don't listen to the team meetings or the corporate meetings on my desktop. I do it on my phone, and because that way I can be doing stuff, and I have the phone off to the side, and I can be working my desktop or my notebook. And, that way I'm just listening. And if I want to watch the presentation, and I usually go back and get the video and review the video. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, it really frees you up, eh? Like, because there's some people, some of my work colleagues, I'm like, you got to get Teams on your phone, and then you can just listen to it on that, and you can also see it on the screen as well if you want to. And half of them are just using the desktop, so they're like glued to their screen, sitting down the whole time. It's like if you're listening on your phone, at least if you want to get up, have a glass of water, have a walk around,
oh yeah, a lot more flexibility. It's like that's what I first did when I went to work for this company, is immediately set up a folder on my phone with all of their applications, all the payroll, the insurance, the stuff that they used. I just got rid of Skype because they were using Skype before they went to do Teams. And
Oh, it's a nightmare.
I was glad they made that transition. And then that way I was able to delete it out. But I have everything for the company grouped in one folder, and it makes it really nice, because I'm like you. I could be running an errand and have to be in something, and it's easy for me just to be in it, or they can reach out and contact me or call me, which the company uses the call feature a lot. And that way it's kind of like, you can be doing other things, and you know like going to get gas. Yeah, took 15 minutes to go away from the office to go get gas. You know what I mean?
That was the
One
whole
time,
thing.
one time I got tripped up when I was like I was going for a walk. I was listening to a meeting, and I like piped in with some stuff I wanted to say, and then so one of the team leaders was like, "What are you doing? I can hear some birds," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm just walking around the block." It's like, and I'm like, oh, from then on, I made sure I had the voice isolation on.
Yeah, that's I catch that when you leave it off sometimes. I caught that. That's I listen for the background noise, try to figure out because some people like KC will have kid noise in the background. And it's funny to listen, not to focus on the conversation, but to listen to the craziness going on because, it reminds me of, the craziness I had to deal with, It's great stuff. Yeah.
And occasionally I've been like on my way to a meeting, coming from another meeting, and so I will have been joined. So I'll be like maybe even engaging with the meeting, and then I'm making my way in person to the meeting. It's like, oh, hello. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this one to I'm always here, whether virtually or in person, so it's kind of
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, and you talk about him, he shows up. See, look.
We got a black cisgender male. So we got a black cisgender male, everybody now.
Yeah. In your court. Are you gonna return?
I wish there was a middle finger icon that we could like give them. Like we need that, right?
Yeah, but you would do it with a smile, and that would take everything off the
Have you
edge.
guys not realized
Yeah.
what the black heart is for?
No. What is it for?
It's the fuck you. It's the black heart.
It is? Changing it right now.
At least in my little world, anyways. So
there was a guy on here earlier. I just want to tell you, he needed 23 million, and we told him that we'd have to line him up with you, and let you help him out. So,
gonna do some cash flow analysis for the man. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's what
Why would you need to do that? That's so 2021.
No, he was talking about he applied for a $20 million grant or something from the government. I think he was just going off pulling out of his ass, but
Just remember, Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it.
Good job.
Is there something to be said about living the delusion? Then is that where that
No,
goes?
that's the point. Yeah, because Jerry didn't know how to lie, and George was like, "It's not a lie if you believe it."
oh, that's right. Okay, I'm picking up what you're laying down.
I remember Bilal mentioned that, Mike, you're forgetting that what people are telling you may be true for them. And if it is true for them, maybe we change the way we argue or don't argue the point, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm right and you're wrong. There's only my.
Like we were talking to Venus today. It was really funny. I hope she didn't take it personally, but she was like, I did something today and they called me an asshole. I'm like, I mean, can't both things be true at the same time? And then she left.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, come back. I didn't. Well, all right. We'll see you next time.
Well, were you an asshole?
I mean, that's kind of my default setting, I feel.
No, not you, her. I mean, you got to be a little introspective at times. If someone calls you an asshole, take a look in the mirror.
Oh no, he's an essay prime grande. Okay.
Oh, I'm a Mexican by association.
Hey, that's the reason why you have the great relationship with Matthews. You have it in your blood.
Yeah, there is something genetic there, right?
Wait a minute, H3. Whereabouts are you located in the
Uh,
U.S.?
Dead Center, Wisconsin.
There you go. Okay.
There's a
Man,
7 on there too.
we have the heartland of America here. It's great. Ohio, New Hampshire, Wisconsin. These sounds like, auspicious names.
Who taught you geography?
Like when I think about it's Canadian perceptual geography of the U.S.
Okay, I got you. Okay, we good.
Like how New Zealand and Australia are really the same thing.
Yeah.
Wait, on the Canadian maps, is the U.S. like really tiny? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they call it the Great White North for a reason.
One time I met a Canadian who came over here, and he was telling me that if the US ever invaded Canada, it would be for their water.
Mm-hmm. I live very close to the Great Lakes.
I thought it was free housing.
We get you on the back end with the increase in taxes. You can
It's
have the
certainly
house,
not
but
for healthcare.
here's the land tax. We get it in other ways.
So I have yet to bumble my way through that beta test, but that thing looks amazing, dude. The 2D to movie. That's.
Where did you wander off to now?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm
No, I want to hear.
Mike showed me it's a beta test AI kit that takes
Oh,
your
that's the one you were
2D.
complaining about. Yeah. You went,
Yeah.
beta. Oh, it's going to
God damn it.
change.
Fuck. I'm gonna figure it out. Then I'm gonna have to figure it out again. Then I'm gonna have to figure it out again. But it's pretty amazing though. Like that's pretty wild. 2D images to movie clip.
What platform's that on?
It's the can I do it without rugging my space? Can you guys still hear me?
Using the EB synth or something else?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
The EB synth, yes.
Because we were talking about it yesterday. I told you about it, and then you left.
Mm-hmm. I saw that. I'm like, give me. That's so amazing, dude.
This is why I feel that the AI is running a train on us.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just like a intermediary for AI generated things. Because now I have a workflow.
How hard would it be to set AI to task doing grant requests, grant writing?
Already been done.
Already been done. Already.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ChatGPT or is
Mm-hmm.
that?
Zach told me. At the same time, here's the question. How would you feel if the person ran an audit on your submission and they discovered it was written by ChatGPT? Would that hurt your chances?
Well, here's my setup. Do it on ChatGPT and then hire a grant writer to review it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Knock the cost down exponentially, and then here, I wrote a grant. I need a review. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty
I'd like
easy.
you to
Blah, blah,
change
blah.
at least 37% of this grant, please, in an immaterial way. Thank you.
Yeah, do a revamp. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And specify you can't use any AI tools to do it. So.
Or you could do your own test on it and run it through the ChatGPT
Well, that's what
checker
I'm
first.
saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
You run it a bunch of times on ChatGPT until it looks good to you, and then you hand it to a grant writer for them to put their
But I mean, like,
touch on it.
put it in. I saw the software created by this Princeton kid that will check your to see if the content is written by ChatGPT or not. So before you hand it in, you could do a quick check.
That's clutch.
Yep. Fifth gear.
And we used to have this website called turnitin.com in school. And you had to upload your submission to turnitin.com and get turnitin.com's stamp of approval to show that it was original. And if not, you got in trouble. And that was 20 years ago. God knows what they have now.
I think they still got it because I had to turn it in too. And one
Turns that
time
out
I actually got
Commonwealth.
busted. Yeah, one time I actually got busted for plagiarism.
No.
It was like, but I didn't intend to. It was just I kind of like, you know how you can have up to 25% of other content,
Mhm.
and I don't know. Apparently I went over that and I got like a slap on the wrist and that sort of thing, and I ended up passing the paper, thank God. But yeah, it taught me a lesson, that's for sure. But yeah, I did, the funny thing is I did a university paper just like through my work a couple of years ago. It was like a Python paper, and there was a group of us from work who did it, and then we had to do like there was some like poster for the project, and you had it's just writing up a page or something about it. And yeah, I think they were still using turnitin.com. And it was pretty amazing. Like that now they actually give you like they gave you like a full breakdown of like this part of the sentence came
Mhm.
from, this paper. It's pretty like wow, you know. But yeah, I'm kind of skeptical of that, that Yale kid who made that thing that says it's from ChatGPT, because I thought, with ChatGPT, what happens if a kid is doing an essay, right? And they say, write me write me an essay about the Industrial Revolution in the style of Mark Twain. Would they be able to like pick up that that is still written by ChatGPT?
Yeah, the difference between the type 1 and the type 2 error, false positives, blah, blah, blah. In a lot of ways, we're kind of past this, even though the regulatory system hasn't figured it out. It's like, what could the regulatory system possibly do? Right?
Oh yeah, they'll figure it out.
What are you going to do? Like, okay, I mean, right now, no calculators, a Scantron, and a pencil is the best
So,
that we figured it out.
yeah, but it gets down to the argument of you read enough things and you start writing, you're going to write them based on how you recall them from memory. So in turn, your memory may be identical enough that it runs the red flag that, this is plagiarized, but you're actually generating it from your thoughts after regurgitating. Not necessarily,
Well,
recalling it verbatim from the book. You know what I mean? It's just you process it and you end up putting it on the paper.
be
So,
interesting how you would change examinations, right? Because okay, you could at one point, okay, instead of taking papers, I'm just going to sit down and have a Socratic dialogue with you, and based on how you perform on this, that's the mark. But again, like universities and colleges aren't built to have individual attention that way. It's not in their profit model. Like the lecture model is profitable for them.
300
I
stadium
was three.
seating, that kind
Dude,
of
I
stuff.
had
I hate that.
300 people in a room learning management 101.
Yeah, I had people sit in my chair because they didn't care about who was the physical body, that it was attached
Yeah.
to the right person. As long as that chair was full, you were marked present. And I had people go and take tape recorders and, do all kinds of stuff to, get the lectures
You know
or
what
take
really
notes.
sucked? What really sucked was when U of T started requiring you to have like a pass to be on campus. Because before, like we used to know friends that used to just not go to school, but they used to attend economics lectures.
Yeah, we
But
had ID badges. We had to wear badges.
mhm,
Yep.
but they put where I went to. So I went to University of Toronto, but there's a caveat. I went to the University of Toronto at Scarborough, and Scarborough is a place that not even Drake goes. Like it's too hard. They pretend to be from there, but they're really from the rich parts of Toronto.
You were the extension.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Because I didn't want to have to wake up early for class, so I was like, well, I can accept the York scholarship, which is full school paid for, but it's an hour and a half away. No, it's not gonna work. I'd rather pay for it and it'd be close. I wasn't gonna wake up for class. I resented the need to go to university in the first place, to be honest with you.
You radical.
Do you think you would have went to university if you were growing up now? Do you think you'd just be YouTube University and ChatGPT as a TA?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I believe in the unstructured and I believe in the structured path, both paths, but there are people out there that have so much skill and capability and knowledge, but why do you make them suffer English or history or, who cares? They can communicate and they want to learn about that stuff later on. They can, but they can blow some stuff out and make things happen. So
It's interesting because a lot of the stuff that I learned in it's weird that the things you learn in first year university only become applicable to your life in like I'm almost 40 now. I'm like,
the
oh, that's what he was talking about.
the engineering and how can I put this? The content of the teaching, very little conveyed to the real world. The real world was another learning because of all the different systems that were put in place. You learned like the top coat, but you didn't know how the metal was prepared, how the primer was done, that kind of thing, even how the steel was forged. It's just completely different. And
It's almost like
getting
learning a
out.
song and then realizing that everyone in the world plays it in a different key. And you're like, hold
Yeah.
on, there's other keys?
Yeah.
What are these keys about?
No, that's a beautiful analogy.
I like what you let me display and delete. No, I apologize again. This will be the last time. Okay. And but I like that. That's the kind of visual learning that I like because to hear the words and to watch that while I listen to the words, it connects better for me. My style of learning connects better for me to understand what the point is that's trying to be conveyed. So I'm I guess, more visual,
Yeah,
reverse
they say
engineering and visual. So
kinesthetic, auditory, rewrite, and visual. Right? Those are the kind of modalities.
yeah, and that circle and using,
Oh, you like it?
yeah,
That's my
I
favorite.
mean, yeah,
It took me years to do that.
that was like, I watched that and I go, yeah, that's spot on. And I said that makes much more, that makes sense. And it ties back to something that I equated to. So visual stuff like that I like. So
What did you guys study for the first year at university? Did you kind of do like a mix of papers or was it straight into whatever your major was?
junior, senior girls, beer parties, and let's see, I don't know, any craziness that could occur because I got leased out, I got let out of the farm and got to go wild. So I don't remember much of the first year. So
I remembered a lot because they said, look to your left, look to your right. One of these people is going to be gone by next year, and the other person who's left is your competition for the co-op jobs. So work on your marks.
oh,
Those
they
marks
gave
are
it
going
to
to be
you hard.
useful in two.
Yeah, they
It was
gave it to you
crazy
hard.
What
because
Yeah.
what was it for? What were you studying for?
it was business. There was a program called Management Co-op, and it was a co-op program at U of T that gave you a year of co-op experience. And so they just told us that we're in competition with each other and the other universities for co-op spots. And so
Yeah,
make
and
sure
when
your
you say
GPA is good.
co-op, that's excuse me, that's like intern.
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Ah, so why do they call it co-op? What's that short for?
Cooperative education
Oh, so they cooperating with like the private
with
sector.
the industry. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
And I realized that after working with a lawyer, I wasn't a good predictor of what I enjoyed doing because I thought I would like law and I hated it. So I was like, you know what? If I don't know if I like something before I try it, I want to have co-op as a part of my degree. And plus, I noticed a lot of people at the call center I was working at had degrees and didn't have a job because they didn't have experience. I was like, fuck that. I have to have experience before I graduate or I'm fucked.
So did you do a range of business papers, or was it you had to do that was already set out what you had to do for that co-op?
So the co-op depends on the job you got. So I worked at a actuarial recruiting company, a headhunting company that would, go look for insurance and financial engineers and place them in different jobs. So I did that for a year, and then I parlayed that into a full-time job, and I started going to U of T part-time because I was like, I came here to get a job. I got a job now. All right, so.
I have a slightly similar story. So well, I went to university and I got a business degree and majored and ended up the first year I kind of did a range of papers and worked out I quite liked economics. So and yeah, some of that I still use to this day. Like, and there's some basic things like the concept of understanding what a sunk cost is.
Right.
Whatever was something else like, oh, there's a few other things like that, but um and then after I finished that degree it was like the middle of it's the financial crisis, so it was actually quite hard to get a job, so I ended up going back to uni, and they had another
Which
like
crisis was this? 2001 or 2008?
2008.
Okay. Yeah. So I graduated around the same time. I started university in 2001 ish.
Yeah.
And because I went part time, I graduated. Because I transitioned to part time when I got the full time job, it took me longer to graduate. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So in my case, I ended up going back to university and doing this other degree where they kind of got you like an internship, and then that's how I got my job. And now I'm doing something completely different to what my degree was in, although I am doing some like data analysis as well, so it's kind of relevant.
Yeah. I picked business because I didn't want to be a teacher. And lo and behold, I'm teaching. So what the fuck?
Comes
Oh,
natural. It's in your blood.
have you come from sort of a family of teachers?
Yeah. Both my parents were.
Okay, right.
So maybe I
It's-
was just trying to escape my fucking caste destiny.
I
You,
mean,
you're
yeah.
wanting to run away from the wall, but you got to go look over it.
It's natural to reject your parents' religion, isn't it, when you're a kid?
Pretty much.
Teachers get a lot of holidays though, so you know. Although,
Yeah.
like, if you talk to any teacher, they say how hard it is. So I guess they need the holidays to recover.
Well, not even parents can stand their kids, right? So just multiply that by 30 and do that every day. Like people be like, oh man, public speaking is so hard. And look at a teacher, it's like doing fucking 6 hours of stand up a day.
Raucus has some real life experience with the teaching, and I don't know how he found it compares to what he's currently doing now.
I mean, he got so excited that he left teaching for data. So, right? He was like, man, I remember Rockets described how great it was to just sit at his desk with headphones in and not talk to anyone.
That was amazing. Like that's a benefit, right?
Compared to having, I imagine like you being like kindergarten cop.
You're
in
very, and
school.
you're animated a lot.
Yeah, you're running a TV show.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree with him.
Yeah. It requires a lot of
you're animated. And then the lesson plan, spending the weekends on the lesson plans, and then you didn't teach. You only taught like maybe 50% of your plan because of class disruptions or behavior. So at the end of the day, I was just like, it's just I wasn't.
Are you teaching or are you babysitting?
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And then the hats that you have to wear. So you're a psychologist, your mom,
You surrogate parent. Yeah.
All those hats you have to wear.
I don't have any kids, and now I have kids. What the hell?
Then it was like my I remember I come from a family of teachers too, and some of my family members were like, because I taught in inner city, they're like, but what are these, black kids need a strong black male role model. And after the end of the day, I'm sorry, I was just like, fuck these kids, because I'm not gonna put all these kids on my shoulder, and they need parents. I'm not gonna do it.
It's almost like teaching is the first thing that brought you from the left to the right.
In a way, it could. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just thinking of like a movie where there's like some inspirational black teacher who like turns all these kids' lives around,
Yeah,
and
you
then
like
but then
Michelle Pfeiffer.
in the real life, it's like there's someone who's like trying to make a difference, and in the end, they're just like, fuck that.
How
That's
can I
too hard.
reach these kids?
Well, he's definitely right. The reality is, kids without parents just don't have the guidance. No matter how many mentors or role models they have to have parents to keep them on course 24/7.
Well, you can only expect the teacher to be able to do so much surgery.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had a kid, I'll never forget her. She was drawing a picture once, and it just looked like really chaotic. And I was like, what is this picture? And she was like, apparently her mom had drowned the siblings in the tub, and she was next. So, but she didn't get drowned, and that was the picture she was drawing. And I was like, and one of the teachers was like, yeah, and so it was not a lot of that, but it was too much of that.
I have a funny one. A teacher told me that she saw a kid putting his ear to the paper. And she's like, why are you putting your ear to the paper? And the kid goes, because I heard that every sound makes a letter, so I'm trying to hear what it says.
Oh, that's cute.
It was just a lot of different. I don't know. How do you get to see a different perspective of?
Yeah, you don't even want to co-host a Twitter space. That's how further you've gone from running a classroom.
You know what was funny? It's sad but funny. But some of the parents were like strippers, right? And like they would come and drop their kids off in the mornings, and they'd be wearing the heels, and then on the birthdays they buy the table like the classroom McDonald's, and
but the kids had fly clothes, though, right?
Oh my god, yeah, it was a show.
You're right, better shoes than you had.
It was a show, man. It was another funny one I remember was Halloween, and it was K-3 wing, and it was like 15 girls with like wigs on, like pink and green wigs. I'm like, oh, that's cute, And the teacher's like, they're Nicki Minaj. And I was like, who's
Oh,
that?
God.
I was like, who's Nicki Minaj? So I had to go look it up on my
This is third graders doing Nicki Minaj for Halloween.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What school where were you teaching?
Dayton. I was inner cities. Dayton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like 15 girls walking around with green and pink hair, and they're Nicki Minaj. I thought it was like a superhero. I'm like, who's Nicki Minaj? And
when I was a kid, technically when I was a kid, everyone was pushing Britney Spears. She's running around in high school girl outfits, flashing her pussy. Like, Jesus Christ.
When I was growing up, my heroes were shooting each other, and I was finding it out in the news. Like Biggie got shot, now Tupac got shot. I was like, oh. So, which is a worse role model?
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. If your kid's leaving the house dressed like Britney Spears or Nicki Minaj, or I don't know. I mean,
Like, it was Boys to Men that was popular when I was like in middle school, elementary, right? And it
MC
went
Hammer.
from "I'll make love to you" to like, "I'm gonna tie you down and fuck you." I'm like, whoa, 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 right? It's like it's like music started skipping the dates and went to like, it was like a inside the park home run instead of going to first base.
Yeah, I don't even know where it'd start if I had a 6-year-old kid right now. I don't even know where I'd begin. Like, first of all, no, you're not getting an iPad.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, after I think the study says after 3, they're pretty much on. You know, they their personality is pretty set. So that's why it's really important. When they come home and you spend a lot of time with them, and kids are gonna be curious, and they're gonna like. We tried to do. Um, I don't know if we tried. We didn't try to shelter, but a lot of things my kids brought home were from their friends from outside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So even if they have an iPad, you can control that. Like, my son came home, was like, his balls itch, and I'm like, what? Okay. I'm like, I don't say that, but where'd you get that from? You know what I mean? It's like,
Mhm.
Kyle's balls were itching at school, and I'm like, oh, okay. So that they're like the cat that brings in the birds, and
No, that's correct.
so it's just you just
That,
try to make them.
that's a really nice way to put it. I like that.
I don't know. Hey, can you guys hear me fine?
Hey,
'Cause
Yeah. Hey.
hey. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I'm at work. That's why
hey.
I ask. Hey. Okay. No, okay. So my point real quick was oh shit. God damn it, ADHD. Ah, the okay, what were quick recaps? The cat eating the what? Fuck. Okay, hold on.
A cat bring home
Ruckus.
the bird.
Oh no. Okay, I
That's
got
it.
it. I
That's
got
it.
it. No, I got it. So it was okay, Ruckus, you just gotta go full Mennonite, dude. So like I went down the Amish Mennonite rabbit hole on YouTube the other night. It was awesome. But yeah, dude, if you're gonna, I don't know.
Do
Maybe
we
they're
have to
onto
call it
something.
Mennonite?
I mean, we don't
Are
have
we
to, but
are
and I
we
don't think they
assuming their
call
gender?
themselves Mennonite either.
Right? I think it's
Yeah.
Mennonite.
It's meta night.
Ciao.
Apparently, due to this one dude, it's like beachy Amish. Sorry, beachy Amish. I don't know. Look it up. I guess it's fascinating stuff. I mean, I'm up with them up to a point. I guess it's just off grid living, right?
Did you get
With,
to the part where they got like
It,
kicked out of the community?
I'm sorry,
Like
where they got out?
they get kicked out of the community?
Oh
Have you seen that?
no, no, I
Or
haven't.
they
No.
leave the community?
These are like this guy. I wish I could remember his name right off the bat, but he had done these travel documentaries because I'm kind of obsessed with going to Manaus, and he is like one of two people who put up anything about Manaus. You know what I mean? So I kind of went down to his channel and was like, oh, what else you got? You know what I mean? And he spent some time in the Hasidic community. He spent some time with some Native American folks over here. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty. I don't know.
Was
It's
it
pretty decent.
was it Louis Farrar?
No, I think his name is Charles something.
I could see sending my kid there
Did
as like
Louis
a soft boarding school.
was that
You know?
Louis Theroux that had the documentary where the 200 Mennonites moved to Brazil?
Shut up! Wow.
There's 200 Mennonites that moved. I don't remember what state it was, but they're rural. They built their own little community, and they felt that it was their way of life was being hurt by the advent of technology. Like some of the people in their community started acquiring cell phones and stashing them, and listening to things like music.
Shut up. They were hoarding technology, like sneaking it
Yeah,
out. Huh.
yeah. And so they decided to reestablish themselves in Brazil in the jungle. And they all got on a plane, and it was wild.
I
There's a little
saw that.
documentary
I
made about
watched
it.
that. Yeah, I watched that. That was kick ass because they sent people ahead that prepared the area, and then
Yeah,
they were the transport group that were. Yeah, I watched the whole thing. That was kick butt. Yep.
that was awesome. And I'm still waiting for a follow-up to see the community they built, but I don't know if they'll let them in for it.
Yeah, because the separation is, I know, like, you know, the separation is mechanical devices and then electronic devices, and then there's different degrees of what the mechanical devices can be. That's the reason why the primary is horse and carriage, and it's an interesting lifestyle. Couldn't I don't know if I could live that, but you know.
Was this something that happened recently? When they
I
moved their
think it
community to
was
Brazil?
filmed. I think it was filmed somewhere in the late 2000s or early
Yeah,
2010s.
yeah, it was early 2010s. Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the the Jonestown thing. Forgotten his name, but he got his church to move to.
Guyana, where I'm from. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
We all
that's a
grow up with
whole
that shit.
different bailiwick.
Uh
No,
huh.
I think it's
You're
a
like,
different bailiwick.
see,
Yep.
this is what happens when you let the Goras into your native home. They kill themselves. So keep
That
them
have
out of Guyana. Stay
that
alive.
native home?
Yeah,
That
because I'm from Guyana, right?
Yeah, I didn't know
So
that.
it's like,
It did.
yeah, they're like, you know, they come to explore and then they drink the Kool-Aid. I was like,
Was the
oh, I know about Guyana. That's where people off themselves en masse, isn't it? It's like, kind of, yes.
But they were all tourists.
Yeah. It was like Hotel California in that way.
So did he buy the land? Is that how it happened? And like,
Yep.
oh, he
He had a
bought.
compound. Yep.
No, this is Airbnb.
The location of the first Airbnb was in Guyana.
It was just a coordinated effort to do mini homes, and it just didn't work out. So
Well, it's interesting because, like, if you follow a lot of cults, like, there's always that point where polyamory is introduced to the surprise of everyone. Like, even like with the Anabaptists and like German Munster 300 years ago, there was like, oh, by the way, um, we get to have sex with your wives now. And they're like, what? Are you sure? And they're like, yeah. Speaking of sex you're not supposed to have, Matthias, what are you reading right now?
Got him.
he's reading the back of the label.
It's facts, TBH.
I can hear it in the background.
Trying to determine if you can overdose on it.
Just trying to measure things out.
You can overdose on anything if you try hard enough,
Hey,
right?
that part.
It's the
No, I've
swish.
tried. It doesn't work.
You're resilient.
Don't. You want to buy a gun? Don't overdose.
That's fair as fuck.
I was just gonna say just swish it, So I got lost on that one.
Matthias, you're communist, right? So this is a good question for
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Do you think if Trotsky took over instead of Stalin, that Russia would have ended up in a different place? Because that's what the fan fiction is, right? That Stalin screwed everything up, but if they just had
Oh,
Trotsky,
they're
everything would have been.
fucking
But I read about Trotsky, and
tripping.
he seemed pretty violent.
I didn't.
He just,
Yeah, I don't know anything about the guy, but the whole central planning shit, that's been in there since at least Engels and Marx.
So their whole plan was like, hey man, history is evolving in this, like it's already determined, so we might as well just take the reins and kind of guide it. The same way the brain, which is funny, right? Because they're always talking about workers' rights and all this kind of shit, but then when they talk about the proletariat, they call them.
Hold on. Is a planned economy kind of like directed economics?
Directed economics?
You know how they have directed evolution? Now we have directed economics.
That was, I mean, that's what they were pulling from their misunderstanding of Hegel. Because that was kind of, Hegel's whole thing with the whatever the fuck. But yeah, so that's what they were saying. So like I know Lenin wrote some papers specifically about central planning, making the case, but you see that shit way before. Engels was already talking about that shit. And fuck Marx,
I didn't realize Trotsky spent a lot of time in Mexico.
Even
or something like
fucking
that.
crazy. I didn't know that.
It's crazy, dude. There's like I guess you can say that about every country. But yeah, I was reading about Trotsky, and I read that he came up with the idea to shoot deserters if they're like retreating.
Dude.
So I was like, okay, like usually we use that example to say Stalin was bad. Why was he bad? Well, he shot his own soldiers if they retreated.
Yeah, and that was
right. And if we only had Trotsky instead of Stalin, things would have been fine.
Well, that's not a new idea. That's decimation right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, decimation?
Turning everything into tents?
Yeah, that's what the Romans used to do with their soldiers.
Decimalization?
Well, you're talking killing them for retreating?
No, the Roman soldiers used to decimate a tenth of the army.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's a kind of logical insanity.
The
but
fuck?
But I think I was talking to Daniel, and he said, the quality of our leaders is why we suck. And it's like, well, aren't leaders connected to the people that follow them?
Touché.
Like, you just got to cut that knot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was reflecting on that conversation earlier. It was nice.
That is, I mean, damn. That's the American way.
I read that the Sumerians had a difference between thinking about individual fates versus global destinies. And he said individuals can stay the same, whereas the destiny written by the gods was more or less fixed. But they had a subtle difference between the idea of fate and destiny.
Beautiful. See, dude, that's exactly what the Hegelians and all the mystical Marxists. This is why you'll hear Marxists talk about.
I like that.
I mean, dude, because you'll hear them be like, "Oh, I'm a materialist." Like you'll hear them use this. What are the material contingencies? What are the material blah? They're always throwing that shit out, but it's funny because it's usually their mystics that talk like that. Like I've never met a materialist, socialist / communist. They're all
like metaphysical.
Yeah, dude. And like when they talk like us. But then signals get fucking crossed But it's exactly that. They're saying, no, look, guys, like the history's already been determined. This is what it is. And individual deviations are things that we can fix. Like, yeah, sure, it's inconvenient for the individual that we're eradicating, but overall it's going to happen anyway. So like, it's okay for us to kind of go in this direction. And it's like, actually,
yeah, that's where it gets dangerous.
Yeah, like I'm actually not down with that motherfucker because but I mean, it is what it is.
Because Russia had a monarchy before they moved, right? The monarchy is what got replaced.
Right, yeah, they're SARS.
And from what I read, it's the end of World War I where people lost faith in the monarchy.
Oh, shit.
Which gave rise to that opportunity. Yeah, because I guess if you lose enough battles, they're like, you know what? I don't think we should follow you anymore.
Like, fair, you know what I mean? They had a whole ass front that just mowed their whole young down. I can see how your conclusion is like, man, fuck this form of government. Little did they know, though.
The devil you know versus the devil you don't.
But yeah, dude, these commies are fire, bro. When they're not.
Talking about I'm just explaining to Ali, would Russia have ended up in a different situation if it was Trotsky who succeeded Lenin instead of Stalin?
If they hadn't murdered the Tsar, where would it be today? Do you think they'd gone to World War II?
Excellent question.
Do you think things would, that's the evolution of Russia and that transition during that period. It was a interesting time. And there were a lot of external influences that went well beyond their geopolitical play in the world at the time.
Nice.
But Germany brought Russia into World War II in a way because they had the Pact of Non-Aggression, and then they ended it.
Typical fucking meth heads, dude.
I'm not sure it's such a good question to ask, like, if Stalin, if Stalin wasn't there and we had someone else, would we have had a better outcome? Because, that person might have been better, person might have been worse, that person might have died and got replaced by someone else. Like, it's like a hypothetical, like, no one can really say,
Historical fan fiction. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Communism worked. Yeah. It worked. It ended up working. So
I was just reading just before about this Jonestown thing, and the leader of the Jonestown, he chose Guyana because it was a socialist country. Yeah, and it also
when he was arriving, the Guyanese, like my parents, were leaving en masse.
Whoa.
That's the whole reason I'm here. The whole reason I'm here is because Russia and the U.S. were fighting over Guyana, and they've been fighting ever since. They just found oil off the coast of Guyana, and the GDP is supposed to rise by like 30 to 50%.
Uh-oh.
That's why I don't use my last name, because like Jagdeo, my last name is like a political last name. It's like essentially having Clinton on the end of your name. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So your undershirt has a target on it. So that's what you say, yeah.
Yeah. Third, my professor told me that
Lock him up.
kidnapping is the fastest third world industry that's growing.
Yeah,
a lot of money in kidnapping. Apparently.
I mean, not nice, but it's just chill vibes.
Nah, it's just the reality. Things are rough out there. We got pretty good here.
Unless you're in Massachusetts, in which case they're like making offers on your organs on the street corner. You saw that, Matthias?
What?
Where
No.
you can sell your organs as an inmate to shave off years off your jail term?
No way, bro.
I don't know how that's not how that's ethical in any way. Like how that that's the kind of thing you'd see in I don't know some
4,000 years
totalitarian.
ago. Yeah,
I mean,
it
is called Massachusetts after all.
Yo.
Okay, be nice.
Wild.
What?
He's just wilding, Paul. What the fuck?
Be nice. Okay.
You're the co-host, so you're sanctioning all this.
I'm going to put my 2 cents in, and I'm going to go back down to listener. Okay, and it just how can I put this? There's just too much electricity in that area, and this tinfoil hat time. There's too much electricity, and there's that's the reason why they're headed down that path. And then when you turn the electricity off, let them level themselves back out and then turn it back on. So
what if we did a home equity loan where the collateral was your kidney? Would that be okay?
No.
That's called capitalism, buddy.
That's going.
My body, my choice. My loan, my cars, my watch.
But if you look at Far East history, it's kind of like we try to put a value to a human, not a value to benefit monetarily.
$750,000.
Yeah, no, it's almost like getting on the verge of cannibalism. Okay.
Well,
So,
it's hard to value a human being, but very easy to value their liver.
Now the question's going to be is people who volunteer eggs and sperm, and the company that has the 20,000 incubators that they're going to grow babies. Okay, so they create them and they fertilize the egg, or they actually clone the process where they start growing it without egg and fertilization.
Bruh.
And so you get into all that, it's going to be an interesting world, you know.
Listen, if you want solid
Whoa.
numbers on all this, just go apply for a life insurance policy.
Ooh, well played.
I remember back at university, there was a university lecturer, and I think there was an article at the time, and then he was doing like a class discussion on it, and it was around like, should there be a market basically where people can sell organs? So, and they were talking about, because in
Heck
economics, you want to
no.
put a price to everything and create a market. And I was like, and he seemed to actually genuinely be like, couldn't see any problems with it. And it's like, well,
Dude.
and I was like, well, what? I remember writing up something for the essay, like, and I sort of said, well, the problem would be, you know, you'd have people like drug addicts who wouldn't really be making rational decisions. And, you know, then they may sell their kidney just to pay for their next hit or whatever.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
hear me out. Hear me out though. Drug addicts, they would never. They can't take drug addict kidney. But I will say, but no, but hear me out. Also, hot take on this one too.
If I need a kidney, I'll take a drug addict's kidney.
I mean, yeah, but they won't put it inside you. You're gonna have to go to the black market then anyway, right? Oh, and here's another thing with that is that no, I get it. Like ideology, my body, my choice, right? So here's where like your own like ideology butts up against like what the greater good is for. Right, because the greater good would be like, no, absolutely not, because the disadvantaged people, like literally people will be having their organs harvested without their permission.
Yeah.
Right, just like women get pimped out, right? Their vaginas get pimped out.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean?
China.
So it's just gonna be, you know, yeah, it's ugly, man. It's fucking ugly. But And
Well, I
what's the
mean-
point? What's the point for the open market of organs? That's another question you got to ask. Like, why
It'd
open
save
up?
a lot of
Why open
lives.
up that market? Why even
What
open
if
up
I-
that market?
What if I have a manufacturing facility where I take their DNA and I create it from scratch? Is that okay? As long as I don't
That's like
affect
You
physical
don't need
engineering?
a fucking kidney for my DNA. Excuse my
Yeah.
language. I'm sorry. I'm at work, and it's like I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's very rough
Is it
here.
the
so
kidney you can take a piece of and you can grow? Is that? It's one of
that's the
those
liver.
organs.
That's the
Liver
liver.
get
Yeah, it's the
with
The
the
liver.
liver.
stem
You can
cells.
regrow your own liver, or you can regrow somebody else's liver. Yeah. Or yeah.
Nice.
But don't people still need liver transplants? You know,
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Because
that's
But
where
do they-
partial
do they just
donations
grab
at
come
some
into
point,
play,
like
from
if
what I
your liver is
understand.
that damaged, you know what I mean, and it can't regrow, then yeah, you need a transplant.
I wonder
I mean,
how soon they'll grow a liver that can be transplanted if that hasn't already been done. You know how you have synthetic diamonds? Maybe you can have synthetic livers.
They're going to be growing
That's what we're
bodies.
coming up on, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to grow bodies for people to be able to extract things from. Yep.
Dude.
So I guess
And that's
that's
where the real moral
the prolonged-
conversation comes into play. Is if you're cloning yourself for your own liver.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not really a moral. I'm sorry, Matthew. Sorry. Go ahead.
mm-mm. I'm just whining in the background. You're fine.
No, I was just saying that's not. I mean, you're up against your own morality. Then, all right.
Well, the only morality is survival
your
at the
own.
end of the day, right?
And is your own, really, right? Yeah.
It's true.
Yo, you guys are wild.
Because at the end of your life, it's almost like a declining balance towards you like emerge from Maslow's hierarchy of need and then you get returned to it. Like you go up self-actualization only to end up striving for physical security.
Wow.
And so if you can just swap out the broken parts, then you can keep self-actualizing.
but then there will be there'll be other people who will be well, let's say, you know, someone like Vladimir Putin, right? He looks like he's almost dead, but imagine a situation where there's someone like him could basically stay alive for as long as he wanted to, you know, because he's got a clone and he'll harvest some organs from the clone. So I think there could be like political implications of this. You might have like a leader that just stays in position forever
That
because
guy
they
doesn't
can.
need clones, though. That's where the organ harvesting comes in. Do you think Russia's not doing that?
I mean,
What's
that's the
that?
dark side of human trafficking, right? Is that they're not looking to traffic the people; they're
That
using
part.
them to extract the organs.
They're incubators.
Incubators. I like it.
Seen that movie Gattaca?
Yep,
Yes.
that's one of many. Yep.
That's what the brothers, right? Swimming out, and the brother's like, "How'd you win?" He's like, "Because I wasn't planning on saving any energy for the way back." That shit changed my life.
Hold on. What's Gattaca?
Oh,
DNA
it's,
code.
you
What?
haven't seen that movie?
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I haven't either.
Damn.
Oh
you- have
man,
you-
you got really? You guys have not seen that movie Gattaca? This blows my mind. I'm sitting in
Was
this
this
room.
was it the 80s?
Or are we not talking about movie? Are we?
Was it the 80s? No, we are.
I don't know. When
Oh
the movie come
no,
out?
it was 2000s, I think.
Web3 made me watch Caprica, but I fell asleep during it.
No, you need
gotta
to
be
watch
kidding
Gattaca.
me.
Gattaca's worth it.
Was Gattaca sci-fi?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're cloning, like they clone their babies, they get to select, and then the babies that are born not selected for are like a second class citizen because they're not perfected as
Classes.
Yeah, if you
as
have a baby
perfected.
out of love and not out of
Out of planning.
it's
Damn, I forgot
it's out
about
of love.
So with the
Yeah, no,
futuristic
no,
Indian
it's so much
society
darker. It's so much
arranged
darker.
marriages.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, if you choose to have hey, I'm gonna choose to not genetically modify my child. That child is now a second class, or what, like a fourth class citizen,
Yeah,
right?
Whoa,
fourth class.
it was about GMCs.
So you have the first kid for the organs, the second kid for whatever, and then the third kid's the one you love, and they inherit everything, and they carry on your legacy.
Dude. Yeah,
I thought you meant an actual leg. Like that's how they pass on the legacy. Here, this is the leg passed down from your grandfather. Contains his entire
Legacy.
personality and it will live on through you, showing you where to walk. You know, you feel a tug left. That's your grandfather saying, "Let's go over here."
Amazing. That's that. You just summed up Attack on Titan, which is an anime you could ask Ali about. But there's an element of that. Wow.
I just know Attack on Titan's the cartoon with the big naked guy in the middle of the city knocking down buildings.
Yeah, that's it. It's wild, man. But they get into these questions, guys. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Is anime like the Japanese? Hold on. Is anime Japanese Marvel? Is that how it works?
Anime is world mythology as perfected through Japanese artists. So they figured everybody's history out, and they're just recapitulating it to everybody. Like this is what your ancestors meant, and they're just reminding everyone.
So it's like the ancient hero's journey.
latent knowledge. Asian hero's journey.
The Asian hero's journey. Yeah.
It's so if there were hero's journey for the entire society, it would
so
be,
every archetype has its own traversal.
There, boom, damn, that was fucking fire. Exactly that. So they go through go through each archetype.
So it's like the theory of narrative causality for the archetype. So just, you know, we often look at Achilles as having his own arc, but what about Discord or fucking Ulysses
that
or anyone else?
crossed with ultra-violent Saturday morning cartoons.
Also,
it's for kids. It's cool stuff. And I don't know anything about any of it, to be honest. I wish I did.
Matthias is the expert on the animes. They've been prodding and cajoling me into the anime scene. So far, I've resisted their clutches, but I feel like it's coming on strong.
Look, man, it's the equivalent of who was the other Dao guy? Not Lao Tzu, Zhuangzi. Yeah, as long as it with the flute and the air and the giant birds and all that. Yeah,
Belch. Okay.
that's it's just a bunch of that, and you're just like, all right.
So here's
what's
one
up.
for you. What's the difference between anime and manga?
Manga is their version of a comic book, but they don't like it when we say that because they feel that it is like its own art style. But I mean, it's essentially comic books. And then
So
the
can
animes are
animes be
just
mangas?
they're usually, and I'm pretty sure 100% of the time they are adaptations of manga. You may have the reverse where they'll drop a show and then reverse engineer it, but I think that happens way less often, and way less often now
Do we have
than
to
it did
gender
decades ago.
goth by saying man? Like,
damn it, dude.
I just remember in middle school everyone was running around with
You're
mangas,
sick.
and then One Piece was a show after it was a manga, right?
That's it. Yeah. I think it might be the best selling or longest running or both, but exactly that. So like they're just adaptations of the. That's why there's no spoilers in that culture, because you've already read about the shit. So now you're just watching it. But the rest of the world catches up to what the fuck is going on in Japan through that.
So the goth nerds with the mangas in middle school were on the bleeding edge of anime.
They figured it all out, man. That's why they were all smug, middle schoolers, because they thought they had all the answers.
I heard Godzilla was like metaphor for nuclear war or like tsunamis, something like that.
Yeah,
Shit.
I think it's nuclear fission.
Yeah, right.
Fuck around and unleash the beast.
Who was there the whole time, but we awakened it
Touche.
through our actions.
What's the next nuclear fission? Jesus Christ. What do we have in store for us? Everyone says AI. What's the non-AI answer?
Damn.
Mandarin?
That part.
You're like, learn Python. I don't know. Mandarin is new Python, everyone. You thought it was Rust.
Got him.
Yeah, what's the state of Rust? Is people still loving it, or is it not going anywhere?
I don't think it's going anywhere. But especially like with the cybersecurity folks, I find them using it quite extensively. Creating like the equivalent of executables on the web.
That just sounds dangerous. Now I'm scared.
You look into Rust Web3?
Yeah, it's primarily server side. So,
Speaking of Rust,
nice.
the Rust expert. Hey, Ahmed, if you can hear me, we were talking about Rust. Is Rust really going to take over all that we know, see, and love and hear?
It is, yeah. Yes. And I'm not the only one who's saying that. And yes, you can actually create executables with Rust for the web. As a matter of fact, you can run an emulator for your x86 computer in a web browser.
Oh, wow.
And boot Linux
So
on it.
Ahmed,
what?
I want you to understand, you can boot Linux inside your web browser.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. So Ahmed, I have zero coding experience. How many years is it going to take me to get to Rust level proficiency?
Well, zero coding experience, I would give you maybe 12 months. 12
to be comfortable using Rust.
12 months. 12 months. Like a couple of concepts need to be cleared, and you just need to have like a directed path through it. Someone to just sort of.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does that path look like? Where do I start?
Well, you start by. You literally start by understanding computers a little bit and going through some fundamentals of programming. Have you done any type of coding or any type of web development or anything before?
I can fuck around on a computer. I can work my way through Windows. It's just the
Have you
coding
put a computer
aspect.
together? Physically put a computer.
Yeah, I can build. I'm a big hardware guy.
Okay.
I'll build you the
The
computer. I'll
fact
load up
that
all
you
the
are a
software.
hardware guy will give you a very big advantage, because if you understand the difference between RAM and disk and CPU, because you physically put them in a computer,
Yes, sir.
the
Yeah.
fact that you know that will give you a massive advantage towards learning something like Rust.
Like I mean, and I can even like I know hardware down to the silicon level. Like I'm comfortable with
Okay.
silicon and stuff. It's just the
shit.
code that the computers are running. I don't.
Okay,
It's beyond me.
when
It's
you
a
say
different
you're
language.
comfortable all the way down to the silicon level, what do you mean by that?
The literal silicon that the computer is being manufactured out of, like lithography.
Okay, so you know lithography, you understand transistors, do you understand gates?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so if you if you have a semblance of that, that's a really good foundation to start learning Rust. Um, I would simply the best place to start is the Rust book. Google it. It's available online. It's always updated, and it is the canonical source for learning how to use Rust. And you can get started, and you can probably start making programs within a week with Rust. And once you've done that, uh, there are concepts in Rust that are difficult for existing programmers to learn. But the nice thing is you don't have those bad habits, which you have to unlearn, which means that whatever it is that you're going to learn will be okay. So you actually have an
So,
advantage.
and I can do this without having any background in any other programming language.
It's actually better for not having a background in other programming languages.
Okay.
Like there are
Thank you, man.
certain things that you do need to understand, because those are sort of not really covered in the Rust book, but I can take you through those. Like actually, I'm going to be doing a formal Rust course because there are two customers who are learning it. But I like, if you like understanding loops and understanding if statements and things like that, and how, like, the fundamental building blocks of programming. But that is simply the CS50 course, right? If you literally Google CS50 and just run through that course and then run through Rust, you're you'll be good to go. I'll talk to you 12 months from now when you're writing your own operating system.
I love the optimism, man. I've Googled CS50. I'm bookmarking that shit. I am down a computer doing everything on a phone right now. I'm gonna go buy some shitty laptop and hopefully start working on this.
Sounds awesome. Yes, sir. Sorry, Matthias. Happy New Year, bud.
Oh, likewise. No. I always have my hand up just to be a jackass. It doesn't mean.
Oh yeah, no, we already know you're a jackass. You don't need to put your hand up for that.
Yeah. No, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Same size, they're white, and they appear to be some sort of like ice ore. What you
Hey, Mikey, does that answer your question?
No, it's perfect. I'm not sure if you can talk about it, but the folks who re-engaged, how are they feeling? Are the holes that we identified still holes?
The holes that we identified are still holes. Those people have to get back to me about whether or not that's a priority for them. But I'm not so worried. They're Canadians, and they are going to do whatever Americans do, as Canadians are.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we are. So,
Culture flows north. Yeah.
yeah.
Ahmed, did you say you've got a Rust course?
Yes, sir. I am. I do have a Rust course. I am actually running it right now. I do it formally. It's a paid course, but it's a very intense course. It takes it's and in 6 weeks it like pours in about a year's worth of Rust into your brain in a very formal way.
If you don't mind me asking, how much per person for that one?
It's $2,500 a month, and it's 6 hours of formal teaching per week, and I also it's I don't take more than two persons per class because I want to pay very specific attention to my students. So it's either one-on-one or one-on-two at maximum, and I tailor it. So, for example, one of my students is already a very advanced TypeScript uh, programmer. So for them, I've tailored it to accelerate them in the direction that they want to go in. Another one, their background is in no code. They have never coded, but they've managed to actually build a commercial product without using coding. So it's been I tailor it to the person, uh, but it still goes through the same subject at different accelerations. And if I can pack more into it, then I do. Otherwise, I accelerate or decelerate according to how we are doing. Because that initial foundation needs to be built very strongly. And once that's built, it's good to go. And it's a 3 month course, so it turns out to be about $7,500. Why do you ask?
Just interested. I make some courses on SQL on Udemy. So I'm just whenever someone says they're making a course, I'm always interested in that.
How much is Udemy charging for your courses?
Udemy take like a cut. So I get 38% and they keep 62%, I think it is on average.
And
Whoa.
what's the course? How much is? Well, I mean, but Udemy is self-paced, right? It's not instructor led.
No. So of course for your one instructor led, it's quite different. So with Udemy, it's self-paced. You record the videos, you upload the content, and every day or so you have to answer one or two questions from
Okay.
students.
Oh, that's not so bad. And how much are they charging for your SQL course?
So I think I've got my course up for like you kind of what everyone does what everyone does on Udemy. They'll set the price quite high, like I don't know, $85 or something like that, or
Per
$90.
per video or something like
No,
that? Like
no, for the whole course. So to
okay,
access the whole course, but what happens is that everyone ends up buying it. So you just opt in for Udemy's sale program, and then basically
okay,
Udemy will end up discounting the prices during particular sales. So they've got sales sort of on
okay. But they
every
will
so
still
often.
pay you the 38% of your MSRP.
Yeah, so for
Okay.
example, most people will buy the course when it's for say $12 or $10, and then I'll get like a few dollars from that.
Oh, you will not get, you will get 38% of, let's say, $12, not 28, not
It's
your
not a
full
fixed.
38.
Yeah, I get that percent of the sale. So if
Oh,
they
there.
sell the course for some people buy the course for full cost. If someone's really, they can't wait for the sale, they may pay, and then I'll end up getting a larger amount, but I'm still getting that 38%, I think it is.
Okay,
I'm not
but
sure
I
if it's
mean,
exactly
how's your
38, but
lift?
around that.
How many students have you managed to get along the way? I just want to compare because it
Yeah.
might be worth putting the Rust course up. It's a really nice course that I've got developed. It might be worth putting up on something on a platform like Udemy, but I feel that instructor-led courses deliver a lot more value to the end user. They're like people people will pay because I'm literally tailoring it to their learning style, right? And there's very high level of interaction between me and the students, and I find teaching very enjoyable. Um, so it's I think it's, you get, as I said, about a year's worth of course in 12 weeks. Um, that would take someone a year ish to learn.
Yeah, I see that. So for in my case, I get about, and I've got a few different courses, so it's not just one course, but most of my students come from one good selling course, and um, I'm getting about anywhere from sort of like about 5 to 25 students a day.
Oh wow.
Um,
Okay. So it kind of, it adds up, right? So
it adds up, but it's not a huge amount of money. But it's it's a little bit hit or miss because you might make a course and it just takes off. You make my or I've only got one course that's kind of taken off. So yeah, you got it. And the other thing you might want to think of is that if you have a course, you don't want that to detract from people wanting to do your in-person training. So you wouldn't want a potential customer just to buy it for cheap on Udemy, whereas you might be able to actually um, get them into like a in-person course, which would be better for you, I guess. So a little bit difficult.
no,
But
I understand. But I like, so I know that my price for my course is on the fairly premium side, right? It's a $7,500 is not chump change, and there's a reason for that. One of the main reasons is I don't want a lot of students. like I'm just doing it for fun, to be perfectly honest. And the other thing is that I want students who are going to pay a lot of attention to the course, if that makes any sense. So it's like it's a filtering mechanism for me. Like if I was to run the same course, let's say with 10 students, which I potentially could, I would probably drop the price down, right, by about 50% because I wouldn't be able to deliver the same value, and it would be a much more, there would be a bell curve on the lift of the students. But that's not something I want to do. I don't think.
and I mean, look at some boot camps are charging far more than that, and they're shorter. So I mean, I think you're providing pretty good value for money for in person.
Oh, really?
Yep, definitely. Um, the I because I actually did some research a while ago because I looked at some different topics, and I seem to recall that Rust on Udemy, the top selling Rust course was making 4,000 a month. But
Oh, well.
if you looked at the median course was making
Right.
$80 a month.
Okay.
So there's a huge difference between the top selling course and the median course. And
That
that's
makes
like
sense.
that for all topics.
That makes sense, right? Like the one of the things that I find for courses is like there are a lot of courses and boot camps that do um introduction level teaching, but no one does advanced content. So, for example, no one takes you through and says, okay, how do you actually build a scalable application in, let's say, MERN stack, or you using Rust, or using C or C++, or like pick a topic, right? No one, there's no courses on how to do. I know that someone's asked me to do kernel programming course, um, and I just don't want to do it because it's a lot of work. But there's a friend of mine who runs a kernel programming boot camp, and he charges like $10,000 for like a 3-day course, and he's got like 100 people that sign up for it. He's been making some serious bank on it. Very serious bank on it. And he runs one per year, and then he goes on a vacation. But he's very, very well known for that. But I would like to sort of explore like more advanced topics, and I wonder if there's a market for that.
There is, but I mean, I would say there's a reason why a lot of the courses are focused on that sort of more beginner content. I remember hearing from someone who sold like they sold courses, and then they had like some product about getting more customers and stuff, and they basically said like 90% of like your customers are at that beginner level. So but then there are and a lot of the people on Udemy, because as an instructor I can see who finishes the course, and I should have a look again at the stats, but there's a large number of people who only get I think it was the average student got through 70 minutes of my course, the median student. So then I really focused on making sure that first hour of the course was pretty good. I mean, the whole course is good in my opinion, but put some extra effort in there.
Right.
So yeah, a lot of students just won't finish the course. A lot of students struggle with self-paced learning. A lot of students would actually probably be much better off with in-person learning. But for the ones who can do it, there are the students who will make it all the way to the end, and they'll ask questions the whole way through. And those people, they really want the advanced stuff.
Right.
And there is definitely more of a market for advanced stuff, because a lot of people do end up, getting past that first hurdle of learning the basic concepts. And like you're saying, but then there's nothing really on like how do you go from all the steps to, I don't know, make an application or something. Yeah, so there is a market for it. But I'm not sure how big it is. But yeah.
Yeah, I think like there's one person that I follow on YouTube for Rust. There's a couple of really good YouTubers for Rust, but there's one, and he does these very long sessions on really advanced topics, and he does live sessions, and they're like 8 hours long, right? And people sit and ask questions, and and these sessions are not just 1 8-hour session where you finish a topic. There's like it's we're building a database from scratch, a database engine from scratch in Rust, right? And it's a multi-threaded one, and it's a decentralized one, and it's got we're looking at research papers and okay, implementing advanced caching systems, etc., like really advanced stuff, which I think is phenomenal. Like he's the only one that I've seen do it. um and it's very I find that his approach is really good, but I also think that he would lose a lot of, like 80-90% of people, unless they were coming in with already a lot of experience into it, if that makes any sense. And I'm hoping that that I can bridge that gap between where he's at and where the world is at, like where the beginner courses are.
Yeah, that'd be good. Like a complete sort of beginner to expert course. And I think that's what drives a lot of people from YouTube to Udemy, because I find on YouTube, there might be a course, or there might be even just a video that's a couple of hours long, like build your own API, and they'll just rattle through everything real quickly. And you have to know all that background information. If you try and follow along, a lot of beginner students they get completely lost, even at the like installing packages and stuff at that point.
Right.
Um, yeah.
It's very funny. I've only got, so I if you find me on YouTube, you'll find that I've only got like 3 or 4 videos on YouTube, and the only one that's got any type of views and still gets like uptick and upvotes is this one thing that I posted because 6 years ago or 7 years ago, someone asked me for help. A friend of mine asked me for help on how to install a package on PyCharm. They were having a very hard time doing it. And I just made a video, it was like 2 minutes long, on how to configure PyCharm for including some AI modules back then, and it still gets thumbs up, and people still comment, "Oh, can you like this saved me?" I'm like, "Why are you using PyCharm from like 6 years ago?" I don't even understand. But it comes in every 3 or 4 months. I get like a thumbs up. I'm like, what is happening here? It's bizarre what clicks with people.
Yep. A lot of people, when they're taking a course, especially on Udemy, most of them have no experience, they're or very minimal experience. So they're coming at it, you know, basically needing a lot of hand holding.
So, does Udemy provide like a basic environment for people to sort of start playing with? So, for example, or do you have to help the users sort of set up their dev environment as part of your course?
Yeah, the latter, you have to help them set up their environment. Um, they do have like a Python, like a coding environment, I believe, where you can do sort of a limited sort of write Python in there for some of the challenges. I haven't done that, but yeah, for my courses at least, you have to show them how to download the database and
Which
get it.
database are you teaching them?
Mainly, so I've got two main courses. One of them SQL Server, and the other is a MySQL course.
Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah. So the SQL Server one is the better selling one, although I thought my MySQL would sell better because more people are using MySQL. But actually the SQL Server one is doing
Mm,
better. So
No, SQL Server one would do better, I would think, because because anybody who's using my MySQL, chances are they're already very comfortable with Linux and that world, and you really do have to
yeah.
know that world to kind of even get to MySQL or MariaDB as it's called now, or whatever. You know, um,
Yeah. Yeah, so that could be the case that a lot of the MySQL people they already have the proficiency. They don't really
right.
need. Yeah.
Yeah, like for my SQL, like some of the things that I would think that you would want to um teach is, how to do stored procedures, how to do proper indexing, how to do load balancing across multiple servers. Like those are the type of things that someone would want to, or doing mirroring against SQL Server and MySQL as a backend, right? So those type of topics would be very interesting for people.
I don't really get into those topics. I guess that's getting more into the database administration side of things. So my course is purely for data analysis. But actually, no, I go into stored procedures, so I cover that. And in my SQL Server course, I cover indexing, but I don't cover that in the MySQL one. I kind of ran out of steam at the end with the MySQL one.
I
Um,
understand.
so
I
I
understand.
cover things, yeah, I cover things like table joins, common table expressions, window functions, you know,
When to do an inner join, when not to do 25 inner joins.
yeah, and set operators, what else do I cover? Um, yeah, just your
What do you do? What do you do when you're not answering silly questions from people who are taking your course? What do you do for your full time work?
I actually work with spatial stuff, so map layers. So I do a lot of database work, but mainly with spatial tables.
So
And
GIS and
yeah, I'm a GIS analyst.
oh, that's very interesting. That used to my world started there. I used to work. So I guess my second professional work was with Geodetic Survey Division in Canada for Natural Resources Canada, and I helped them. I actually helped build the North American GPS corrections network. I designed the protocols for it, and I learned so much about GIS.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah, it was um like cartography, GIS. Yeah, like I know like weird things like very long baseline informetry and the I'm a mathematician, so I got into the maths of it. It was a lot of fun. GIS databases are very interesting, and putting them together is a difficult job. So kudos to you for being in that world. That's very impressive.
Yeah, it sounds like you're probably doing much more advanced stuff than I do. So my when I say GIS database, it's kind of like basically talking about like um SQL Server. You can have spatial tables in SQL Server.
No. It's the same thing. Same thing. Like I ran it on SQL. Now, mind you, this is I'm talking. I did that work circa 1991. Okay, so it's like that's like so the SQL Server didn't exist. So I did this work on Oracle 7.
Oh, cool. Yep. I've done a lot of work on Oracle because that I started off in Oracle actually. Oracle's great.
Oracle is Oracle is great. I think like we were running Oracle on a mainframe, Oracle 6 and then Oracle 7. And then we switched to Oracle 9, um, Oracle 8 for a little bit, but then Oracle 9 came out fairly quickly afterwards. So we switched to Oracle 9 about 1993, 94, whenever the heck it came out. But that was, yeah, Oracle was, but then at that time, MySQL had just come out, and I introduced them to MySQL. And I actually introduced them to Linux, and they were like, "What the hell is happening here?" Uh, this was like 1993, and like Linux version 1. I think it was Slackware, and the kernel version was 1.0.47. So, and then I think MySQL came out. When did MySQL come out? It came out 96 or something, right?
Yeah, I've probably before my time, really. The what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like a lot of the spatial capability. I think the database at the moment with the best like spatial functionality is Postgres. So I was just a work colleague was showing me, there's like 250 different spatial functions in Postgres with their PostGIS extension, and in
Oh,
SQL Server they support only 50.
yeah.
And apparently, like the way it works, you can do your spatial analysis a lot quicker natively in Postgres.
Well, I find Postgres to be, first of all, a much better database engine than MySQL. Because in Postgres, so there used to be a SQL a database engine called Ingress, and Postgres is basically the Ingress engine reimagined in open source, right? Essentially, which is why it's called Postgres, because it was like Ingress and Postgres. They thought it was funny. Programmers have a weird sense of humor. Anyhow, so yeah, I didn't know that Postgres had that much capability for spatial tables.
Yeah, I just watched some videos on it. We're mainly a SQL Server shop at my work, but someone else's. There's some database. There's someone using a Postgres database, and they're telling me about it. And I have played around with it, but I sort of installed it locally. I was actually thinking about doing a Postgres course. So the first course that I did was the SQL Server one. And then I thought, well, I could take this content and do just a different database. So make a MySQL version, a Postgres version of the same course. And
Right.
I had to I really wanted to do Postgres, but I ended up choosing MySQL simply because when I looked at the market share, there were more people using MySQL than Postgres. But I think these days, it might have switched. I think there's more people coming across to Postgres.
People are, because Postgres engine is more stable. It has less problem. It scales just beautifully. Like, it is stellar at scaling, and it is so good at recovery. Its internal journaling is the way it maintains journals is really, really powerful. Or like really well thought out. So its replays don't have as much of an issue in case of a disaster. Paul, hi.
I'm just playing. I'm sorry.
Oh no, have you got Matthias's bug?
Well, I was trying to change, I was playing with the colors. I was trying to get it really off. He's got a white hand, so I figured I was going to put a dark hand. So
Ah, I see. I see. So this is what we're doing. We're putting up some tonal colors up.
yeah,
Sure.
we playing.
That's funny.
What were you talking about? I've just got off a phone call, so I
No, we were
dropped
just
in.
talking about Postgres and its GIS capabilities and its spatial tables capabilities. And I'm just learning from Dan that Postgres. I take it it's called PostGIS, right? Dan?
Yeah, so there's Postgres database, but then you have to install like a spatial extension called PostGIS, and that PostGIS extension comes with these spatial methods. So things like you can intersect the geometries from two different tables. You can, stuff like that, or find the nearest, point to this this polygon or what have you. And for example, in SQL Server also have spatial functions, but it just doesn't have as many. And for my work, one of the things that you often have to do is convert some spatial map layer from one coordinate system to another. And Oracle used to have a function, or still does, that you could use to do this. But then SQL Server does not have that. You'd actually have to build your own. And some of these coordinate system conversions have really complicated mathematics behind them. But I believe like PostGIS does have, just like Oracle, it's got one to transform your data from maybe it's like, some Canadian coordinate system to Late Long.
Oh, that's very cool. It occurs to me, and this is, now Ahmed going into crazy talk.
Tinfoil time.
Crazy talk is that I wonder if a GIS system could be used to figure out. So, am I okay in assuming that I could put any type of a distance function in a GIS system and then be able to figure out distances between the different coordinates? That's a fairly straightforward, or I could use it to create a
Yeah.
path.
Yep, definitely. Yep. You
Okay.
start to get into so there are some issues with that. Like if you're using a projected coordinate system, I believe it's like a flat plane, so that's okay. But then there are some coordinate systems that, have to take into account the curvature of the Earth. And if you're doing everything from like on a flat plane, it gets into, there's a bunch of functions which are referred to as linear referencing system functions.
Right.
And SQL Server unfortunately doesn't support linear referencing system functions. There was someone who actually built some like library of
Mm-hmm.
functions that I think I bought, but they didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. But definitely in Oracle, they have linear referencing system functions that you can use to basically to work out the distance between, say, 2 points. And then you could generate like a line feature.
Interesting. And you could even define a distance function of some arbitrary distance function, as long as it's available for the system to evaluate and then figure out do higher order operations between coordinates, right?
Yes. I
And
actually, I think,
yeah.
just to go back to something, I think that actually, I think in SQL Server they do have like a distance function, but I think where the linear referencing comes into it is that if you actually wanted to construct a new geometry, like let's say you had
Right.
like a series of points and you wanted to connect those points and create a road,
Uh-huh.
that's where you would use your linear referencing systems
Is there a
functions.
limit on the dimensionality of the map or the coordinate system? Like, for
Um,
example, could
yeah.
I do this for, let's say, um, a six-dimensional world?
I think my guess would be I don't know. You would probably have to make your own coordinate system to
Yeah.
account for those extra dimensions.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to play with it a little bit, but I'll tell you what the application is that's in my head. So one of the things that I didn't consider previously is see, GIS systems are really good at constraints, like really good at putting constraints on a complex geometry because you have to. And what I'm thinking about is applying the constraint function to minimizing a distance function. So the idea is you want to figure out the minimum distance between 2 points, but constrained by the paths that lead to it. So, and you want to be able to do that through millions of points, or billions of points for that matter. And the reason for doing it is because finding that distance function is equivalent to solving a neural net. So I'm looking at seeing if a GIS database can be used to simulate finding solutions for a neural net in a weird way.
Well, I think it's worth looking at. This is well beyond my pay grade, but I think I kind of understand it. Yeah, like I always prefer to do stuff in the database because it's generally much faster. If you can do it in the database.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm trying to the main thing is that there are certain problems, certain geometrical problems that are already solved in the GIS domain, which the folks in the artificial intelligence domain may not know about, if that makes any sense. And there is always this thing about doing like mathematics across different domains. I'm a mathematician, so I tend to and like as a mathematician, when I look at some of the solutions in the AI world where people are trying to do something like this is so stupid. Here's a formula that comes from this other, so from algebraic geometry, or we know this stuff in advanced abstract algebra that would just simplify all of this complex shit that you're doing over here, and when you apply it, it just works so much faster. So I was just wondering if there is but I haven't it didn't occur to me to look at some of the practical tooling that's been built for GIS, for certain types of sort of optimal solution finding, because sort of type of problems.
I know one of my work colleagues, he's more advanced than I am. He'd gone to like a hackathon, and he was telling me about it. That they ended up doing like was like bus route analysis, like what's the quickest path to get for the bus to get from A to B,
Right.
given a road network, and they ended up managing to do that all within the actual database itself,
Right.
using the spatial data, and it was much quicker than
Of course,
if they had, yeah.
if they try to do it themselves. No, database. See, this is the other thing. Doing things in the database is always better. I don't even understand why ORMs became a thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this
Yeah.
entire So we were talking about Rust earlier. So one of the things that if you ever want to play with, if you ever decide that you want to, I don't know if you have you played with Rust at all?
No, I never have. I actually was considering making a course on it because sometimes I actually learn content by doing a course of like learn as I go.
Sure.
So I've been doing that with Python actually. Um, and yeah, I had early on I had to make a decision whether to do a Python course or a Rust course, and then I ended up choosing Python because I
Oh
thought I'm
no! Oh no! Come back to us. Come back to us. Don't go through that. No, Python is a good system, a good environment to do a first time course. But if you ever do end up going towards Rust, I would highly recommend looking at. So in Rust, there's this concept. So just like in Python, you would import, your modules through pip or something. Rust has a really powerful and a very clean module management system, and it's called Cargo. And essentially, modules are called crates in Rust. And there is a module called SQLX, that does direct SQL binding for any type of a backend database. And one of the more powerful um, components of Rust is its macro system in which you can write complete domain specific languages. So SQLX Crate comes with the ability to directly query the database, and you don't have an ORM layer in the middle, making the 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 whole thing stupid fast. And the other interesting thing is that because of the way Rust is, when you compile your Rust program, it verifies that the database structures and what SQL you're putting into your programs, that those match and that it will not fail when you deploy. You'll find that part to be very, very useful. Um, it never lets you make a mistake, or it's very difficult to make a mistake in Rust around it's like a lot of the basic things. Forces you to write programs that are um, just function.
is that sort of would equivalent to that, I guess, in Python? I'm just thinking of when I've used Python, and I think it's called import. What's the library name, like PyODBC, and then I've used
Sure.
write a SQL query.
Right. Except when you write a SQL query in PyODBC, you are responsible to verify that your SQL query is actually going to hit a valid table, right? Whereas
Correct.
if you were to do that in Rust and compile that program, during the compilation, it will require you to provide a live connection to a test database, and it will make sure that every thing that you're going to query, that actually exists, and it will let you know if it doesn't. So immediately during compile come across all of the mistakes. And so by the time you are done fully building your software, it's just good to go. And it also allows you to put the SQL content in a separate SQL file into a separate .sql file, and will import it, which means that if you're using, let's say, a Visual Studio Code to do your coding, you get all of the IDE around SQL. Like you don't get stuck in this world of Rust, if that makes any sense, the way you would in Python. Like your syntax highlighting, like it's a stupid little thing, right? But your syntax highlighting will work, which people like you're like, it's a small little thing, but when you're trying to find that comma in 2 in the morning, it's hard. It's hard. Uh,
Yeah, it's because at the moment, let's say I had a Python script and it had some SQL in it, I'd have to like cut and paste that SQL and actually try and run it in the database first using,
right.
maybe SQL Server Management Studio, check it's all working, and then put it back in the Python script.
Right, and you don't have to do that stuff in the Rust world. The at least in a properly built like a lot of that worrying about whether or not your program is going to be functional. That worry goes away. And by the way, the other fun thing is that once you build a program in Rust, once it's built and it's finished, and if it doesn't, it will not have a lot of the bugs, like because the compiler just won't let you do bad things. But if you finish a program and you know that it's functionally doing what it's doing, you will never have to change it ever. The nicest thing and this is why I think the Rust will change, has done a paradigm shift in software development, is that Rust programs come to an end. Which is a very interesting thing to say about software. That you can finish a software project in Rust, and once it's built and it just functions. It just works. It will, and it's guaranteed to just work. And you get a new version of Rust. You compile it. You can recompile it. You don't have to change a single line of code. It will compile and it will work. And
Where
that is like fairly powerful.
contrast that to Python, where there's a new version of Python, people having to rewrite scripts. There's new versions all the time
Imagine
of
having to update
libraries.
your crate, or imagine updating like a version of one of the dependencies, and everything breaks. Let alone like forget about trying to do more than one piece of software in the same Python environment. If you've got two different dependencies, one depends on version 1.0 of something and one depends on 1.1, they will clash with each other. They cannot coexist. That's so stupid. Python's package management it's like the seventh circle of hell. Dante, it's like a special punishment because you did something evil in life. That alone should make Python a non-starter for most production environments with people. Yeah, how are you going to make money if you cannot charge for upkeep? The technical debt comes with it.
I haven't got too far down. I'm just trying to get the core concepts in my mind with Python, and I have written some Python scripts for work, but I wouldn't say I'm not an expert on by any means, and I haven't quite got to the whole creating my own classes, that sort of thing. So how hard do you think would it be to kind of make that switch to Rust? Because I have heard there's a bit more of a learning curve.
It is a lift, but it's not that big of a lift. Like one of the things that I really, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to, like I started my Rust course, is that a lot of the like, so Rust has this concept of a new way of doing, because it's a low level language, you have to do your own memory management. And it has a new way of doing memory management compared to how people who are familiar with C or C++ are used to. But the thing is, uh, somehow that has become like the thing that everybody points out that, oh my goodness, that's so hard. Everybody's going to have a very hard time learning that. Well, 90, like for the majority of the things that you would do that at the medium to beginner to medium, even to like the basics of advanced level, you don't have to give a shit about it. Like if you um
So you don't have to worry about that memory management stuff until you're pretty much an advanced user.
right, and the thing is that it like that memory management stuff is not that difficult. Like you don't have to understand the theory behind it. You just have to understand how to do a couple of things, and that's it. And once you understand that, it's it can be explained in about 10 minutes. But every Rust tutorial gets into the weeds of it, whereas it doesn't need to get there in the beginning or even in the middle.
Yeah. I only teach the student what they need to know at that point in time.
Right. But, you know, uh, uh, but having said all of that, there's a reason why Rust is in its 8th year of being the most beloved language in the world. Eight years running on Stack Overflow. They do their annual um, uh, sort of survey, and Rust has been since it came out in 2015 the most beloved language of all time because it is like think about it, Dan. You can write something for bare metal and you can write something for a web browser in the same environment with the same level of efficiency. Like you don't you know how you could of course you could write an operating system in SQL. Like it's would you want to? No. But you could write an operating system in JavaScript. Would you want to? Maybe not. You could write a web application in assembler. Would you want to? Probably not. But with Rust it's different. You can do all of those different things to that diverse level of from metal, bare metal to like from iron to cloud. You can do all of it, and it is natural to do it in there, and that's so bizarre and so interesting.
Man, you're wanting me to, you're making me want to feel like I should drop Python and just learn Rust.
If it would, can I tell you, if you can if you can take on like the first 4 weeks of the challenge, you would be so much better off on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Ahmed, do you mind talking more about bare metal and how you can code for that? Because that's what got me interested in coding a while back. I never took off. It never took off. Obviously, with me, I don't know any of it. But AMD's Mantle for their GPUs. I read a lot about that at the time because I was super excited that we'd have a new API for gaming, and it was a bare metal, and that didn't go anywhere. It never got implemented. DirectX 12 obviously came out, and then that got crushed.
Well, I mean, the main thing is Rust compiles to uh, iron, right? So your target can be CPUs, GPUs, or WebAssembly for that matter, which is why you can take the same Rust program, run it on your directly in binary code on your computer, and also take the same program and run it inside a web browser. It's kind of fun for the most part. Now,
How efficient
interesting.
is it in a web browser though?
It produces WebAssembly, dude. It is fucking fast. It's got Rust has the fastest web front end in the world.
So you're looking at a point where whatever hardware you're running is kind of inconsequential because you're running it as like a WebEx program.
You're running it as so all web browser, all modern web browsers have a subset of JavaScript called WebAssembly, which is JavaScript in bytecode, and they are stupid fast at running it. Like because it doesn't have to parse anything; it's pre-parsed, right? So all of the parsing of JavaScript goes away, and you can actually create web components and reactive components inside Rust that are loadable by a browser, just like React components, and they will run stupid fast. You can there's a 3D programming engine, 3D gaming engine for Rust called Bevy. You can write shaders and do full blown like Unity type games in Rust. You can write an operating system kernel in Rust. You can write regular programs in Rust, command line programs in Rust. You can write web backend in Rust. You can write web front end in Rust. You can write fucking web middleware in Rust. There are databases written in Rust. The fastest database on the earth, TickV, is written in Rust completely. Like, there's a reason people are completely in love with Rust. You don't have to leave that ecosystem to do anything and do it well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do it fast, do it well, and do it safely. Fast, safe, and correct. Pick 3.
So what do you see as holding it back from mass adoption? If you haven't covered this already,
It is being mass adopted. Linux kernel now has official support for Rust. All of AWS has given up on Go and is switching to Rust for all Lambdas. Microsoft's backend on Azure is all being rewritten in Rust. The Windows kernel components are being rewritten in Rust. Mass adoption is coming down, and in 3 years, Rust is going to be the fundamental language of the web.
wow. So
No
do you
question.
see this having a 20-year reign, a 50-year reign, a 100-year reign?
50 years. This is Rust. It's like C reigned for 50 years. C was the reigned for 50 years, and Rust
Yeah,
is the next viable replacement for it.
that's incredible. Okay.
And this is coming from a guy who programmed in C for 30 years. Like C was my number one language all the way until 2017. From 1987 to 2017, I programmed in C for the most part. C++, like 90 other languages, but C was my core. And I've
Oh no, go
abandoned
ahead.
it. I've abandoned it for Rust.
That's awesome. Huh. Let's see. No, it's just I remember because I was a computer nerd in high school, tail end. That's when I started building computers, just mainly for video games, because I realized that consoles are kind of bullshit, and you can do a
Yes,
lot more in terms of modding and just
of course.
controlling your experience and upgrading your experience. And I had one of my best friends who showed me the ropes for computer hardware. His little brother was a couple years younger than us, and he had a stack of C++ books. And I remember at the time thinking, shit, I just missed that window. This kid's going to have a secure, future in programming. He's going to have a career. And I'm
Don't
just
think
going to,
don't think like that. You
I
can
know,
have
I
a
know it.
fucking career in programming today. Like, fuck, there's there's so much demand, so much demand. If you're looking for a career right now, I would learn, honestly, I would learn React and JavaScript and then learn Rust if you're looking
No,
to.
I'm not that desperate. I'd rather stick with. I'd rather go into Rust wanting to do it for one, just for the pure love of learning, and then two, just seeing what's possible, and then after that, if a feasible career is something I can
Rust
pursue.
is going to have a feasible career. The Rust programming is going to have a very feasible, very attractive career, and it's a wonderful community to be a part of. People are really nice. Like people don't have people in Rust community are really, really nice, at least at the
So,
moment.
what was your introduction to Rust? Were you just day one? Because you said it came out in 2016.
2015 it came out, and I switched to Rust in 2017. 2017, 2018. 2018 to be
So, what
perfectly honest.
was the impotence for you? What made you see the light?
So I was building a very complex AI system, a product for my new startup, and I had written it all in C and C++ and Python. Um, and it had a bunch of memory bugs, which were very difficult to solve because there was GPUs involved, there was the operating system kernel involved. It's a file system. It's got all sorts of complexity, and I was just sick and tired of it. And what I knew about Rust, and I basically said, "Fuck this shit. I don't want to have these memory problems in my multi-threaded environment." So I literally rewrote the whole thing in Rust. I abandoned about a year and a half worth of code. It was about 400,000 lines worth of code that I'd written in about a year and a half. I put it on a freeze. I took 6 weeks to learn Rust and rewrote the whole code in 3 months in Rust. And my code base dropped from 400,000 lines of code to about 28,000 lines of code. And it was a
And no
lot easier to
multi-threading
manage.
issues.
Sorry?
And no multi-threading issues.
No, it's designed for it.
That's beautiful.
Like
Do
no
you have
memory
like a
leaks, no multi.
64? Do you have like
Sorry?
a 64 core Threadripper CPU that you're just burning through?
I've got so no the system runs on multiple, so it can scale up. So the largest deployment that we ran had 20,000 threads on
Oh,
on 4,000 CPUs, right? So it's just like it was running on a s- on a on a supercomputer, but like it scales up. Right now, my dev environment has 20 cores, and it runs it threads out it very nicely. But the problem is not threading. Like the problem is uh passing messages between threads without having to worry about memory problems, race conditions, deadlocking, memory leaks. Like all of that just kind of disappears if you do certain things. Well, I mean, it forces you to do those things correctly. So that's the power of it.
beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah,
I could listen to talk about it all night.
I could talk about it all night, but I have got to go back to actual coding. um, I've got things that I need to finish up. And there's a new version of that software. We're releasing a new version of it, and I'm just in the process of finalizing some. Like I'm refactoring some of the code and just making it cleaner because So one of the things that I found was when I wrote the code in Rust, it worked, but I've learned much more about Rust in the last 5 years than I did when I originally wrote the code. So the original code is fine, it works, but it can be made much, much cleaner, and tighter, and a lot of the things that I did, like there are better ways of doing it, better structures, better, like I could cut like a bunch of code down, divide it up into more simplistic modules so that it's a lot easier to maintain. Um, Whereas my initial implementation was very monolithic, this one is far more modular. So yeah, so some of those things in terms of cleanup and more functionality. Just need to add more whizzy bangy stuff to it.
That's awesome. Hey, good luck and have a great night then.
Yeah, thank you, bud. Hey, Mikey. Sorry to come in and uh and take over, but this was a fun conversation to have. Are you still around?
Yeah. No, I was listening in. I was actually playing around with I think they call it A-frame, which is using JavaScript and HTML to do augmented reality through the phone. So I was just looking.
Oh, is that what the spatial app?
Not even spatial, just like they're using a JavaScript library called 3JS and something called A-frame to develop just, I guess, powerful non-WebGL AR and VR experiences with HTML and
Oh,
a bit of JavaScript. Yeah.
very cool. I'm still waiting for AR to take off. I think it
AR
has
is
a
going
place.
to more than likely it's going to take off. It's maybe a couple of years out, but I think it will. Uh, I I think you should totally become. Oh, by the way, if you're into Solana, as I see that you are,
Yes, that was my
uh,
introduction to Rust. I was listening to the developers talk about it here and there, and they always seemed excited. And I was happy
yeah,
for
you
them
can
because
write.
they had a new
You can
tool
write.
set.
Yeah, you can write contracts, safe contracts in Rust with Solana. So you
That'd be
can. So
awesome.
I mean, like, think about it. You can target the Ethereum VM with Rust, just like you can target. It's going to be the same code. Like it's kind of fun. You should totally look into it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I appreciate the encouragement. I do intend to.
By the way, I will say one thing. Okay, so um when I talk to my students, they ask me, "Is it difficult?" My answer to them is yes, it is difficult. And I will say that to you as well. And the reason I will say that to you is not to discourage you, but to remind you that when you come across a hurdle, not to beat yourself up because you're not getting over it, because it's difficult. It's not because there's something wrong with you. Other people can get over it and you cannot. Do you
No,
understand?
and I've educationally, historically, I've had a lot of extra hurdles, and it's just the unfortunate reality of how my brain functions, and I've come to accept that it takes me longer to learn things than other people. Um,
But I'm just
Thankfully,
just
yeah,
keep that in mind that it's not easy for anybody, and it will not be for you either, but
yeah,
that's okay. That it
absolutely.
Just give yourself grace to just learn it in your own time and in your own way. That's the only thing that I would say.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ahmed.
All right, sir, thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you, Mikey. Give my love to the mathematician, and I will talk to you later.
All right, take care.
How about Paul? Is Paul still here?
Yeah, I've been trying to break into that conversation, but
Oh, you
I
just
just
got to run
never.
over people sometimes. I'm really good
Yeah.
at it.
Oh no, I mean I was down at Lister. I couldn't even get up. So anyway, no, it's learning any programming language is, you know, I've always broke it down into three components. You look at what it controls, you look at what you can do with each one, and then how you do it. And then you get into how the language looks to be able to read it. And beyond that, it's how much practice you get.
So
And
it's the
that's how I learned
what.
Python. So
It's like the what, why, and how, and then
yeah,
just learning a new
yeah,
alphabet, a new
yep,
language.
yep.
Okay.
And yeah, and the thing is it's going to control a lot of, it's going to have a lot more controls. And what does it control and what features? It's like your car. If you could operate multiple cars at the same time, do you want to control the environment inside and that kind of thing? And it's kind of like that because it's controlling everything at a low level. And, and other than that, I'd need a few examples, and then I'd be able to go through it. So
Yeah, some people know how to drive the car. Other people know how to replace the carburetor.
yeah,
Oh, that's
exactly.
fair.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys have been blowing my mind. I'm over here trying to figure out if I'm sticking with the Google suite or the Microsoft suite now that I got TechSoup help because my company's a 501c3. So it's mind blowing how many apps are involved in like with Azure and the Microsoft suite,
Yep.
and then Google Analytics on that side, and um, yeah, wow.
It's swimming
Actually,
pool.
oh my
It's
God. And
it
you guys are
blinds
talking
you.
about like building, coding and stuff. I can't even figure out which apps to use and how to, to try to onboard my 20 staff onto something different. And,
So
but,
here's what you do is you talk to your 20 staff and figure out what they're all the most proficient in and what's easiest and most comfortable. If they're all proficient, computer literate, and they'd be more comfortable using Google, run with that. You might be the one person that has to learn it.
yeah, I was talking to a couple of key partners. So, you guys know I'm tackling this housing situation with the substance use mental health treatment, and there's a program that has like 10,000 beds that they're dealing with throughout the state on a nightly basis. And he came from a little bit of a tech background, the CEO for that nonprofit, and he's heavy into the Google Analytics, and he really is was trying to push me that way. But the urine drug screen company that I do my lab work, that I send all my urine drug screens to, he's got a huge tech background too, and the chief technical officer over there, he was sharing the data, that the urine drug screen results that we get, and he seems to be excited to support kind of the app development side of things, and he was sharing the Power BI AI assisted data processing. I guess that I thought maybe you guys might know something about that. That's one of the apps that's part of the Microsoft suite. Do you know anything about that?
I'm just aware of it. I haven't worked with it.
I am not familiar with that at all, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so I guess it's just an out of the box AI assisted like data analytic tool, and
And you're saying you have
um
10,000 clients?
No. So that was just people in the state that are getting help with housing. So that was the other company that's using Google, and I was gonna try to work together with them and getting interoperability with my agency and his agency. But really, I think I'm getting ahead of myself there. I think the lab work for my urine drug screen testing is a key partner that I can just roll out for my own staff in my own agency and not involve any other agencies while I work the bugs out. And he's using the Microsoft suite. So that's the direction I'm leaning now.
Do you really only have two options?
Well, no, we've been using the Microsoft suite, right? Because we have the HIPAA compliance with all of our
Oh,
email.
sure.
So we had just been using the Microsoft 365, but I didn't realize I could get it for free through the TechSoup nonprofit portal, and so that's been like blowing my mind of all these opportunities we have. And so I got validated through that process, and now I'm looking at all the tools that are available to us. And so it's not that those are the only ones, but what I think, I'm finding as a key partner here, because the urine drug screen company, imagine he's got his lab in California, San Francisco area, and he like he has a huge motivation for convincing the payers to let urine drug screens happen in a more appropriate frequency according to the need. And the payers, the insurance companies, they're pushing back constantly, saying no, one a month, one every 3 weeks. They don't want to pay for these drug screens. So as I explained the use of that data to better reward the clients that are going down the right path, if they're trending in the right direction with lowering their substance use, that's a win-win for him and us, right? So I think I'm finding a good partner in trying to like bring some resources into my tech solution, sobriety algorithm, if you would, that I'm
So,
trying to.
but you're working with a large enough client base that that's not something that can be determined on a case by case basis. You need AI assistance to. It's not like you have 100 people that 100 clients. You have thousands or tens of thousands.
No, we only have a couple. We have about 250 in our census, but we only have about 125 on average that walk in the door on a daily basis.
So that, I mean, you could do that shuffling paperwork, right? And determine that this person's had 7 negative drug screens and they're on the right path, and we can graduate them to this level of assistance. And I
Well,
mean, I don't think you're large enough yet where you have to worry about AI. I wouldn't imagine, unless if you've seen the light on it and there's something I don't know about that you're really looking forward to.
Well, this guy, the lab company, they are already using it because they've got you know thousands and thousands of specimens that they're bringing in every single day from all around the country to do their urine drug screen testing. So it just happens that he's our company, and he's really leaned into the tech side of things. But it is kind of hard to shuffle the paperwork, to your first point, when my staff, the therapists, and like they're just slammed. Half our clients are homeless. They're all using
Oh,
meth
sure.
and heroin, and it's like there's a fire constantly brewing all day long. We got security, we got people running around all day, people taking showers and saving their belongings and trying to check things out and blah blah blah. So it's a pretty chaotic situation, and um, I've tried to do it with like the spreadsheets and papers and gift cards, and it's just really a disaster. So we do need a more streamlined way to like digest the data on a dashboard that lets us quickly see, is somebody trending in the right or wrong direction, and then rewarding them or having a conversation with them to kind of get them on track. Really, more like on a hour to hour, day to day basis is my theory. Like intensive support and eyes and hands on the subject, like in real time almost, as much as we can. So that's the goal, is to just get that data readable and get the feedback loop quick.
Okay. I mean, for me, because I'm not you and I'm not in your situation, but for me, that sounds like a pretty clear-cut answer on what you need to go for.
Yeah, right.
Just the way
Yeah,
you laid it out.
yeah, we had a phenomenal call today. But before that conversation, I didn't, I had a couple of conversations with him in the past year, and I didn't know he was going to be, as excited as he was today. So that's why I was leaning towards the Google Analytics, because of the other agency across town that does have 10,000 beds where they're putting people in on a daily basis. And I thought, well, if I could get access to all that data and try to figure out which ones need treatment. But I think I was just, like I said, I was convinced myself that I should keep it to my clients that are in my building, so I can really work the bugs out with my staff before trying to connect with another agency.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, if you have a model of success with that toolkit that somebody else, that you can replicate, that would be huge if you're not just going in completely blind.
That's exactly right.
Anyone else that's using that development toolkit in the same way, that you can talk to and say, and hey, show me what you got, show me how it works, give me the tour.
Well, that's right. He just added me to his, it's just all Microsoft, right? So he just added me on his Teams and gave me the access to the Power BI Lab Analytics, and I can just look at all
Oh,
my
that's awesome.
clients. And yeah, he just boom put me right in there, and
Good for
then
you guys.
now I'll be able to put my attendance from my EHR. He'll help me input that so that he can have richer data to convince the payers, hey, look, there's a reason why we're doing these urine drug screens more often. We're getting better results. So,
And if it's all HIPAA compliant, that's like the number one thing.
Yep, that's right. It's all already got all that privacy baked in. But I'm trying to bring in the not your keys, not your data, right? I really want to see if we can get it on a blockchain eventually, so that it's kind of a dual signature, like let the therapists, like kind of like release of information, power of attorney from the client to the therapist, because we
Yeah.
can't count on the clients to like control their keys and seed phrases or any of that craziness. So, but it would be cool for them to have a way to have their identity on the blockchain and their data on the blockchain, and to really get this permission thing to start working, so that we can have a use case where people are actually getting benefit from letting people use their data. And the people using their data would be me and my IP that I'm trying to create, and I could reward all of them as kind of like partners in the the proceeds down the road, right? If we were successful.
Oh yeah. No, and I've had a series of inpatient stays lately for some mental health stuff, bipolar type 1, and it's been a really ugly winter. So I know exactly what you mean when it comes to working with doctors and therapists and releases. And oh my God, just me getting my own records was an uphill battle.
Exactly. It is a total shit show when it comes to healthcare. And then you add on there behavioral health, and then you add
Yeah.
on that substance use. You're talking about so many layers removed from like a pleasant experience. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I
It's
mean,
not.
if there was a way to simplify it, that'd be life changing for a lot of people.
And there is, right? Like, I don't know if there was 5 years ago, but it's there's certainly everything's available now to do it. I mean, it's not it's not complicated in what we're trying to do. It's just it's also siloed. That's all. It's just all the data is siloed, and all of the health record systems don't want interoperability. They just want to keep all of their health record systems separate because they don't want you to go down the street to get services somewhere else. But this year is the first year that the United States is creating this whole push and saying, yeah, you guys have to use FHIR and use interoperability is going to be the future. So they are being pushed.
So
But
was that legislated?
yeah, it sure was. This quarter, it was the new. It's called FTCA. Let me look it up here.
Thank you.
Yeah, it took years and years to uh, get it get it passed and like get some teeth into it. Let's see.
I didn't know we had turned a corner on that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's literally this quarter, and like probably some of the biggest companies like Presbyterian and some of those are all opting in and saying, yeah, because they're going to be impacted if they don't, as far as getting like Medicaid support. Yeah. So unorganized. I can't. I'll find it here though.
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is.
TEFCA. Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, also known as TEFCA, TEFCA. I'll be able to, yeah. So that's the TEFCA is designed to scale EHI exchange nationwide and help ensure that the health information, healthcare providers, health plans, individuals, and many more stakeholders have secure access to electronic health information when and where it is needed. So that's the whole new thing that came in for first quarter of 2023. But it started in 2018. So it's been in January 2022, the ONC and the RC announced the publication of the Trusted Exchange Framework and the Common Agreement. Yep, TEFCA. So this is kind of their first quarter where they're rolling it out, and they got all their partners that are, I think sequoiaproject.org is the like trusted party that's going to get everybody together. But yeah.
Sequoia is in Sequoia Capital.
No, it's a different Sequoia project. Yeah, compliance guidance.
Different tree entirely.
What's that?
It's a different tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the healthit.gov website now. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, even while we're talking, not to cheat on you guys, but Project Veritas was having a space, and I was like, they just released another video, so I was watching that.
Oh, well, I don't follow them that closely. I just hear the news, the headlines that come out whenever they release one. What's this one on?
Oh, apparently there's other unreleased footage from that drunk guy. The guy
for the vaccine.
Yeah, I gotta say, the guy was like, is so drunk at this point. Like he's answering the questions, and it just like he's almost slurring his words.
So are they on a gay date? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty. Yeah.
So people are like, I wonder how hot this guy is. That.
Yeah, I mean, they must have sent a supermodel in.
That's so funny. Can you imagine the interview process? You're like, nope, yes, maybe, nope, yes.
It's crazy these days. You get a smile from a beautiful lady, while me with my 50-year-old ass, and I'm just like, okay, let's. How do I figure this out?
Yeah, you thought you were shopping for a bride in Thailand, and all of a sudden you're getting, there's James O'Keefe, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How did you end up in Vietnam, James O'Keefe?
You always go for the lady in the blue dress, avoid the lady in the red dress.
I was talking to Casey, and he said with regards to that transcribing of voice, Paul, that you and you were the or maybe he said APIs for Paul, and you.
You're talking about the 11 Labs?
Oh yeah, that's what you had just shared at the beginning of today's summit. Yeah. Okay.
Scary stuff, man. My buddy Jeff Electronian Yager tried it out, and there's text to speech, and then there's like text to a voice actor, and I feel like what I heard is as close as I've heard anything.
Yeah, I'm signing up right now.
Wicked. It's like $5 to use their voice lab thing, but I mean, if that's the quality.
Right.
And they're only
Yeah.
asking for like what, 60 seconds, 2 minutes of voice? Like, it shouldn't even be possible. But they call it like one shot.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are like connoisseurs, I guess, because when I listened to it, it just was like 100% fake me out. I mean, you guys were talking about pauses and other things, and I'm like, shit, it's like me drinking some wine. Oh, this is the best stuff ever, and everybody else is talking about all the detailed differences. So I'm like, wow, it's beyond me.
A lot of folks here, like Paul, have been teaching me a bit of Python, and so it's helped me dig at least one layer into the onion, so to speak. You know,
Uh-huh.
and every small layer you dig into makes you just a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. I know it's daunting to make those first steps, right?
I feel like it took me 20 years to make some of these steps.
Yeah.
Honestly,
If you're
I'm
looking
39.
for a good podcast that kind of just skims over the surface of a lot of this stuff, they do a news show called Level One Tech's News. And they're on YouTube. You can find them on your favorite podcast player. They mostly just stick to headline news, but they'll delve in there. It's three programmers, two girls or two guys and a girl, and they kind of get into the weeds on some of this stuff too, and it's really interesting. I've been listening to that for like 6 or 7 years now, and it's the only reason I can even begin to speak any of this language.
Nice. What is it called?
Level One Techs, TECK Tech. And it's a weekly podcast that is like 3 hours long, and then they break it into individual shows that they put out 3 or 4 days a week. And it's really nice. It's just, oh, here's the news headline about Google, and then they'll get into the article a little bit and kind of sometimes they'll read from it. Usually they just break down to you the situation that's happening. They'll have an episode that's, oh, this is government and business. This is business and AI. This is, whatever. And it's just all the headlines of the week. And it kind of keeps you informed on what's going on in the tech world without having to, get the stupid Google notifications or whatever your news app is all the time. It
Nice.
just gives you the download. And they're just really friendly, knowledgeable, funny people. So, but yeah, I've been listening to that for like 7 years now, and I wouldn't know jack shit if it wasn't for them. And then
That's
if you
cool.
ever have a tech problem, go to their website. They have a forum that's incredible. The community on there is awesome. They can sort out whatever's going on, with your computer or your phone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that keeps you current and you learn the foundational stuff. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Without really even trying, to be honest. Because I'm a computer hardware guy, and I got into it for basically video games, like 12 years ago, and ever since then I've just been obsessed with. I don't usually have the money for it, but I've been obsessed with the latest hardware. And they had an old channel back in the day called Tech Syndicate, funny enough, where that they did that, but then that channel broke up and they formed Level One Techs.
That's cool. I looked it up here, so it looks pretty informative. Yeah. If it's a video, I'll consume it. Been consuming books and knowledge through videos and audio for 25 years, but not a lot of book reading. I've never been learned that way, which is probably why I've got some weaknesses around my writing capacity. But
See, I learned through reading and writing, and I enjoy through listening.
yeah.
So if I apply myself, it sucks, but I have to read and write it. But just simple enjoyment, pure love of the thing. Yeah, I always listen.
Yeah, I've done a disservice to not do that. You know, I'd rather listen to something 3 times, and that's just what I've just done the whole time. So I've succeeded in spite of myself. They have this same that level 1 text where you know that background where those little dots, like wherever you point and click, those dots that connect to each other. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
On their website, like
I
you
haven't
put.
been there in a while. Let me see.
Oh
I
yeah.
just I go through my podcast app. I just get it all the time.
Oh, got it.
And I haven't been to their website in a minute though. Oh yeah.
You
That
click on one
is
spot and then those dots. Yeah, so mine, www.stateoftheheartrecovery.com, I had them do like a similar, it has the same background on it. It's cool.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, their website's looking pretty good now. But yeah, you can see the level 1 show February 1st. More layoffs now with extra sting. So
Yeah, they got all those cool articles that are current.
yeah, and that's the beautiful part too now is they have the timestamps for the video, so it's 46 minutes long, but you can just hop in and out, go to 28 minutes, and you have an article about HP and Oracle Solaris suit ends with hush settlement. You know, skip down to, I want to hear about the Home Depot thing real quick. You just click on the timestamp and it'll play the Home Depot bit for you.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's a really nice resource, and they don't get nearly enough attention. I feel like a lot of people should be listening to that.
Do they upload them on YouTube? Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yep. And then if you want the whole thing as a 3-hour long form podcast to like listen to in the car ride at the beginning of the week, then it's like $1 on Patreon.
Oh, okay. Otherwise, it's in parts.
Yeah, they break it up into chunks and they release 3 or 4 episodes a week.
Oh, okay. $1 a month, you said?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good deal. So I went to that 11 Labs. So it goes both directions, I presume, right? They're looking for text here, and then they create the voice, but they'll also go from voice to text, I presume.
I haven't played with it enough myself.
It's pretty cool. Coming in February, voice design, designing entirely new voices using our generative model.
So the other thing to check out, which Casey went down the rabbit hole today on, is a website that Dan Rockwell Floozy Speak told me about, which is called EBSynth. E is
How do
in
you spell
Edward, E is in Edward, B is in Bob, Synth, SYNTH, EBSynth.
Got it.
And it purports to be able to take 2 images and create an animation between the 2 images. Like they used to call it tweening back in the day.
Bring your paintings to animated life. Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's becoming scary.
Wow.
So imagine, okay, so you can clone your voice, you can clone other people's voices, you can even make clones of your fake voices. And now you can tween, so it's almost like, you know, with EB Synth that you get a taste of like fucking CGI as a service.
Yeah, or even like your old pictures of your grandparents, you know?
Actually, if you go to MyHeritage, if you Google MyHeritage photo animation, it's free to use and it's pretty good.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've used it for people in this room.
MyHeritage
photo animation. If you Google that, MyHeritage, one word.
Got it. Animate your family photos. Yeah, there it is. Wow. Yeah, that's dang. And I don't take any pictures. I just keep thinking you need to start taking more pictures of the kids. You know, I just don't. I'm just not a picture taking person, but
I
I
took
guess
an animation. Like you could take anyone's face, like even the picture that anyone has here. Let me see. I did one for Lagertha. Hold on, where is it? Where she had an animated picture. Um, let's see if I can find it.
yeah, you'll just be able to have conversations, right? The AI will like comb through all your Facebook and Twitter posts and data, and maybe you could share like your personal text that you had with somebody, and it just compiles all this data. And they passed away already, but you have a conversation with them, and you're gonna watch them on your Zoom call, like if they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Who's
I'm
the
trying to first.
person that did that with their brother who died?
Was that the
That
beginning of Replica?
Eugenia, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I just put
I'm
Lagertha's animation to the top using MyHeritage. It took a cartoon and it started moving it about.
Howdy, y'all.
Yo.
What's happening?
That's cool. You use this software to do that?
Mm-hmm. Once again, you're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not, in fact, all there is.
What else is there?
It's a known unknown.
I like that you had the in fact.
Mike, I want to apologize for being disrespectful in your Twitter spaces around Christmas.
I want to apologize for taking it all too seriously.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I forgive you.
If we forgive each other, doesn't that make us more like Jesus?
I couldn't be less like Jesus.
I'm down with Jesus, but God can suck a dick.
We cannot separate our conception of God and nature.
Oh, in that case, God's cool.
Yeah, I don't know if God could suck a dick. I don't know. I mean, he could do anything.
I mean, he set the conditions for humans to be capable of such a function.
She's
Yeah, I
mysterious.
guess
It's hard to say.
we're made in his image, and a lot of people suck cock. So
Sorry?
Monkeys use
Maybe,
frogs
yeah,
to do it.
maybe God's
Monkeys
into
use
it.
frogs?
Some monkeys use frogs to jack off.
Oh, so it's like a little sleeve?
Yeah, like a little pocket frog.
that sounds like some
Damn,
prison
dude, that
shit.
was like
Hermit
a
running
that
scared.
was a flashlight before they made a flashlight.
Yeah, the nature's fleshlight is a
Yep, that's
frog.
fucking nature's flashlight. There you go.
That's like nature's Fifi.
What you know about a Fifi?
Is that
I
some
know all
US
about
shit?
it. That's what you use on the inside.
Nah, dude.
It's a
Some people use it on the outside too.
well, yeah. 'Cause
Was it a
why would
topical
they?
cream?
No, it's a homemade fleshlight essentially.
What will they think of next?
Bro, that's what they use in
Hey,
the
you got to
pen,
do what you
bro.
got to do.
That's what they do in the pen, bro. Come on, Mike.
I'm trying
Director,
to
you act
imagine
like you
the
never been there before.
shopping channel commercial for it. Introducing new Fifi. Buy now and you'll get the second one thrown in for just $19.99.
Are you
That's just like a tube of
Nah,
toilet
the
paper and
freaking
a fucking.
the info commercial for that would be like, is your cellmate's booty too dry? Do you need more lube? Get yourself a Fifi.
This is
$10.99.
perfect for like it's like that movie.
That's
This
what the
one,
blood's for.
like that movie. Oh yeah, that's the blood. That's like that movie Get Hard with was it Will Ferrell and the little black guy, 21, Kevin Hart, and then yeah, he's teaching them how to get ready for prison. That would be
The little
perfect.
black guy. That's a good description, actually.
Kevin Hart, yeah, it is.
Yeah, right? Like if you ask people, hey, you know that little black guy? They'd be like, okay, it's either Martin Lawrence, you know?
Yeah, kids these days wouldn't even know who you're talking about with Martin, but yeah, they'd be like, oh, Kevin
Mhm.
Hart, yeah, the little funny black
He's
guy.
like he's the millennial Martin.
Exactly.
I'll take Martin Lawrence over Kevin Hart any day.
100%.
Martin did this.
Martin Lawrence is stand-up is dangerous.
He did a really good movie with I can't remember who I think it was Tim Robbins or somebody, but anyhow, where he had to like break into the police station to get something. He had to pretend to be a cop. It was pretty good. I snuck into the theater because I was, I don't know, 16, and you had to be 17 or whatever, and so I got a ticket for it was like, what was it, Tarzan movie, but man, I got busted. They walked me out of the theater because I went there like in the middle of the day. No one's in the theater, but they really didn't want me watching that movie.
Martin's first special really like shocked me.
Oh, it's a stand-up special?
I'd never heard anything like that in my life.
I have to check it out. I like
Tracy Morgan is also a crazy stand-up too.
Chappelle, and then who was the one that said, "I love black people, but then I hate that word that I'm not supposed to say."
Chris Rock. Yeah.
Oh, Chris Rock. Chris Rock was brilliant. Him and Jackie Chan.
You know, I didn't realize that he had writers like Michelle Wolf for all those specials. I had no idea.
Oh yeah, Michelle Wolf is maybe the funniest chick in comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I was having a rap argument with a New Yorker who's also 41, and he was claiming that I was a tourist and don't know anything about rap, but he was saying that let's see, what was it? Hold on, let me think. Damn. I don't know. He had some. Well, he basically said, well, he's similar to you, Mike. He said Tupac was garbage. But what else did he say?
Oh, good. So we're friends then.
Oh, Dr. Dre, of course. Oh yeah, it was Dr. Dre. He's like, oh, he didn't write any of his songs. He's not a very good rapper because he's a good producer. I'll give
Wait
him
a minute.
that.
Tupac didn't write his own songs?
No, he was saying Dre, Dr. Dre. Didn't.
Oh, I guess I could see that.
He had good writers, but he's like basically Milli Vanilli of rap.
I didn't realize that Biggie wrote a lot of Little Kim lyrics.
I didn't know that. That's cool. I mean, I don't see the problem with it's just like this actor, who's the one that shot a guy or shot that lady?
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin's not a very good actor because he didn't write all his own lines. I don't know.
He's just not a really good actor in general.
He was pretty good on 30 Rock.
That's fair. That's fair. Television's different than film, though.
Yeah, 30 Rock, he wasn't even really acting though. He was just being himself.
Did any of y'all see that Demon Slayer sword that they found in Japan?
What was that?
They found a 7-foot long Demon Slayer sword, along with like a bronze like mirror type shield. Pretty fucking badass.
I heard that they found out that humans were using boats or small ships to get around like 500,000 years ago.
I mean, I'd definitely
I
buy
believe
that.
it. I believe it because they're finding fucking artifacts and shit from like the ancient Mayans and stuff like that that predates fucking Egypt. So I believe it.
How's the TikTok experiment going? I'm sharing as much as I can.
Oh, dude, it's going good. I noticed that if I make more,
I
if
feel
I
like it feels like it's picking up.
yeah, it's starting to pick. I just have to be the dude. I'm trying to set my goal like every day, like just one video a day, like no matter what it is, how corny it is, how cheesy it is,
Mm-hmm.
like just put it out there. Mm-hmm.
Have you
I
ever thought
did.
about doing like HVAC videos? A lot of
I'm
those,
gonna throw some of the. I'm gonna throw some of them in there,
because I've
but I don't
noticed
want
like,
people just to associate me with just HVAC, or I don't want to be associated with any one thing because I don't. That's not me.
Mhm. It just like I find myself looking at tradespeople videos, even though I'm never gonna pick up a hammer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, I watch them too. Dude, I
Like you
freaking
see
figured
people
out.
like do like the corners of tiles and shit, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll be like using a protractor and a pencil, and they get it perfect.
Dude, you would not believe how much, like, because you're at a desk all day and you're on the
Hmm.
computer, how much gratification that you would get from just building a fucking birdhouse. just, just go buy a fucking birdhouse kit, bro, and just put that shit in your backyard.
Just put it together.
Just
And
put
I'll
that
tell
shit
you like
together,
tomorrow, hey
put it in
guys,
your fucking backyard,
so
and
far
you can be like,
my
oh, I fucking built that shit.
broken
Until you
birdhouse
get
killed
squirrels.
5 birds.
Just get a bonsai tree.
A bonsai tree? No, dude. Bonsai trees, bro.
You have to.
I fucking killed it. I bought one and I fucking killed it.
Why'd you do that?
And I was so sad because that fucker cost me $60. Oh, fuck. I was
Bonsai
so
sounds like the
sad.
scope from James Bond. You know that like scope that they shoot him in.
What'd you do to it?
What did I do to it? I didn't do anything to it. What happened was my apartment that I lived in, the air was too wet and it was so fucking hot outside that I couldn't leave it outside because it would fucking die because it was like the heat was just so intense around that time, so I had to bring it inside. Well, the air, because the apartment that I lived in, the air conditioning, if you've ever been in an apartment complex, it's either really fucking wet or hot, or it's cold and wet. So I was inside the house and I always kept my air cold because if I kept it like 1 degree warmer, it felt like a fucking sauna. But if I kept it like at this perfect temperature, like it was perfect, but it was real wet and humid and the fucking humidity got to the fucking plant and molded it and turned it and put a fungus on it and fucking killed it. And I was so pissed. And it was beautiful. It was a juniper.
Blackstone Inc. said that it had blocked withdrawals from its $69 billion real estate income trust in January. Oh, wow.
What does that tell you?
So it's not just FTX. FTX.
What does that tell you?
Dude, BlackRock's in a bunch of shit.
What the fuck, dude? Come on, isn't
BlackRock.
that Ray Dalio? Come on, Ray Dalio, what the fuck? Or did he retire? He left, right? He left the firm?
Oh,
Do
Ray
you ever
Dalio?
leave
Dude, I watch his.
BlackRock? Do you really ever leave?
Dude, I freaking watch that dude's videos. You're telling me that dude's a fucking con artist?
I think he left the firm, though.
I
Like,
dude,
as
I
official.
watch that dude's videos on the economy.
Yeah. He's like, this is why you suck,
He's like
and
literally
nothing
telling
is going to
me.
happen in your life. You're like, fuck you, Ray Dalio.
You're like, so you're telling me that you've already prepared for all this shit, and you're
So
telling us that we're fucked.
you tell me, just like, hey, if you're watching this video, you should probably walk slowly into the ocean. I was like, man. I don't want to walk slowly into the ocean.
Pop the cap off the bleach bottle and chug.
Hey, you know that video of the guy who's like pretending to like commit suicide? He's like,
No, what is that?
You ever saw that? He's like
No.
pretending to throw himself off the balcony. He's like, just kidding.
Oh,
Yeah, you know that guy.
you're talking about the fucking dude from New York with the fucking colored hair.
Whoa. Yeah, yeah.
He's like, and then he fucking goes into the house and he was like opens the bleach bottle and he's like,
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, I know where to come when I need a good laugh. Mm. So, have you watched any anime yet, or are you still being a little bitch?
I'm still being a little bitch. What should
God
I watch
damn it,
first?
dude! Ask your wife. Your wife's over here fucking cheating on you behind your back with anime.
With anime? Is if
With
you're cheating
fucking
on me with
anime.
anime?
With anime?
Yeah.
Because you watch it without them.
Really?
You watch it?
Oh, no.
I'm gonna go ahead and
I
tell
don't
somebody
watch.
that.
She's Asian, so she watched all the animes like 20 years ago.
20
Hmm.
years
Right?
before they came out.
Yeah, before they came out, it
No,
was
I
like,
haven't
When they
watched
were
any of the new ones really. I only really watched it when the students make me watch them, and so that we could talk about it.
so what's the last one you watched?
Danganronpa was the last one I watched.
Danganronpa?
Ronpa. Yeah, it's about a bunch of students who are locked in a gymnasium or school,
Oh my
and
god, I wanted to
somebody
watch
is
that.
killing them off one by one, and you're like, "What the fuck is going on?" And it's amazing.
Sounds
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah.
Was it written by teachers?
Maybe. And so for a while, I dressed up like the crazy teacher and would like do class as the crazy teacher.
I'm coming to get you.
I'm gonna get you.
2 + 2 is 4, motherfucker. It's not 5.
Bro, there's some good anime. Like even if you're not into like the weird shit, like they even have some good dramas, bro. Like, but the things that they can do with it, like they just make like even eating look good. Like
Yeah, what was that?
you watch them cooking food, bro.
What was
You
that
watch
eating show?
you watch Gordon Ramsay like cook something.
Yeah, there was a
It
really
just
good
looks
drama we
better.
used to watch that was just like food porn. It was like a guy eating desserts.
Yeah, it was a guy that has orgasms every time he eats food.
Does anybody know or seen that one? He's just a guy eating desserts, and
Yeah.
it's wonderful.
Weird.
I haven't seen that one, but that sounds like something I would want to watch.
And the food's like so good that he gets like transported into this food. Japanese. What was it called?
I don't know, but it was a wonderful one.
The trance.
You watched it with your brother.
And it made me want dessert so much.
Yeah, they had all these weird foods.
It's not weird.
They're weird.
They're delicious.
Fucking weird.
And you're fucking weird, and they're
The little
delicious.
Jello cubes.
Yeah!
Yeah, it's just all jello-ish things.
Different gelatinous shapes and sizes and flavors.
They
Oh,
can
wonderful.
vary
Dude.
from really yuck to really good. So
There's this place that that serves. It's a Korean like bakery, and it's called 85 Degrees Bakery. But they sell like these fucking milk buns. Oh my fucking god, they are like they're fucking good as
Yes,
fuck.
yes.
Yeah, I gotta say the craziest shit that I see is like, hey, today we're gonna make lobster, and lobster's moving around, and they started cutting it slowly from the. I'm like, yo, is this? Are you making food or are you engaging in torture? Like, this is nuts.
I mean, that's how it is.
It's crazy. Be
You
like,
just
look,
don't
here's
get
the-
you just don't see it. So you won't eat the food if you see it being killed, but you'll eat it if you
But,
haven't
like,
seen it.
I think if I would like learn how to be like a samurai dude. If I had to cut chickens, be like, I would like practice my, slice. Boom.
But the thing is that chickens, when you cut their heads off, they fucking just keep running.
Yeah, I would just put like a little box so it would trip after I cut it.
Oh crap!
Right? They never
I
think
gotta
about
go.
tripping the chicken.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back. Kiddo's waking up.
All right.
Gotta be a dad for a second.
Thought you were my dad.
I could be your dad.
Yeah, you're right.
Could be.
Coconut
Never
trees.
know. I could be lying this whole time. I could have been your dad.
I know. You're just checking up on me. I appreciate it.
I gotta go though. I'll be back.
Read me a bedtime story,
The
you
dollar's
asshole.
still if you don't throw
You
it off,
fucking
then I'll
abandoned me
still
when
be
I was a
back.
kid. You know? What was it? Yeah, you owe me some alimony.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Hey.
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. But I guess we can pretend like it for the sake of conversation. What?
Like running around being a weirdo with me, and then like in the same breath.
I've never been a weirdo around you.
What?
What?
You just rubbed your eyes on my glasses.
Yeah. Paul, do you play pranks on the wife, or does she use her cop wiles on you?
All I can say is I live in ecstasy every day.
Ecstasy. Ecstasy in Arkansas.
You got it. There is no price that can define.
If you had to get surgery outside of the U.S., where would you go?
Ooh, that's interesting. I would probably. It'd be tough between Canada and Singapore, depending on what it is.
Oh.
Depending on what it is, and if it's more in the cancer area, it'd probably be Mexico. So.
I heard Puerto Rico has good doctors.
Yeah. There's a lot there's a lot more outside the country than what people think. So, but if it had to be a hard choice, that would be the choice. Because I've known a few people that I've watched a few people on YouTube that they were YouTubers and they ended up contracting certain things and they went different places to get their treatments and that kind of thing. And some were successful
I remember
and
watching.
some were, so.
Remember, like looking at Dana White. Dana White was saying, like, we went to this place and he got this done, and right, people are like, especially, I see a lot of folks getting hair transplants in like fucking Turkey or some shit.
Yep. I know a dermatologist. He doesn't like being called that. But he built his practice and put a hotel behind it and in the middle of nowhere in Mississippi. And he keeps it full. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Wow.
He
I need to.
He does all kind of special alterations and that kind of stuff. But he's young.
I've been putting off surgery because of the whole, the whole hole, right? And I was thinking, okay, so if I am going to get surgery, I'm not sure I trust most of the places I would go in Canada, let's say, at this
Yeah.
point. You
Oh
understand?
yeah, I got you. You
Right?
speaking to the choir on that.
You
Yeah.
know? So I'm thinking, okay, so what optionalities would I go? I mean, one of my first places I would be like, hey, Manish, where's the spot in
Yeah.
India?
And there are alternatives there. There are
Hmm.
there are a lot of them everywhere in the world. It's just how you get there and can you get there, that kind of thing.
Make sure you have your liver by the time they sew you back up, you
Yeah.
know? Right? You go in for knee surgery, you're missing an eye, and be like, what
Yeah,
happened?
oops, we've got a missed it on that
We tried to swipe your card when you were underneath, and,
one.
and your wife said, you
Yeah.
know, just take it out of his body equity line of credit.
That's terrible. Oh,
Man.
yeah,
Hmm.
I know what you mean, but
The commodity, you know what it is? We become a commodity.
that's in their eyes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's also the pharmaceutical is actually it's kind of like the Democrats and Republicans, the pharmaceutical and health industry. They're in
Right.
combination. It's not about healing you. It's about just taking care of you and churning whatever money they can get.
I remember we studied the Ford Pinto case in law, and they were like, this is how far the profit function goes. Or they'd be like, yeah, we know people are going to die. How many? Yeah, it's okay. We can cover that.
And then that makes you really wonder, really?
Yeah. And then you realize, you know what? Like these aren't necessarily, Beelzebub themselves, right? It's like normal, everyday people. If you work in an industry long enough, the end customer becomes dehumanized. I think that's a natural thing that happens. Like even in customer service, right? You get enough complaints as a CSR, you stop emotionally experiencing, right? What's happening on the other end. It's just another complaint keeping you from lunch.
Yep.
It's almost like our emotions get atrophied. So like a lot of people like, oh, Fauci did this, Fauci did that. And I look at anything that anyone might have done kind of like a Trotsky Stalin argument, which is who's to say that if you had somebody else there, that something else would have
No,
happened.
they had a role to play, and they
Right.
had to, the end. They knew what the end was, especially at his level, and
Mhm.
that's the reason why there were a little bit of dancing in the presentation until they got the storyline consistent. And in that interim, they had to change a lot of things that were external of the information base. And once once they started making those changes, you could see that it wasn't truth, it was a direction. And that's what me and the wife, we were gonna bucket, win or lose, we didn't care. So
How did your family feel about your decision? Did they think you were becoming
no,
radicalized?
actually no. Some had to do it because of their work, and that was sad.
Right.
The only one did it based on selfish, his own perspective, and that was the biggest rip that I had. The rest of them, no. So it wasn't like the end of the world was coming. Still love everybody, but you just I couldn't. I mean, it's like when I get asked, I just say I was informed and I made a choice, and my choice was no. I couldn't do it, and Amy couldn't do it, and we're healthy people. I mean, there's, I don't take she takes medication, but she has like arthritis, right? So she's got certain things, and we try to supplement on that. And with me, I don't have anything wrong with it. Knock on wood. So we good. My teeth, that's the only thing I got to worry about. And they've been good. So life's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think more and more about the surgery, and I think about the conditions,
Yeah.
right? And it's just like, I don't know.
It's tough call. I mean, it's like there's there's elective things that I would like to have done that I hesitate on doing because it's like.
Are you thinking about transitioning?
No.
All right.
Okay, I'll allow
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Okay, that's another badge. Okay, I'll wear that badge too.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Oh my! Trying to drag me. I'm not gonna hold on to that rope. Goodbye. It's sinking in the ocean. Oh, I'm not gonna be Rufus, okay? But anyway, yeah, it's tough. It's a hard call. I mean, like when I did my annual health, I told them the answers and stuff, and the doctor actually used terminology that I've thought about, and now that I see that the CDC has done a coding for people who don't take the flu shot, don't take um, the other one, and they actually record it if they refuse it. So they're identifying people. So I'm on the list again. That's all I can say.
I mean, but clearly you're an enemy of the state, though, right? So.
Well, we both are.
Yeah, I'm back.
Mm.
Yeah.
Which you told me. I found it hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, the meme. Yeah, my wife just told me she liked the meme I sent her that had $3,500 for semen, semen, free of.
Oh, right.
And I saw
Right.
that. I said, and it's just like blood and other things. There's people, and this is a sad thing. It's. I've never believed in anything being put in my body. So and other people they look at it differently, and I respect them for it. But
I learned in IT that 70% of all problems in IT are caused by changes made by IT personnel.
yes.
And so, I've always kind of carried that in.
Self-induced. Yep.
There are the things that we intend to happen and the things that are unintended that happen. And our ability to predict the unintended consequences is actually terrible. And that doesn't mean we're bad people. It just means predicting the future is hard.
Yeah.
Let alone
Yeah,
chemistry.
I mean, it's just like they make laws, and all they can. Okay, it's I kind of look at it like a blinding effect. You focus on what you're trying to address, and you don't. Most of the time, you don't look beyond, especially in a legislative type thing, because it's like, oh, XYZ can control, all these other things. Well, if in the creative world, and you have to do risk analysis, and you have to go through a particular regimen, and worst case, and I mean, one guy said, well, one of the worst cases is that 35, 45-foot levee breaks and that river floods it. And it does it, it did it in 1927, so, but that was a lower levee, so it's a bigger levee now. So what would we need to do? And we had to go through the exercise of doing that to analyze what, all the requirements were and what steps we had to do, how much time we would have. And you go through all those different scenarios, and and you look at it the same way you process equipment. When you do a law, they don't do that. They don't do. They I think they do half-ass. So, is that outside shower? Oh, that's cool.
You guys, I'm gonna rush out to the store. We'll see you guys soon.
Okay, be safe.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, bro. Have a good
Take
one.
it easy. Malone, we'll see you soon.